Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to another exciting installment of the Arcane Archive presents MetaTalks. Welcome to session 2 of our Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition Introduction to Classes. My name is Adam.
My name's Sam.
And last we left off, I believe, with the Paladin. Had to, fortunately, cut the last video, I guess, or this whole thing in half, since we decided to kind of drone on and on as we do.
About everything.
About everything.
Yeah.
With our whole thoughts and feelings and such. Like, you know, like it actually matters in any way, shape, or form.
It does to me.
It does to me, too. Sam. It does. And maybe even to some of you, hopefully. Maybe that's why you came back for session 2.
For the second loosely organized group of things we're talking about.
Yeah, the second installment, you know, part 2, as we do. But with the start to part 2, I figured we just keep going in the same order that we had. And, well, who better to kick it off than the monk?
Oh, wow.
The monk class. I know you all were waiting for it. I know a lot of people have a lot of strong feelings about the monk class.
Yeah.
So to start it off, let's go ahead and do it as we have up to this point and kind of give you a brief little introductory passage or two of the monk class. So, monks are united in their ability to magically harness the energy that flows in their bodies, whether channeled as a striking display of combat prowess or a subtler focus of defensive ability and speed. This energy infuses all that a monk does. Now, monks make careful study of this energy that they call ki. This energy is an element of the magic that suffuses the multiverse, specifically the element that flows through living bodies. And monks are able to harness this power within themselves to create magical effects and exceed their body's physical capacities. Now, obviously, you know, if you ever were a fan of any kind of kung fu movie, ninjas, or whatever else, you know, any Eastern effects or you know, traditions and the like, this is the class for you. As everybody has said, monks are the class that just like to do dope stuff. You can just do super cool, awesome stuff like, you know, fall 60 feet and take no damage as a reaction just because you can do that. You can attack 4 times in a row at level 5, like, and for fighters, it's literally like a level 17 capstone ability of theirs. Mm-hmm. You at level 2, you can attack 3 times right away. That's just with a key point, as it were. So, what are some of your thoughts and feelings about this class, Sam? Because I have a few of my own, but I'm very interested in yours.
Okay, I'm gonna be straight up. I love monk.
Yeah.
If someone were to come to me and say, "Oh, I don't like monk, this monk subclass is bad, yada yada yada, no monks." No. All of them are good. I love all of them. Some might be technically more effective than others in specific things.
Sure.
But the flavor of every one of the monk subclasses, the monk abilities, baseline and extra, I love all of it.
Okay.
I'm very partial to them. I don't get to play them very often. Because monks are one of those classes where
they got a bad rap. They got a bit of an infamy.
It's not just that. They, in my opinion, require 3 stats to be high.
They do.
To be effective. And in games where you're not rolling, or in games where your stats are on the lower end, it's really hard to create an effective monk character.
What would you say the 3 primary stats for a monk to be effective would be, in your opinion?
For me, more often than not, it'll be Dex, Wisdom, and Con. And the reason being is that they don't have a huge hit die, but they are more often than not mid to frontline fighters. You know, you're in the fray. You kind of need to be to use a lot of your abilities. So you need
all of them, depending on your subclass.
You need a way to get out of things where Dex comes into play, both for AC and Dex saves. You need Con because you need to be able to take some hits. And Wisdom is what most of your abilities work off of.
It's true.
And so for me, they're a little bit harder to build depending on how you build characters in your campaign.
It's true.
The only time I played a monk was when we did roll 4d6, drop the lowest, 7 times, drop the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much all of us rolled like great stat lines. I had like 3 16s. And I was like, oh, monk.
Yeah.
I saw 3 16s, I went,
Yeah.
I'm creating a monk, I don't even know what it's going to be. I ended up with Way of Mercy.
You had an opportunity, you took it, and I cannot begrudge you that.
And so it doesn't happen very often.
It's true.
And we'll go more into that, but I do want to kind of talk about how they work in-game.
Yeah.
Because they're a little bit complicated.
A little bit, but yeah, so like how I would definitely, for me and how I kind of feel about monks, I would say like, I definitely agree, like they are a little bit, I would definitely say they, in some cases I'm going to say they're like, they are actually nice for beginners because at the end of the day, depending on the subclass you take, and plenty of them, like, you're really going to just be doing one thing, and you're going to be doing one thing pretty decently, which is you're going to punch.
You're going to punch people.
You're going to punch a lot of stuff, a lot.
And the thing is that a lot of their abilities, similar to like, they're kind of different from a lot of other classes in the fact that pretty much every one of their abilities builds off an existing ability.
Exactly.
So you start with unarmored defense and your martial arts, which is like your unarmed attacks and stuff like that.
That basically gives your unarmored, your unarmored, well, first of all, just your normal, you don't have to wear armor.
No.
As it says, armor. Same thing with like barbarians, you don't have to wear armor. It's specifically built off of your dex and your wisdom, which is super helpful. And as he said, with your martial arts, it gives your unarmed strikes
an actual dice
instead of just being off of your strength modifier, and it builds. Well, technically you can't use dex for your unarmored strikes.
I don't know if they've changed that.
Maybe
I know in monk you can.
Monk you always can.
I think you can in regular stuff now.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Really. But either way,
no one ever.
Because that's why martial arts is an actual feature where it's like you can now use dex for your unarmed strikes.
That is very true.
Because normally you are not allowed to use dex, but again, in our campaigns, usually we just let them because there's not any reason not to.
What this gives you is it makes you a living weapon.
Yes.
You don't need weapons.
And it just allows you, as you level up, to be better
comparable
at
damage.
Fighting things. Now, to be fair, in terms of like, obviously you're gonna get like magical weapons and items that.
So the monk has magical hands, my guy.
It does. But you know, again, we'll talk a little bit as we get to the higher levels for sure, because people have made arguments that the damage output begins to fall off for monks as you get to higher levels because magical items have so many other buffs and effects that begin to kind of distance themselves. But continuing on at second level, you get access to probably the most valuable feature of a monk.
It's key.
Your key. Your key. And arguably your movement as well.
Yeah.
Your unarmored movement. As a monk, you are also going to just be moving fast. You're going to be moving like faster and farther than mostly any other class. Just at base level, and you can even augment that even further with your key points. So I think it would probably still, the key points would win out narrowly even then. But you, at second level, you get 2 key points because you're always going to have key points per your level. Same thing as sorcerers. However, one thing that I believe you'll probably notice compared to when we talked about sorcerers, and if you haven't, you should seriously go check out that first video because it'll explain a lot of the first stuff.
Sorcerer, your favorite class.
Such my favorite class. So great in so many ways that are terrible. But level 3. You get your monastic tradition, as with most classes. This is your subclass for your monk. They have so very many, as Sam said before, very great flavored types. Again, some maybe not as viable in certain ways as others. You
could play all of them.
You can, and honestly, I think I'd also agree that I don't know if I would say any of them are maybe outright bad. But again, we'll talk about that when we get to the end. Yeah. Moving on to level 4.
You forgot a very key thing.
Oh, you're right, I did. I'm sorry. At level 3, you also get your deflect missiles ability.
Yep.
But again, to be fair though, like with deflect missiles, it also is very circumstantial. Like because essentially deflect missiles is an ability, as we all seen in all kinds of like traditional martial arts movies. You can catch stuff with your hand, projectiles coming at you. So this basically allows the monk to use their reaction to basically roll, I believe their martial arts star, or is it just a D8 straight up?
It is a D10 plus your dex mod plus your monk level.
Plus dex mod plus monk level to basically lower the amount of damage that any projectile attack, if they have successfully hit you, will do. Should your roll and then subsequent modifiers reduce that damage to 0, you literally are able to catch the projectile in your hand, and if you would like, expend a key point, another key point, to redirect it back at
If it's a certain
the target.
size.
That's true.
No, I mean, there's some cool connotations to this, because
There
technically, you can deflect things that are a lot bigger than you. Say a giant throws a boulder at you, that is technically a ranged weapon attack.
It is a ranged weapon attack.
And you can deflect it. You will not be able to throw it back.
You do have to have, it does specifically stipulate, I believe, that you do have to have hands free to do this.
Only if you want to throw it back.
There you go.
You can deflect it no matter what. If you're holding two weapons, if you're holding a
That's
two-handed
true.
weapon.
You can still deflect, but if you want to send it back, you do have to have hands free, as it's
One
said.
hand free.
Yeah, at least one hand free.
So this is honestly one of my favorite parts of Monk.
It is really cool,
And
for certain.
And it's one of those things that, like, at the end of the day, it's numbers. It's numbers that come away from killing you.
It is.
And it doesn't cost a key point to deflect.
It's a decent defense thing. It does take your reaction, but not a key point to simply activate the ability.
So
which is nice.
if you're low on key points, you're getting shot at, you're running away, it's still a very nice thing to do.
You can at least, indeed, you will be able to, at the very least, stop one projectile weapon attack specifically from hurting or harming you. It doesn't, unfortunately, work on any, like, magical projectiles, unfortunately. Which, fair in a sense.
It's really hard to catch a firebolt.
Can be difficult, you know? But hey, I mean, honestly, though, later, as you keep going, however, we can also make an argument, I suppose, once you get to higher levels, whether or not that would make sense. But moving on to level 4, you get your obligatory ability skill improvement, or, you know, a optional feature if you choose. And as I just said before, your ability Slow Fall, which allows you, as the ability would have you believe, you can literally just get rid of damage based off, I think it's like 10 times your level or something like that, as a reaction. So yeah, beginning at 4th level, you can use a reaction when you fall to reduce any damage, any falling damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. So literally, at that time, you can just negate 20 damage as a monk. You can fall, and let's say, I think for every 10 feet, it's an extra d6. So it's like if you fall, you could fall a total of 40 feet and just get rid of the maximum amount of that damage, I believe. Like,
yeah, 5 times your monk level. Yeah, it's handy.
I think it does take a reaction, but still, like, that's literally it. Yeah, it's a reaction, but still, that's literally just a free feather fall on yourself.
To a degree.
Like, that's just a free feather fall on yourself. You can just...
Obviously, you can't, like, fall down a cliff at level whatever, but...
Not level 4, but again, as you get up, like, once you get to level, like, if you get to level 20, that's literally 100 points of damage you can just negate. There's very... And again, at that point, like, because you're going to do a max of 20d6. So, I mean, even if you rolled maximum on all of that, you'd only take 20 points of damage.
Yeah.
From falling, you could fall at that point, 500 feet?
And still survive, and that doesn't even
only take 20 points of damage.
That doesn't count other things you can do to try to brace your fall as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously 500 feet would be difficult for any non-spellcaster to brace it, even with a check,
but when you're
still.
Basically a demigod, like, there's a lot of...
Yeah, no, there are much more stipulations and items and the like.
Yeah.
But continuing on, at 5th level, you get your lovely, super juicy extra attack that all our martial classes love to have, as well as another huge cornerstone, probably the most controversial of ability, maybe even in the game for every class, would be Stunning Strike.
It's a hot button topic. I've never personally had a problem with it. I know as a DM it can be frustrating to deal with.
I don't have a problem with it myself. I have seen people use this to very trolly effects. Like I have, and so I get it. I understand the animosity. I understand the aggravation. But, you know, to any DMs out there who have to deal with this kind of thing, what I would suggest, just give them monsters that are immune to stun, man. Just.
Or, my favorite thing, monsters with a high constitution.
Yeah. Well,
That's all it is. It's a con save.
It
or
is a
be stunned
con
until the
save.
end of your next turn. Now, that is, I think, the hardest part.
it is.
It's the fact that when you do succeed,
just
spending
get-
one key point
Yeah.
to attempt to stun
on
on a hit. But it has to also hit. So there's a couple of things. You have to hit the attack.
You have to
You
hit
have to have the
attack.
key. Now you can do this any number of times a turn.
So long as you hit your target.
They have to make a con saving throw, which, if I'm correct here, the DC is the key save DC for monks. It's a proficiency plus your wisdom, 8 plus your proficiency plus wisdom.
Correct.
So a lot of monks, especially early on, not going to have the highest wisdom unless they spec only into wisdom, and then they're easy to kill anyway. I saw this
Potentially.
firsthand a couple times. The problem is the enemy that you hit is stunned until your next turn.
That
the
is the
end of your
issue.
next turn.
That is the issue.
So that monster is now stunned,
They lose a turn. They literally are incapable of doing
anything.
anything.
That
Even
also-
reactions. They can't even do reactions.
That now then gives the monk advantage
on the attack
on
to
their-
try again.
on their next turn.
To then stun them again.
So it is decent to stun lock. It's a little bit difficult.
Literally stun lock. Yeah.
If you design your encounters in a nice way, it can be difficult for a monk to stun someone and stay next to them. If you have other enemies, if you have chaff to throw at them.
That therein is the key to trying to, uncheese this particular ability. Because again, I'm never a fan of basically just saying like, oh, your class or your race has a special ability. Well, you can't use that.
Yes,
Like,
that's garbage.
that's garbage. That is not a fun way to play the game. It's
you
like
can
this.
play around it. It is still something you can play around.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like as a DM myself, it's like I will let you can as a DM, you can structure around it to a fair, fun way for everybody. You don't need to just say screw you in particular to like the monk, right? It's completely fair to have certain monsters, not every monster. For instance, have one monster, like Sam said, if you like have a group of monsters, like a couple of them, maybe up to your player's party at the very, least, I would say, have one of them immune to stun. Have one or two immune to stun. You don't have to have all of them be like, okay.
Have a couple of them be better at Constitution
You
saves.
can't,
than the others.
yeah, or again, the ones who are not immune, have them have higher constitution and give them proficiency with con saves. And that will allow them a little bit more like, okay, you can succeed, it's going to be hard. Or you can't get these specific dudes for this reason, you're going to have to try something else instead of just relying on this one ability.
Or the reality of it is, depending on the campaign you play in, sometimes encounters are going to be a steamroll for the party's
I mean, that's
angle.
okay too.
And that's okay.
Sometimes just let your party be the powerful, awesome badasses that they are.
Other options? Don't let them get close to the monster.
That too. Have one fly.
I've had
Have flying
so
monsters.
many encounters where I played a character that did not have a long range.
Again, to be fair though, that also is like, that's not as fun a way to play at times. We're just
but
like,
sometimes that's the reality of how encounters
Sure,
work.
that is true.
There are
Sometimes-
monsters and
and-
things that will keep you from
and if there
attacking
is going to
them.
be something like that, once again, I would say give them something that would be a great opportunity for DMs to like utilize, like say, hey, something in the environment will help you to get rid of this particular advantage the enemy has. Like give them, I don't know, ballista, stretch it around, gives them like an environmental ranged attack that they can utilize.
There's always one thing that I think people forget. Monk has access to a short bow.
They do.
It has access to a longbow.
Darts,
No.
they have access to
They
short bow,
have
longbow,
They don't have
darts.
longbow normally.
No, not longbow, but like you.
But they have range
depending
options.
on subclasses and other things, they do have range options. They're obviously just not as good or fun as
But sometimes you can't design every encounter to be good for every person.
Like I said, you should never just shut down and say, "Hey, screw you in particular" or whatever.
let them stun.
But at the same time, nor do you have to just sit there, cater it, and take all of their cheesy bull crap. Like,
Because to me, this isn't that terrible.
it doesn't have to be, so long as you know how to structure
And
around
I've also
it.
never played with a monk who sat there and constantly stunning striked everyone. Even when I played as a monk, I rarely used it.
I've sat there and played like I was a player. I was not a DM in that game, but I was a player, and I've also seen it in a couple of different sessions that I've played in where it was just like this guy was just like stunning strike, stunning strike, stunning strike. And it's like, okay, again, I get it. it is a very powerful ability. It's like, you know, you can just literally give them no turn. But even the DM wants to play, right? Even the DM wants to be able to be like, oh, I had this really cool monster. I wanted to, like, play.
There's also encounter economy. If they run through all their stunning strikes in the first encounter, throw another one at them before they can rest.
That's another one for sure. But moving on from that, level 6, you get key empowered strikes, which is very helpful, which allows you, essentially at this point, to bypass any resistance to non-magical attacks. Because up to this point, if you were using your martial arts, which you most likely would be as a monk, you would be using them non-magically. Your attacks are not considered magical.
Yeah.
Unless, I think, maybe you use Flurry of Blows.
Nope.
Even Flurry of Blows wouldn't be?
There's only one, I believe, or maybe 2 subclasses that have access to some form of magic damage as their unarmed strike or part of their attacking.
Yeah.
But
like
the rest of them, you're pretty much stuck with
waiting for
punching.
the key empowered strike. So that essentially makes any and all of your unarmed attacks magical for the purposes of getting through immunity or resistance to non-magical attacks. You also gain another of your subclass features at this level, which would be super great, depending on which one it is. And then, of course, at level 7, you get one of the... I mean, that just increases your movement by 5 feet, which again, like I said, you're just gonna be moving faster than almost anybody else. Like at
favorite is
base
you take
speed.
mobile and
mobile is ridiculous. Again, one of my friends did that. Like he took mobile, so you can just literally attack everything and get away without opportunity attacks. You have unarmored movement. You can use a bonus action with a key point to use Step of the Wind to dash, and
you can move. I think there's a point where
you can move across.
You can move like 300 feet around.
You can move across any surface, whether it be water. You can move vertically. You can. So yeah, we'll get there. But for level 7, you get the most overpowered features in the game. Rogues have it too. Evasion. Super annoying. I love evasion. I get it. We all love evasion. We do. And I love it too. But it is like, because again, I do find that it's fair that it's like, hey, if you're able to my only thing with taking no damage from a save is I wish that there was more to it than just like, hey, you succeed, you're fine. You succeed, you literally take none. Like, if anything, I'd be like, for evasion, you should take like a quarter. Take a quarter of the damage. You can just have it twice. Yeah. Like, I feel like taking none is kind of ridiculous for, especially, usually deck saves are usually, a huge, wide area of effect things. Where it's logically speaking, there's not really any way for you to just completely escape unscathed. But on the other hand,
it's part of the game, unfortunately. Well, I actually have.
It's part of the flavor, right?
Yeah.
As a rogue or as a monk, it's like you are just so super preternaturally fast and dexterous that it's that cool dope thing of oh, you see a giant explosion, dude appears from out of the smoke completely unscathed. That's cool. It is.
I think the way I look at it is that there is an ability similar to this that I absolutely love, which is the Barbarian's Danger Sense, which gives them advantage on dex saves.
Gives them advantage.
So the difference
that they can
between
see specifically.
The difference between this and that ability is that you don't get advantage.
No, which
means you could roll shit every time.
Yeah.
Statistically speaking. Because yes, you're going to be proficient in dex saves for both rogue and monk.
So you always have a high.
You have an 18 dex, that's only +9. You can still easily fail a lot of dex saves, especially at a high level, because your proficiency doesn't go up that much. And most campaigns you can't go over a +5 in dex.
True.
So unless you do something where you get advantage on dex saves, you're still, you're more proficient than others.
It varies as everything does, especially on the player themselves. Like Sam said, if you're just a player who just systematically rolls crappy all the time, like your boy over here.
Or if you're like me and you roll with the digital dice, your rolls are pretty average. You have high rolls, you have low rolls.
They certainly can be.
I like the fact that you don't take damage if you succeed and you take half if you fail. I like that flavor.
But again, like I said, I also feel for DMs where it's it does suck to basically be I have this super badass awesome attack that I fire on and he doesn't take anything.
use less dex save spells.
He's completely fine.
That's my favorite thing to do.
That's just not as fun.
But there are some really good ones.
There are
undervalued because they're a little bit different.
Agreed, but like, don't get me wrong, but it's also like so many of the cool ones in the game, and it's by you, like Sam said, you can't just homebrew it and just be like, you know what, I'm gonna make this from a dex save to a whatever save,
So just change. I mean,
what you have,
change the flavor, make the spell look different. There's other ways to do it. My favorite thing is can't make dex saves if you're incapacitated.
True.
If you're asleep, if you're stunned.
Yep.
If they want to stun things, stun them.
But here's the thing. Technically, even if they fail,
person.
they'll still just take half, even though they are stunned.
Yeah.
Even though there's literally no way they could technically, within flavor, dodge.
It's an ability.
But therein lies a lot of people's feelings on the ability.
That is funny. The way we've played it, we've had rogues in our party. If you're stunned, hold person, where you can't move at all, you fail a dex save, you don't take half damage. You take the full damage. Because there is no physical way for you to do anything. So that is obviously homebrew.
And I like that.
But I think it's fair.
I think so
the
too.
whole point with this ability, the reason I like it for the two classes, is that they're D8 hit die classes. They don't have a lot of health normally.
Well, I mean, it's not homebrew. If you just fail, but you're saying with evasion, you still took damage even with characters with evasion if they could not move at all. See,
if you're restrained,
I think that's fair.
That should be here.
Yes,
not.
And that's what I'm saying. And that therein lies an issue with the ability. Is like it's because again, even the flavor text is your instinctive agility lets you dodge out of the way of certain area effects.
Yeah.
So if we look at the way it's written, if you are literally incapable of dodging at all, then there should be no foreseeable way that the effect should be able to take effect.
And I would say that's not if you have limited movement in a room. That's if you literally are
no.
incapable of movement.
If you cannot really move, if you literally can't make a save, if you cannot make the save,
if you auto-fail a save,
then you should just take the full amount.
Evasion doesn't come into it. I don't think, for me, if someone were to say, well, you're paralyzed, you auto-fail dex saves.
Yeah.
Then evasion means nothing.
Yeah.
And that's how we've always read.
That's what plenty of people would try to argue, well, it's an ability that I have.
It's a conversation to have with those
and it's
people
I get that. And again, it does suck when it's like you have an ability and you're just shutting it down. However, the issue being is you're not necessarily going to get
really
paralyzed.
To me,
especially as a monk, most paralysis effects are wisdom.
Yeah.
And so you're very unlikely to get paralyzed or even stunned yourself. And if you do get stunned, it's kind of just karma playing. You're a monk, so you got to accept the karma.
Yeah.
But moving on, we also have stillness of mind, which is
like this.
Another people argue is a very powerful effect, which it can be.
I would argue that a lot of people don't realize how good being unable to be charmed or frightened.
Well, that's the thing. You can be charmed,
but you have to use your action
or frightened.
I feel like it has good economy.
But you have to use your action to end one. So essentially, stillness of mind allows you at 7th level to use an action to end one effect on yourself that is causing you to be charmed or frightened. Now, again, this, depending on how you play it, honestly, in my opinion, how I view it, it's very dependent on the RP capacity of the player and the DM. So it's like, for instance, if a monk was charmed by someone, there is also a lot of thought and I think conversation about does a target or creature realize that it's charmed when it's charmed? Because there are a lot of specific spells that are it realizes after the effects wear off that you charmed it.
So I actually do have a response to that.
Okay.
I feel like there are at least in my experience, there are times where someone casts something on you. There are times when something is left as a trap and it does that to you, and you don't know who you're charmed by. To me, it's circumstantial. I like to think of monks as a very mentally strong
I agree.
class.
That's why I feel like this is a fair thing.
So for me, if someone casts a spell on me, I might not know that I'm specifically charmed or frightened. But then again, in character, you don't know that your ability allows you to specifically get rid of charmed and frightened. You know that you can clear your head. That's how I look at this.
Sure.
And so if my head's foggy because someone said words at me and I saw fucking magic go at me, to me, I felt an effect coming over me. I can end it my next turn.
Well, again, do you feel the effect of I think that works great for frightened, you're going to be frightened.
Charmed is a difficult one.
That's what I'm saying. Charmed is a very murky kind of place to get because once, especially if you are charmed, you want to do whatever you can to help that person.
Yeah.
So and it would be detrimental technically to them to be you know what, I'm going to clear my mind to not have this thing.
It does depend. So there are like so if someone casts Charm Person on you, and you're in a fight and they cast Charm Person on you, you get advantage on the save as part of the spell. To me, if you cast that on me and I see you and we're looking at each other and I see this happen and I even have an easier time shrugging it off, I know you're doing something to me. I don't think I could argue with a character being like, well, it's my ability. It is. Yeah, you're right. But there are some effects and things that aren't spells and like maybe stuff that's more sneaky.
Well, like
putting stuff in your food.
I think potentially another argument could be made that it's like, hey, you don't know exactly because Charmed is such a subtle.
It's weird. It's a weird one. It depends on which charm.
But either way, it's definitely a very cool ability, and it for sure can come in clutch a lot of the time. It just really would be an ability to have a conversation with your DM about, first and foremost, about like, hey, when does it make roleplay sense to use this?
I'm the kind of person that if we were fighting, say, a vampire, something with intrinsic charm, and I didn't know, I've never fought one, my character's never heard of these beings.
Well, you would hear about vampires.
But like, hear me out.
Sure.
If I've never interacted with one.
But you're fighting it and all of a sudden suddenly become...
Or no, we're not fighting it.
Okay.
I meet one and I don't know what it is.
Okay.
And all of a sudden I really like
it.
So that would be a moment where me as a player, I know I've been charmed by a vampire.
Most likely. But
my character has never met one.
Does not have any...
The odds are they've never read about it, depending on what their backstory is. So that would be me... I would have to take that in my own hands and ask my DM, I have this ability.
Yeah.
But do I know... Like, because this was an intrinsic thing. This isn't a spell. This isn't something I saw them do. This is they talked to me and...
You had to make a save, but...
I didn't really... To me, there's a point where you ask your DM if this makes sense, and that's when you realize what your table is. Is your table very roleplay heavy? Is your table more fun heavy? I know those are not... you know what I mean? Like, is it a beer and pretzels game, or is it, like, a story? I played 2 campaigns, and those are 2 very different styles.
I get it. I always try to incorporate... Me and my tables always try to incorporate both.
You're never going to get that perfect mix.
Yeah, you can try. It's always about the try.
That's a question you ask.
About the try. But, okay.
Moving on, I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. But I will just say one last thing on that is on the other hand... I definitely think using the same vampire thing, everybody knows what a vampire is. Everybody knows the legends of vampires being able to kind of charm people and have this thing. And if you're fighting a vampire and it charms you while you're fighting it, or just a second ago you were hostile and all of a sudden you have a very drastic change.
I think you would be able to use it.
I think
that's
you would be able to use it.
That's why my example is while you're talking. You're not.
I think that makes sense where it's like, that's where charm is like, okay, there has been a clear shift. And that's where I think you could logically be able to be like, yeah, I'm going to clear my mind. But at level 8, you just get a normal basic B ability score improvement. Level 9, you get more unarmored movement.
Well, this is the specific one where you get to move along
you can move along vertical surfaces or across liquids without falling during your move. So essentially, as we've all seen, like in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, when you're...
I was going to go Naruto, but fair enough.
That too, that was the OG, alright? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon did it first, really.
Yeah.
That you can just run across any and every surface. As long as you're moving.
Yeah.
But at that point, you have so much movement.
It's pretty fun, though, because you can be like me and play a monk with gloves of swimming and climbing.
Exactly.
And you can run up a wall and then just hang there.
Just stay there.
Just stay there.
Or just get slippers of spider walking.
I had a bard with those.
Yeah, just get slippers of spider walking. You can just do it at any point.
Yeah, but...
And have your hands free to punch.
You don't really need them, though.
I mean, not at this level, probably not, because you have plus 15 to your movement at that point.
At that point, you just get wing boots.
Yeah, like you're just
the most overpowered green item in D&D.
Literally, wing boots.
Next up, level 10, Purity of Body. That is your master the key flowing through makes you immune to disease and poison. Now, everyone looks at me when I get excited about these abilities and says, "This is lame. It never comes up."
I think it's good.
Love poison and disease immunity.
Yeah.
It is such a great flavor thing.
I mean, again, to be fair, the disease whatever we talked a little bit about this, I think, with the Druid too, because the Druid gets this same. Yeah, and Paladin at an even earlier level, but the Druid also gets this same ability essentially at that same level, where they are immune to disease and poison, which again, just thematically for these classes, I think makes sense. You are a forgive me for using the term, your body's a temple, okay?
Yeah, you're a force of nature.
You're a little, like, as a monk, your body is your temple.
Yeah.
And so you're making sure that you get out all kinds of nasty, gross, bad stuff in your system. And that's just nice. It's nice not to have to worry about poison and disease, even though, you know, disease is going to be a pretty circumstantial kind of thing that'll have to do if depending on what campaign you are playing or running. Poison, there are a number of things that you can still fight, even at this level and probably even higher, that can still potentially poison you, so that's great for that. That's awesome. You're fighting demons, devils, those things. There are plenty of those things that poison.
Subterfuge campaign, which I've always wanted to play in. Monk would be a great choice.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in Underdark, or Subterfuge, or if you're in the Underdark, for instance, that's place that poisons the crap out of everything.
Even the Feywild. I mean, there's a lot of you have to use it to have it work, but people.
No, you just.
No, I meant like.
Oh yeah,
the game has to.
Yeah. No, it's just true. You have to actively be like, I'm going to incorporate disease and poison into my campaign, which again, a lot of the time they don't.
Forget.
Yeah, well, they forget, and to be fair, there are a lot of other really cool things that don't use any of that. So it's understandable why people get maybe a little bit more distracted by other things that aren't as poison or disease heavy.
Yeah.
Especially because again, so many things in the game are immune to poison or resistance.
Yeah.
Or just immune. But yeah, going on 11th level, you get your another monastic tradition feature, which is your subclass feature. Level 12, another ability score. 13, you get the ability called Tongue of the Sun and Moon, which essentially allows you to just understand and speak all language.
Kind of.
Essentially.
So you understand all language, and any creature that can understand a language can understand anything you say.
You can't read language, though.
You can understand it.
Spoken. It specifically stipulates it's all spoken languages. So you can't, read, text of any other language that you don't have access to, you haven't studied, nor, you can't understand, ancient, written script or whatever like that.
But if someone speaks it...
If someone speaks it, you would understand what they say.
Which is interesting.
But you also wouldn't necessarily be able to, correlate what they're actually saying. You would just understand what they're saying to you, and then they could understand you in turn. But that doesn't mean you can actually speak that language either. It's specifically that you can just understand, and they can understand you. Which, again, has a lot of really cool RP aspects to it, for sure. It makes, obviously, communication. Like in my games, for instance, I just have, as a wizard, I have Comprehend Languages up all the time, because you can just ritual cast it for 10 minutes, so I just have that up and it just lasts for an hour.
To me, it's one of those that makes a martial class able to interact with some of the more intelligence or intellect-based classes.
It gives them a little bit more diversity and utility, which is always nice.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, at 14th level, you get your Diamond Soul ability.
Basically the better version of Indomitable.
Yeah, so much.
But you get it way later.
Yeah, no, you do, which is fair. And again, to be fair, Indomitable, you do, you get multiple of that, too, so it gets a little better as you go up. But Diamond Soul, literally, you just get proficiency in all saving throws. You are just so hard to apply
make you fail.
any. You just can't fail saving. You can't be forced to suffer anything. You can't be forced to suffer anything.
Well, I love this because it's one of those things. It shows that not only are you physically adept,
but you're mentally
adept
in every capacity. Yeah,
and you're not a genius, but you are mentally and physically strong because it's about that key. It's about that energy.
Well, it's about you are obtaining the mastery over yourself.
Yeah.
And that's what
it's awesome.
That's what monastic tradition. That's what martial arts is all about. Martial arts is always about the mastery of self rather than external things.
It's the
I agree.
Point. The class that they never wanted in D&D. People hate this class so much.
I love it. I love this class. I think it's super cool. People are always trying to argue but it's Eastern, and Eastern doesn't belong in a Western medieval fantasy.
Yeah, because we still have clerics.
Yeah.
We had clerics who actually talk to God.
Yeah, and it's they're monks too, just of a Western kind of way.
It's just a medieval version.
Calm down.
Keep in mind, both of these people were around in our own history at the same time.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they are not mutually exclusive.
No.
But either way, additionally, whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend 1 key point to re-roll it and take the second result.
Now that's nice, but you could still fail. You won't, most likely. But you can roll lower.
With the addition of automatic at 14th level, you have a +5. To your proficiency.
Yeah.
So even if all of your other things are at the lowest, a 10, that's still a +5.
But hear me out.
and then you can re-roll it. You can get instant advantage.
You could roll a 10 and only have a 15. You need an 18 to save, and then you could roll a 3.
That's a 15.
It happens to me all the time.
Super high. Most things are not gonna have saves of 18, Sam.
I don't know. When I was playing at 14th level, all of my week were fighting shit that.
Yeah, because I'm sure your DM specifically through super high level data stuff. To be fair, my party too. We play our campaign that we play on Sundays. Yesterday, when we fight things that have DCs of 26.
Yeah. That's about what you're playing.
Well, because we are epic. We're doing specifically an epic fantasy, high fantasy campaign.
We just play. Ours is structured like Skyrim, where if you walk into the wrong place and you're really low level, you will die.
There you go.
You run into shit that's gonna body you.
We do. Well, us too. Essentially, our DM always has to make every encounter super ultra deadly because we are so overpowered compared to more vanilla D&D. But
we don't have to do that.
Yeah. Regardless, well, you still do in terms of
Well, but by the time you get to this level, regular D&D doesn't function anymore.
It's true. Speaking of which, this is one of my favorite effects. I think you and I both agree. We talked about this before.
Is this Timeless Body?
It is indeed Timeless Body. A lot of people yeah, because it's just not mechanically
it doesn't do anything but roleplay.
It is a purely roleplay feature.
Also, you don't have to eat or drink.
But I love that.
That's so cool.
That's awesome.
Why is that not cool
Okay.
to more people?
At 15th level, you gain the access to the feature known as Timeless Body. Your key sustains you so much that you suffer none of the frailty of old age, and you can't be aged magically. You can still die of old age, of course. However, in addition, you no longer need food or water. So again, similar thing to the Druid's ability. I think the Druid's is a little later on, maybe. I think it might be 17 or so. I forget. But regardless, both the Druid and the Monk basically you live so much longer.
The difference with Monk is that there isn't actually... You still die at your normal age.
That's true.
Capacity.
Your longevity is not extended.
But that means at the age of 20... Say you're a human.
Yeah.
Monk. At the age of 20 and the age of 80, you kick ass the same.
Or even, for instance, say you're a 60-year-old monk who just got this feature, your body will most likely then morph back to its absolute physical peak
you'll still
prime.
look older.
Yeah.
But it's who's the guy from Dragon Ball?
Master Roshi.
Master Roshi.
Yeah.
He takes his shirt off and he's got fucking muscles.
He doesn't at first, but obviously he uses his ki.
Yeah,
and power
that's kind of what it is.
It's
you look like an old dude, and then you take off your tunic or whatever, and all of a sudden you're
that. I think this is also where the whole thing of and most even the new video game called Sifu that came out on the PlayStation 5. It's really the older you are, the more powerful your attacks, but the lower your health and hit points are. But it's obviously in Eastern philosophy and stuff the older you are, usually the more powerful, the more dangerous.
Because you know more.
Yeah, you are more experienced, you are more knowledgeable, and even though your body should technically be more frail, it's because you know how to use your inner power much better and more.
It's almost like you've mentally prepared yourself for this, that you can almost suffuse yourself with that experience.
Exactly. Well, you sustain yourself, as it says, with your ki.
Which is so cool. I love it.
It's such a dope role. It's purely roleplay. There's no mechanical aspect
except for the food and water.
Honestly, that doesn't even really get applied very much in the game anyway either.
Maybe for you, Adam.
Yes.
But I in my campaign have to keep very specific notes on the amount of rations we have.
That sounds horrible.
No, because we hex crawl. We have a hex crawl campaign. We do a lot of traveling, and we need to make sure we don't stop.
Still, that sounds so annoying.
We don't have a druid.
And next you're gonna tell me you guys use encumbrance.
No. Well, very loose.
Yeah.
Very loosely. If something,
Sam.
No. It's
You proud of yourselves? Does that make you feel so much better than the rest of us?
No, but if you have a big fuck off
ban
chest,
and demonize encumbrance.
if you have a 60-pound chest when it's empty,
sure,
and then you fill it with shit, you can't just carry it forever.
No, obviously not.
But if you have someone
unless you have a person who has a strength of 20,
or you have a Goliath where they can pick up large things.
Yeah.
But we use that, but we don't count pounds. It's just if we have something really big.
Use gold weight? Do you also incorporate the gold's weight?
I don't. I don't.
Yeah.
Because if I did, I'd be currently carrying 100 pounds.
Yeah.
All of my money is in copper and silver.
Nobody wants to do that.
So we don't.
Just use a bag of holding like the rest of us,
We don't have
Sam.
one yet.
Just then get one. You're
We're level 9. We don't have a bag of holding.
How do you not have a bag of holding at level 9?
Because it's not a high magic setting. We also haven't been to we've only been to one major city, and it was currently being attacked by devils.
Moving on. 16th level, you got another ability score.
One day we'll play a game together, Adam.
We'll play another one together, hopefully. I would very much like to, buddy. I'm already saying I got plenty of things that I'm setting up. I got plenty of campaigns writing and stuff, so, you know.
I'll play in your campaign.
I appreciate that, buddy. I'm sure you will. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I. I mean, I'm really
and the
sad.
other people that will be there.
Yeah. I'm really sad that our other campaign fizzled out the way it did. That was unfortunate.
Oh, dude, it's like none of us see each other anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. But yeah.
Back to brighter things. Empty body.
Empty body.
18th level.
Yes.
You can use your action to spend 4 key points to become invisible for 1 minute.
And during that time, you also have resistance to all damage but force damage. Additionally, you can spend 8 key points to cast the Astral Projection spell without needing material components. When you do so, you can only take yourself and no other creatures with you.
Question
Sam.
for the class.
Yes, Sam.
The invisible spell specifies that if you attack, you lose invisibility.
True, but this does not specifically say that you do the invisible spell, since as you just saw, it specifically says that you cast the Astral Projection spell with 8 key points. This is you just become invisible.
It's basically greater
for
invisibility.
1 minute. It is greater invisibility, but also with the added effect of you're resistant to all damage but force. So
this is a wonderful ability.
it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy,
and I think it's leveled correctly.
I would say so. 18th level,
18th
I
level?
think that's fair. And especially also, like, this is the first ability as well that costs you more than just 1 key point.
I think there's one of them costs 2. At some point. One of the other weird ones. Patient Defense?
No, Patient Defense
Is that
still
still
one.
one?
You get Step of the Wind, Flurry of Blows, and Patient Defense all at like second level.
And then you get Stunning Strike, that's also 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this.
And that's what I'm saying. Compared to the Sorcerer,
it's the subclass abilities.
some subclasses, not even all of them.
No.
Some subclass abilities take more than 1 key point to activate.
Yeah.
But all of, arguably, kind of the most common, the key points or the effects that you'll use
The most?
just the most at base thing all only cost 1 key point until this one.
I personally, again, as I just said, I love this ability.
Except for the optional stuff that they gave Monk recently with Tasha's, I believe. Those cost a little bit more.
We'll go over that after we hit the the capstone ability.
Yeah, after Empty Body, you get another one last unarmored movement as well at 18th level. That increases your speed bonus to 30.
This is awesome. I love this.
You're Sonic the Hedgehog.
Not
man.
all you do is you play a Tabaxi.
Gotta go fast.
And you take
Gotta go fast.
mobile.
Yep.
So your base speed, I believe, is 75 feet because they get 35 feet of movement.
They do.
And they have a bonus action where you double your base speed and you have someone cast haste on you and you can go like, I want to say 350 feet around or some shit like that.
Even not as a Tabaxi, you can just zoom.
If you action dash, bonus action dash.
And honestly, dude, at this point, no, you don't even have to do that, man. 18th level, just...
I'm not talking about like how fast could you really go.
No, I'm saying the 18th level, just put 2 levels into Rogue, and you're good. Because you don't need the last 2, like, let's be honest. And we'll get into that. 19th level, nothing really happens at all. I think it's 1 last ability score improvement. Yep.
Does any of your damage dice go up after that at that point, or are you already at max? You'd already at D12s?
You'd already be at D12s at that point. Or I'm sorry, 1D10, actually.
So when does it become D12? Does it ever become D12?
Apparently not, no. Oh. I thought they may have changed that at some point.
I don't know if it did. I think I just wasn't paying attention. I'll be completely honest.
But yeah, no, like technically on the just the base chart, it's only a D10 is the highest it goes up to.
Yeah.
But I have also seen that some get D12s as well. I think at least I've played with some that got D12s. I think. But I believe it was a magical item that allowed them to do that. Bless you. But yeah, essentially at that point you get an ability score and then. Their capstone ability, 20th level, all the time and effort you have mastered your body and your abilities to the utmost zenith. You, when you roll initiative, have no key points remaining, you gain 4 key points.
Okay, this is better than Warlock and Sorcerer. In my opinion, it sucks, but it's also like, what do you give the guy? What do you give the person who has everything? This isn't terrible.
No, it's bad. It just isn't as bad as the other 2 that are
usable at least.
Horrendous.
It's at least usable.
Sure.
If you were running just an absolute slog.
No, it'd be nice to get 4
It'd
key
be
points
nice to
back
get 4 key points.
every roll initiative, for sure.
Every time you have a new encounter and you run out of key points,
but
that's 4 stunning strikes.
Yeah, no, it is.
I can stun 4 dudes or stun the same dude 4 times.
Yeah, it's true. And then you're done. And you can't flurry of blows. You can't step with the wind.
I can still punch people.
You can't go or you can go invisible once. You can go invisible once.
That's probably what I would use it for.
Yeah, no.
Because you want
and get resistance. Yeah, it'd be really hard. So,
Yeah.
but that's why I said just put 2 levels into rogue and get cunning action.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because then you can literally just hide, which is the equivalent of invisibility if you have whatever.
If you have the time.
Yeah.
Or you can aim shot.
Yeah.
You can aim shot level 2.
Can you? I think can. Oh yeah, no, you would. Cunning action. It's part of cunning action. Yeah, there you go. You get advantage, which helps you, stun.
If you don't want to move.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. No.
We'll go into optional class features.
So this is one I do love.
Which one? The
dedicated weapon. I think is nice. Although
I'm a little weirded out by it.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like the dedicated weapon, like I said, I was saying before, if there's one subclass in Monk that I think is probably maybe bad, it would probably wave the Kensei.
Oh.
Like, yeah.
We might disagree there.
Would we? Yeah. Well, point being, they literally, I mean, they're cool, but there's much better, like, fighter or barbarian or freaking...
I don't want that.
But they're just...
I want to be able to climb walls and jump and...
You can do that as a barbarian.
I want to be able to run across water.
You could do that as a barbarian, like a totem barbarian, because you can fly with your jump.
You choose the bad totem.
That's a great totem, dude.
Yeah, but the other one you could get for bear is better.
No, that's the first one you get for bear. The first one is the bear, and that's the only one you need for bear for the rest of the time.
Was it the third one for bear is good? No.
Nah.
I mean, it's not elk totem. Elk totem barbarian where they can fly when they're raging.
It's eagle. It's eagle totem.
Is elk the one where they run really far?
Yeah, I think so. Why would elk be able to fly? Because it jumps. Jesus. Anyway, dedicated weapon on the monk. The monk. You train yourself to use a variety of weapons. The monk weapons, not just simple melee weapons and short swords. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can touch one weapon, focus your key on it, and then count that weapon as a monk weapon until you see this feature again. Until you use this feature again. The chosen weapon must meet these criteria. The weapon must be a simple or martial weapon, you must be proficient with it, and it must lack the heavy and special properties.
The only problem with this is that if you don't have proficiency in the weapon you're trying to use, you don't gain proficiency. So you need to find a different way to be proficient.
True.
Because monks are not proficient with martial weapons.
They're not.
By default.
No.
So if you play a character that gets intrinsic racial proficiencies, or you take a feat that gives you proficiencies in martial weapons, this is great.
But you basically...
It doesn't give you proficiency if you read it, and you have to be proficient to even start it.
It's true.
It's a little bit of a weird one, which is why I said I'm not sure how much I like
Well,
this.
but honestly, though, it doesn't really matter, because you're not going to... The things you would be proficient with, again, it says simple melee weapons and short swords. You're probably just going to be using a short sword anyway, which you would be proficient with.
Yeah, but the whole point of this is to use a different weapon. That's the whole point of this thing. That's the only thing it gives you is that it makes it a monk weapon.
Well, no. Because the point of this is if you make it a monk weapon, you're allowed to use, like, your monk abilities.
Damage dice.
Yeah, the better damage dice and monk abilities with it.
So the problem is, say you want to use a long sword instead of a short sword.
Sure.
You are not proficient with them as a monk baseline, which means you have to find another way to get...
But you wouldn't want to use a long sword anyway, because it doesn't use dex.
Wait 2 seconds.
Okay.
The whole point of this is so that you can one... No, there's no... This ability doesn't do anything.
I just told you, yeah.
This ability doesn't do anything.
No,
I don't like this ability.
Oh, again, it does stuff. Like, again...
What does it do?
As I just said, it allows you to use a weapon with your monk ability. So you could, like, actually use... Because if you attack, for instance, with, like, a weapon and it's not a monk weapon, you can't necessarily use, like, unarmed strike stuff with it or, like, your key points and stuff with it. But the monk weapons allow you to use your monk abilities and features with it.
What weapon would you try to make into a monk weapon that you are already proficient in to then be able to use your unarmed
quarterstaff?
They're proficient with that. It's a monk weapon.
I know, but it's not a weapon that allows you necessarily to just automatically use your stuff with it.
Kick.
Wait, no, well...
No, I'm serious. It's actually part of the...
No, I know you can kick.
I know what I'm saying. Okay, wait.
I'm saying you get the higher damage dice.
Yes, you get that with a quarterstaff.
Yes, I know that's what I'm saying. But
this doesn't do anything.
Okay, never mind.
It doesn't do anything. You are proficient with simple weapons and short swords. You already are using your monk damage die. What is the point of this ability? It doesn't make sense to me. I need to have someone else explain it to me, I guess. Key fueled attack. This is the 3rd level monk feature. You spend 1 key point or more as part of your action on your turn. You can make 1 attack with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon as a bonus action before the end of the turn. I like this because you can, if you have a magic weapon that you've made into a monk weapon because it's a short sword, you can attack with it instead of your unarmed strikes if you need to.
That's what I'm saying. Like it
or you can punch someone twice. But sometimes your magic weapons are the only way to get through resistances, like
at least at lower level for sure.
Or no, just in general, like whether it's an elemental damage or there's other ways.
Depending, though again, not all weapons have.
Probably something I would never use, but I like it. It gives you the option.
It is true. It gives you the option. It's nice. Quicken healing is a great one. You can spend 2 points. Yeah, literally. But you have more uses of it. Also, though, honestly, if you
an action.
If you're way of the open hand monk, you just get something way better.
The problem is this is an action.
Yeah, it's true. But it also is like because it's key points and roll a martial arts die. You're gonna have hit points at 4th level. Your martial arts die would be it's only a D4, so yeah.
Yeah.
But as it goes up, it gets higher. So like if you get like a D10 plus your proficiency bonus at that point, it's like that could be a decent amount of healing. Again, if you're talking about like dungeon crawls, you know, it's nice to have some extra ways to heal yourself.
Juice.
Yeah. Focused aim. When you're missing with an attack, you can spend 1, 2, 3 to increase key points to increase your attack roll by 2 for each of these key points you spend, potentially turning the miss into a hit.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's okay.
Again, like I said, these are all optional, so like literally
compared to some other optional abilities.
But they also use more key points overall. Like these are things they added with Tasha's after the fact. Because every other ability of the monk that you will use the entire time takes 1 key point except for the 18th level ability.
Yeah.
But that essentially are monks. That is the baseline monk stat block, everything for you that you can do and such. Now we're going to go a little bit into some of the subclasses. We're going to choose, me and Sam are each going to choose one that we think is like the coolest or one of our favorites, and then one that we think might not be as awesome. And then we're going to talk about it a little bit. Why don't you go ahead and go first for your favorite, Sam?
Well, that's not my favorite, but I'm going to talk about one that I think is underappreciated. That's Way of the Kensei Monk.
Really? Okay, sure.
Way of the Kensei Monk.
Go ahead. Way of the Kensei.
It's like that classic, like, I'm going to focus on the weapons that I use.
Yep.
I'm going to turn this weapon into an extension of my body. As opposed to using my body, I'm going to infuse what I use with my energy, with my ki. So it allows you things like you can choose weapons that are not 2 weapons, and I think later on 2 more, that are not normally monk weapons. So you could do something really good, like taking, a longbow. Or another type of weapon. They can't be heavy or special. But usually just be longbow, pretty much.
Sure.
And it allows you to make them monk weapons.
Well, your Kensei weapons.
Well, but they also count as monk weapons for you.
No.
So you can still use your unarmed strikes. I had a long argument with somebody that I play with who argued that if I took longbow and I was using it, I couldn't still hit people if they were right next to me. And I said, but I got 2 of these.
You do?
And I won that argument. You can still punch people. But what's cool is it gives you kind of extra abilities that you can use while using these weapons. Things like Agile Parry, where if you're attacking with your weapon, you can use it to defend yourself, so you get a bonus to AC. A Kensei Shot, which you use a bonus action to make ranged attacks with a Kensei weapon more deadly. When you do so, any target you hit with a ranged attack takes an extra 1d4 damage, and you retain this benefit until the end of your turn. So say you're fighting someone at range, you can boost your 2 attacks that you would normally get a little bit extra.
A little D4, nothing to sneeze at.
It's not, well, over time it's not. And then you also get some extra proficiencies. They're more roleplay centric. Level 6, you count them as magical, and you can actually spend key points to deal extra damage equal to your martial arts die once per turn, which is nice. Again, it's not large numbers, but each little bit kind of adds up. You get to choose another weapon, and then later on, you get to kind of augment them even further. You can use key points to grab one of your Kensei weapons. You give it a bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Yep.
Now, this is an interesting one. You give it as many key points as you...
Up to 3.
Up to 3.
And it equals the number of key points you spent, so you can make it a +3 weapon, essentially.
Yes, and this doesn't affect magic weapons that already have a bonus to attack and damage rolls, but what it can do is if you have a magic weapon that just adds extra damage die,
Sure.
you can make it a +3 flame tongue.
Sure.
Which is fun.
No,
because people don't
it
realize...
lasts for a minute. It uses up, a decent amount more key points too, potentially, but it lasts for just a whole minute, or until you use it again on some other weapon, or for whatever reason on the same weapon. I don't know why. But this is a decent, it's okay. It's not anything, to write home about, but it's definitely like, it's nice.
It's not a very flashy class, but you get... Essentially, you just become a master of weapons. You're a master of arms.
Yeah.
You get the unerring accuracy at 17th, where if you miss from the attack roll, you just can re-roll it once per turn, and I like that. It's a thing that you don't have to spend anything for.
No, you just get free advantage.
You're just good. Well, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where you're like, this is the thing I chose to do. Now, you can also make this very silly.
I'm sure you can.
You can do what I want to do, which is play a lizard folk.
Yeah.
With a blowpipe.
Yep.
And that's my Kensei weapon.
Yep.
And you use arguably the worst weapon in the game.
Whips are pretty bad too, unless you re-flavor them.
Well, you know what? You could use both of them because it's not a special weapon; it's a reach weapon.
Yep.
So you could run around with a whip and a blowpipe.
Yeah.
And you take sharpshooter.
Yep.
For the blowpipe.
Yep.
And you can kill people with a blowpipe, and not the blowpipe poison damage, which you can also have. Just the blowpipe itself.
Yeah, just hit them with the blowpipe.
Yes.
Yep.
And I want to do this really bad, but no one ever lets me do it. And I love this class. When it first came out, it was the thing I was most excited to use, and I never played it. But I love it very much. It's not flashy. It's not that great.
You've shown your love and your appreciation for the Kensei. Yeah. I don't think you've changed my mind necessarily about it.
But would you be mad if I played Greg the Lizard Man with a blowpipe?
Greg's the Lizard Man Kensei monk.
Well, Greg's his human name.
That he stole from a human he ate, maybe?
No, it's like, when some people from Eastern countries move here and their name is quote unquote too complicated for the people who live here, so they change it to Daniel.
Yeah.
That's my version of that.
Fair enough. Couldn't he at least be Gregory?
Greg.
Yeah, of course, it's gotta be Greg. Of course, gotta be Greg. All right, well, one of my favorites, and I think I also told you a little about this, and again, at the risk of coming across once more as kind of one of the most basic Bs ever, because I just love this.
It's okay. I know which one you're going to talk about, and it is very, very good at what it does.
Very good at what it does. The Way of the Open Hand. The Way of the Open Hand monk. And to be fair, it has recently been getting kind of neck and neck with the Way of the Ascendant Dragon. That's another one that I really love because I just love dragons, but that thing is also badass. But specifically why I love Way of the Open Hand is I made a monk back when we didn't have all the other stuff. I made them
too. It was open hand.
It was Kensei, open hand, and Drunken Master. Those are the original
You're
three.
forgetting about the other bad one. Come on, you know it.
I mean,
it's Way of the Four Elements.
I was gonna say. Four
We'll
Elements
talk about
was
it.
okay.
We're gonna talk about it.
But anyway, I made a monk back in the day where it was just those three monk classes. It was just Way of the Open Hand, the Drunken Master, and the Kensei. And Way of the Open Hand was I wanted so bad. I told you after my current campaign, I'm going to try my best to make it happen, Sam. I want to so bad do the Empty Palm as a wood gnome.
Yeah, we talked about how awesome this is.
Ancient red dragon. I just want to just touch it. No, just touch its snout, turn around, walk away, snap my fingers, and it dies. That's what I want. But let's talk about it and how we're going to see how you get there, right? Way of the Open Hand monk. Open hand technique. So first off, we'll give a little flavor. Monks of the Way of the Open Hand are the ultimate masters of martial arts combat, whether armed or unarmed. They learn techniques to push and trip their opponents, manipulate ki to heal damage to their bodies, and practice advanced meditation that can protect them from harm. So, starting at level 3, you get your open hand technique, which essentially just adds more stuff to your flurry of blows, which you're going to be using a lot.
Because you are a punchy guy.
You are a super punchy guy, and now you're even more of a slappy guy, I guess, technically, if you want to do flavor-wise. Starting when you choose a tradition, you can manipulate your enemy's ki when you harness your own. Whenever you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by your flurry of blows, you can impose one of the following effects on that target. It must either succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be knocked prone, which is great because that will give every other one of your last punch, advantage on the attack. Or you must make a strength saving throw. If it fails, you can push up to 15 feet away from you, so you can just knock people off bridges or other high things, which I have done before. I've used this monk to do that same thing. Knock them off super high, and they're not a monk themselves, so they can't get rid of that damage, so they die. And third, it can't take reaction until the end of your next turn. So that effectively means you can just walk. You don't even have to take mobile. You just punch them. They can't. It's not even a save. They just can't hit you. They can't do anything. You don't need. Yeah, that's fantastic. And at 6th level, wholeness of body, which I was talking about before, compared to like the other optional ability of like the healing thing where it takes key points or whatever. This, you literally, it doesn't even take key points. At 6th level, you just can heal yourself. As an action, you regain hit points equal to 3 times your monk level at that point. So you're just going to get 18 hit points back.
It is a long rest.
Straight up. It is. You can only use it once before you finish the long rest.
Still.
But you just get a free 18 hit points as an action.
It's a great, for me, it's a great out of combat, or if you're really dying.
Yeah, if you're really dying. Even it's the same thing as like, you know, getting rid of like your calmness of mind or whatever. Yeah. Like, you know, just like an action, you just, I'm back. 18 points. And again, at higher level, like 3 times 14, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to get a lot of health back. At level 20, you'll literally get 60 hit points. That's almost a heal. That's literally almost a heal spell as
Depending
an action.
on how well you've rolled your health, it's about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
It's pretty awesome. Tranquility. Another, and again, we talked about this, like, funny enough, a little with the Undying Warlock, how that works. This is slightly better. It's essentially same as the Undying Warlock and the Sanctuary spell. At the end of every long rest that you take, you just gain the effect of a Sanctuary spell that lasts until the start of your next long rest. The spell, however, does end early as normal. The saving throw for the spell equals 8 plus your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus, so it's just your spell save or your key save. But
this is until you make an attack.
It's just, well, against a specific creature, too. Like, or any creature, I guess, technically.
Well, so Sanctuary, if you make an attack as the warded creature, you lose it.
You lose it. So essentially, you just, any creature that wants to like sneak up on you or attack you without you noticing it is gonna have they're gonna have to try and make the save. They're gonna have to make a wisdom save in order to even try to attack you. Otherwise, they either have to switch to somebody else or they lose it. So it just gives you some extra, literally passive defense until you're ready to fight. Yeah. With anything, not just undead.
It's nice. My cool thing for this is that the only thing is, you know, if area of effect spells, if you get like Dragon's Breath out of nowhere, it's not going to do anything to help you.
Sure.
But
or if you attack first, then it goes away anyway.
But it's one of those, like, if you're playing a role-play heavy game or you're in a big city, someone tries to mug you, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, or again, size of assassinate you.
It could create some very funny
It really could. It's literally, I just imagine it almost like an assassin. Like, I remember there was this one bit where, like, the assassin tries so hard to kill his target, but he ends up killing everyone else, unfortunately, all around him.
Yeah.
Because again, like I said, with the Sanctuary spell, it's like you attack the thing, if you fail to save, you either have to direct your attack somewhere else, or you just lose it. So I just imagine like a monk walking through like a marketplace and assassin's like coming up with a bow, fires but fails to save. It's
like just kills someone behind him.
And it kills somebody behind him. Like that's how I imagine this like all the time. It's awesome. Last but certainly not least, you have your peak capstone ability for this subclass known as Quivering Palm. Now this thing is pretty busted and crazy, honestly. Once again, one of the few monk abilities that requires you to use more than one key point, and honestly, it's only 3.
Yeah, you have 20, at 17th level you have 17 key points.
Yeah. So it's pretty crazy. You can do this multiple times. So, 70th level, you gain the ability to set up lethal vibrations in someone's body. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 3 key points to start these imperceptible vibrations, which last for a number of days equal to your monk level, which would be 17 days. The vibrations are harmless unless you use your action to end them. To do so, you and the target must be on the same plane of existence. Just the same plane. When you use this action, the creature must make a Constitution saving throw. If it fails, it is reduced to 0 hit points. If it succeeds, it takes 10d10 necrotic damage. Ridiculous. That's nasty.
Yeah. It's my favorite thing is I've always thought that you could like get into a bar fight the night before and then you just like hang out. You could like go talk to them and act like everything's normal.
Yeah.
You could just be sitting in a room and you could just wave your hand, and they just fucking die.
They just die. Like, that's what I'm talking. I want to fight an ancient red dragon. I gotta get rid of all of its legendary resistances first. I'm aware of that, but I'll just stun it. I'll just keep stunning it, and that'll blow through those quick, most likely at that point. And after this, the legendary resistances are gone.
Yeah, you just kill it. It is
And
a con
again,
save.
it's a con, so they're gonna have a lot for sure.
You have to have a really good wisdom.
But I mean, that's at that level, like for sure, like you're gonna want to get your wisdom high, specifically also for this class because they utilize even more like
The
key
saving throws.
effects.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure, as a way of the open hand, that your wisdom is high,
Yeah.
maybe even arguably higher than your dex, honestly. But
Oh man, it's
here's the thing: even if it succeeds
It
on
still
the
takes
save,
10d10.
it's still 10d10 necrotic damage.
my problem is that I would make this an evil character and I just use it to
No,
kill people.
and here's the thing. It says nothing. It says nothing about the fact that like, guys.
You just have to make it unarmed attack.
Yeah, that's it.
Which you can choose to not do as much damage with if you want to go unlethal.
Honestly, again,
So you could get to like a fist fight.
Like I said, I feel like unarmored attack might even literally just be the equivalent of like how plane shift works. You, as long as you can touch him, and you succeed on like touching him and like getting through, you got it. Like
Yeah,
that's something like you can shake somebody's hand. Like, I feel like this would be a perfect assassination.
The problem is it does specify we have to hit a creature with an unarmed strike.
true.
Now there are DMs that will totally waive that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't think any DM's gonna be like, you have to punch him. Like, you know.
I kind of want to do that just to see what people would do with it.
Sure,
but
yeah, absolutely. Just like, hey, champ, you know, like, especially at 17th
You do
level.
1 damage.
At 17th level, yeah, you'll do a D10, but I mean,
But you can hold it back.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like I don't see any reason why you couldn't just be like, I'm just gonna do my strength, which, you know,
Yeah.
that's your normal unarmed strike. But to be fair,
It's
you can only have one creature under the effect of this feature at a time.
yeah.
However, you can also choose to end the vibrations harmlessly without using the action if
Why
you
would you
want.
do that?
I mean, maybe it's like, oh, you were charmed and didn't get rid of it with your calmness of mind, and you did it to one of your friends, and before you activated it, you got out, and you're like, oh, I'll just end that then.
Yeah. It's so great.
It's my favorite because, like, again, it has such a great. It's one of the 3 OG classes for 5th edition, and it has such a wonderful combination of both mechanics but also flavor that I love. That's why I love this. Not even because it's so overpowered in a lot of ways, but just because it has such great combination of the two. This is absolutely a class I would recommend beginners, even to monks, should and could take, because it's also all of their abilities are very straightforward. It's not super complicated. You just can do more cool stuff. But yeah, what is one monk class that you think sucks or is less great than some of the other ones? But
4 elements.
4 elements.
So for background though, and this is kind of the way the original 3 monk classes you could pick from were 4 elements, open hand, and long death.
Yeah.
Because long death had 2 iterations, because it was in Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide,
Yeah.
and then they did it again in Tasha's. Or no, not Tasha's. What was the second?
Mordenkainen's Tomofo?
No, the one before that.
Xanathar's Guide to
They
Everything?
read it in Xanathar's, which is when they added Drunken Master, Kensei, and Sun Soul, and I think Shadow. But the funny thing was your pick for baseline monk at the beginning was open hand, this weird one nobody played, and Way of the 4 Elements, and people love this class, not because it's good,
No.
but because it's so customizable.
It's so customizable.
but
Also,
it is
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
yes, that is entirely what this is based on.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
But the problem is that none of their effects are good.
No.
None of their effects are effective after 10th level.
Yeah, no,
You're-
it falls off exponentially.
Your thing, because you can do Cone of Cold at 17th level for 6 key points.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Like,
That's
whole
a
person
lot.
at 6th level with 3 key points. Like, yes, some of these things are cool. Stone Skin at 17th level, again, the problem is that most campaigns don't even get to these levels.
And again, Stone Skin at that point, like, it's just not. It's not worth
The
it.
only, like, cool, the only good things are, you get, like, Fangs of the Fire Snake, where you can increase your unarmed attacks up to 10 feet for that action, but Sun Soul exists now.
Yeah, Sun Soul and Dragon.
It's been completely outclassed. And it's just not very good. Some of these things are
I mean, they
cool.
tried to basically make it like they wanted to make it a blend between spellcaster and monk, and it they did not. Again, with how many key points, this has a lot of the stink of the Sorcerer on it, is the problem. The economy of your resource to your key management to the application of your corresponding abilities is just not equivalent at all at the corresponding levels. It just won't, it's not viable, unfortunately, for everything else. Again, this is literally like a sorcerer and a monk mixed together instead of it being like a sorcerer and a wizard mixed together, which is funny.
The real problem is that you don't get to pick that many.
Yeah, you don't get to pick that many. They cost way too much for your key points that you should just be using for Flurry of Blows, and arguably would be using for Flurry of Blows as well as Stunning Strike, as well as anything else.
And just the level requirements.
Because you'll also most likely have spellcasters that just outdo you in this way anyway.
Yeah, you can increase the spell level with other key points. But am I really at 11th level?
Why?
Am I really trying to spend 8 key points?
More than half.
To cast an upcasted fireball. That's everything I can do with my key points.
Literally, more than half your key points, and that one thing that, again, the wizard could just do.
They could cast 2 fireballs.
And they still have more fireballs. They use 1 spell slot to upcast their fireball.
They don't lose the original cast.
And then they can keep using their lower spell slots to keep casting fireball.
Yeah, it's just...
No, it's definitely not.
It's not scaled well.
No.
And it's also very complicated for no reason.
Like I said, well, because it's Magic. Magic is inherently complicated, and they did not have a good way of implementing this. Like,
no, it should have been like you get to pick a couple and
because they wanted
them. Like this.
They clearly wanted to flavor it very specifically on like Eastern, inspiration, and have all this like cool stuff, and this is what you can do with the die. And it's like,
well, look, if you look at this, you can't even. You get 11th level. You get Fireball as an example. You can only upcast it by 1 key point.
Yep.
You can't upcast it. The max you can cast for a spell is 6 key points.
Yep.
Like, it just doesn't... And, like, reading this, if I'm a new player, and I want to play a monk, this is
not the one.
Absolute shit show.
This is not the one to go
It's
for
hard
at
to
all.
read.
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's all
make
jumbled
sense.
up. It's not well put together.
Random completely.
You have to have way better, and by the time you get good at even reading your character sheet...
And you only get to pick a certain number of these, so...
Yeah, you don't get all of them.
So... You could pick the wrong one, you could just never be able to use it.
Yep, it would just not be applicable to almost any situation.
So you could either be super weak, have like one good one and another terrible one, or just like don't play this class.
You just shouldn't play the class.
Just play Ascended Dragon or Sun Soul.
Play Ascended Dragon, Sun Soul, just way better almost all around.
Or just play Drunk Master. Drunken Master's so fun.
Drunken Master's fun. Again, it's definitely not one of the best, mechanical, but it's just really fun. Everybody loves the Drunken Master. Everybody loves the Drunken Master.
It's super...
but essentially, that is the monk, just really getting to the meat of it. What's the word? Not decomposed, but it's been diagnosed. It's been
dissected.
Dissected. Yeah, that works. That's the one I think I'm thinking of. It's been dissected. All the rundown of that.
Deconstructed.
Deconstructed. That was the one. Deconstructed. Moving right along, however, we're gonna go ahead and get to the fighter. Everybody loves a good fighter, and if you don't know what you're talking about. Now, obviously, fighters have the whole. Infamy or the bias of being like the most basic B of all the classes, but I think me and my friend here, by the end of this, hopefully will change your mind. But for fighters, essentially, go ahead and take it from there, bud.
Fighters, perhaps the most diverse class of characters in the world of Dungeons and Dragons. Questing knights, conquering overlords, royal champions, elite foot soldiers, hardened mercenaries, and bandit kings. As fighters, they all share an unparalleled mastery with weapons and armor, and a thorough knowledge of the skills of combat. And they are well acquainted with death, both meting it out and staring it defiantly in the face.
Yep.
Fighters are, they are your bread and butter. But they are like the physical embodiment of combat.
They are.
In every aspect.
They steep themselves in it, they temper themselves, they master themselves, they are what you want in a fight.
I love fighters.
As the name.
They get a bad rap for being subpar on the roleplay
they get
aspects.
a bad for being just so basic and simple. But
to me, that means they're a blank slate.
No, I agree. And obviously, to be fair, yes, they are probably one of the best classes for a beginner to start with, because it is I feel like simplistic isn't quite the right word.
Straightforward.
They are exactly. That is exactly what I was going to say. Is they are straightforward.
Yeah, I would go barbarian.
And there's nothing wrong with straightforward. Like, you know, you are just good at killing and fighting everything.
That's a good thing.
And it's a great thing. But the cool thing being, too, is as opposed to some other classes, you still have a lot of diversity in terms of how you do that. You have access to every weapon because you have access to martial weapons and simple weapons. You have access to heavy armor as well. You have you
can play this as a tank.
You can do a tank. You could do a duelist. You could do a ranged damage deal. In fact, some fighters are way better archers than rangers are. Even and it's just again, one of my favorites, as we'll probably talk about later on, the subclass would be the samurai. Samurai is one of the best range damage dealers of any class in the game. But specifically, we'll start with the baseline of the fighter table. Level 1, you get your fighting style. Once again, this essentially is something that, me and Sam talked about before, like the paladin and you get a special ability that allows you to just fight.
They have access to more than any other class.
They do.
Because they get defense, archery, dueling, great weapon fighting, protection, 2-weapon fighting. They also now get access to thrown weapon fighting, blind fighting. They have whatever you're imagining you want your fighting style to be. They have something for you.
They do.
Whether you want to go defense focused, offense focused, you're all there. What kind of weapons you want to use all the time, it's there.
They got the second largest hit die in the game, a D10. They're gonna get badass constitution bonuses and stuff to that
strength
as well. Strength, so you're gonna have access to a lot of the really cool higher level items and weapons specifically, because most of the most badass powerful upper weapons are long swords in the game. I wish they did
for single hand combat.
Yeah, for single hand combat. But I mean, and even great swords for others. But I do wish that they would make that a little bit more diverse. But still, long swords, because they're versatile, so you can use 2 hands. You can use 1 hand, and then get a shield.
It's fun.
They're really great, man. But yeah, so as Sam said, your fighting style at this top, you get either archery, defense, dueling, great weapon fighting, protection, 2-weapon fighting. You will also get access to your second wind, which you're going to use throughout the entirety of your time as a fighter, which just gives you more health to keep on fighting.
Yeah, as a bonus action, you get a D10 plus your fighter level. Once you use this feature, you have to finish a short and long rest before you use it again. But
short or long rest.
Literally, from level 2, when you get it, to level 20.
Yeah.
It is a useful ability. I have played campaigns with a lot of high-level fighters, and it is used constantly.
Yeah, no. One of my friends, again, we're playing on our campaign. He's a fighter. Uses it almost every session or combat.
Yeah.
Because it also, at higher levels, depending on your subclass, can give you bonuses to your friends, or even give you more things to do on top of healing yourself.
Yeah. And then you also get the other most used ability by fighters, which is...
At level 2, Action Surge.
You can push yourself beyond your normal limits for a moment. On your turn, you can take 1 additional action.
This is the only class in the game that is able to give you an entirely new round of actions.
Yes. Now, the cool thing is, obviously, you have to finish a short or long rest once you use it.
Still, short rest.
And at 17th level, you can use it twice before a short rest, but only once in the same turn. Now, for most classes, an action is helpful. We all, we could say across the board, having Action Surge is great. For fighter, specifically when you get into the high levels, when you take your attack action, you can get up to 4 attacks on your turn.
4 attacks.
At what, 18th level or something?
Yeah, it's on your capstone.
Now, here's the cool thing. With Action Surge, it means you get to do it
the
all over again.
Full round of it. It's not like haste, where it's
one attack.
You get 1 attack, and even with the action that you get, you can only do attack, hide, or disengage, and an item interaction, basically. With Action Surge, you get the full action. And with that action, you get your full multi-attack. As Sam said, you can
use it for a bunch of other stuff.
You can. And again, it's a full real action again. And again, at 18th level, and even with certain subclasses and beyond, you could have a total of 8 attacks baseline. Yeah. Just the normal fighter stuff. With subclasses, you could do anywhere between 12 to, I think even some build I heard could do 16 attacks.
I don't know how that. I don't know where you get that one.
I don't know either. Like I don't remember the exact specifics, and I might be misremembering
Well, I know
the number.
for a fact you could do your 8 attacks, a hasted attack. If you're dual wielding, you get a bonus action attack. So that's already 10 attacks.
Yeah.
So
with I know specifically with Samurai, you can also, like, if you have advantage and you can automatically give yourself advantage with certain abilities, you then can get another attack on a separate creature, which will then give you 11 attacks.
Yeah.
And then I know that there's also, like, with the Echo Knight fighter,
yeah,
you can make
Echo Knight is one.
You can make your Echo literally attack, like, so that would give you, I think, also like 4 more attacks essentially. So you could get 12 like that. But we'll get into that a little later. Continuing on. You get your martial archetype, your subclass at 3rd level, as with most things. Again, a huge wide array and assortment of great subclasses for the fighter. Honestly, very diverse, super juicy. Continuing on from there, at 4th level, all you really get is your ability score. 5th level, you get your juicy extra attack. As I said, this is where things start to get interesting. But the number of these attacks, however, unlike other classes, increases to 3 when you reach 11th, and then 4 when you reach 20. So 20th, your capstone ability is 4 attacks. To be fair, though, that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot. Your action economy is pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Especially if you're running something like a big old fucking sword, no shield, you're just going full offense.
Yeah, you're just going full offense. Like, you're going to rip through most things.
Yeah, you can do a lot of damage.
Like, again, at 20th level, now you can technically do what the monk could do at 5th level, but with just 1 action. Don't have to spend any resources.
Well, it's also the fact that your damage die is way better.
That's true.
Especially
or at least, it certainly should be. At that level, you should have, like, a badass, incredible weapon to help bolster this particular 20th level ability. But with 9th level, you get Indomitable. Another one that you're going to use a lot. Literally, just if you fail a saving throw, you can just re-roll that. So you just get an advantage on your any saving throw that you fail. So you know that you failed. That's the thing.
And that's for once per long rest until you get 13th level. You can do it twice, and at 17th level you can do it 3 times between long rests.
So essentially,
it's
like,
not flashy.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
But it works.
The fighter is not a flashy like class almost for any of them really. Some of them are a little bit flashier, like the Psy Warrior, but like overall, it's just so straightforward and it's just so manageable. Like it's just like you just can do things great.
Yeah, the only other things they get after this is extra attacks.
Yep.
But the thing is you also get more ASIs than every other class, so you get to increase your abilities or take a feat more than any other class.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Twice or 3 times more, depending on the class?
Yeah, I believe it's like,
ridiculous.
It can be like 3 times more. And then again, not even including certain classes just give you bonuses to stats themselves as well, or even saving throws and the like. Like,
yeah, I mean you won't get any like bonuses to dex or anything. Like you don't get like a full number increase, but you get different proficiencies, different things you're good at.
You can get tons of feats too, which help supplement things. Like, you know,
fighters are a feat-heavy class.
They absolutely can be, because again, that also allows them to just not be as what people might argue basic. You can give them magic adept or apprentice magic or whatever.
I mean, I love that you think that way, but if I'm playing a fighter, it's great weapon fighting.
Oh yeah,
Sentinel,
but you can we just talked. You can get tons of those.
Polearm Master.
Shut up, Sam.
And then I'm gonna take all the rest of it, and I'm just gonna throw all the rest of my ASIs into Dex, Con.
Screw you.
Strength and Con.
Oh, God, you're disgusting. You're a disgusting human being.
I'm gonna kill everyone.
You're a disgusting human. But you know, everybody's gonna kill you because they're all gonna focus on you. You got one out. You got one reaction for that Polearm Master crap, and that means nothing at that point.
Yeah.
And then you just.
Once I get to you, though, you're
just gonna die. Yeah.
Mage Slayer. I'm gonna take.
God. The mage will never stay near you. The mage will always.
But what if I get to you? You're screwed.
Yeah.
So your movements.
Regardless, let's go ahead and talk about the archetypes, the subclasses.
What's your favorite, Adam?
My favorite probably would be the newly Matt Mercer original, probably the Echo Knight. I like this one a lot. Because
now, if you have to pick one that isn't from a third party,
I would say non-third party one. Samurai is the one I was saying before. Like, Samurai and Echo Knight, I think, are my 2 favorites of the fighter. To be fair, I love Psy Warrior a lot, too.
Yeah, I want to stay away from the Echo Knight and the Gunslinger, because those are both overpowered. They just
Gunslinger, depending, is...
You look at me and tell me that it's not a better version of the Battlemaster.
Yeah,
In terms of raw numbers,
again,
it is ridiculous.
Depending on how there are a couple of factors that are in play that could potentially make the Gunslinger either like ridiculously OP or woefully underwhelming. Like they're like,
you have to give him a good weapon.
Good weapon, but also like if it's not magical, for instance, that instantly shuts that down.
Yeah. Now, I mean, would you say as a DM, when people start getting like and
also the whole allocation of ammunition thing too. So
yeah, that's another thing to talk about. Me personally, I don't like focusing on ammunition. For a gunslinger, I would.
I don't either.
I would focus on that. I think you can still scrounge things. There's a point where all of my players will have access to magic weapons, because it's not fair. It's just not fair to be like, hey, people that deal magic damage inherently, they just get to do that.
Yeah.
And now, you as a fighter or like a ranger,
a lot of things at higher level will be immune to non-magic damage,
or they just take half. But like you've been fighting crazy things, you're gonna find magic weapons.
I mean, I would also agree with you, but like I said, there is that aspect to the gunslinger where it's like, to be fair, how it's depicted in its stat block is like there are a lot of things that are like it doesn't actually build it with the like the thing in mind of being like, oh yeah, you get magic weapons now, like unless you get like +1 weaponry and stuff.
I would say it would be intrinsically harder for a gunslinger to get a magic weapon. Then again,
I have to make one with Artificer or something.
You take the gun out of their hands, they're still a fighter.
They are, but they're not as good a fighter, depending on what they have.
What they spec into, yes, you're correct.
So like I said, it's a little bit either way. Echo Knight is definitely pretty busted in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I still think, for me, it's still Gunslinger's still really good though.
I like Gunslinger, but again, like it's very circumstantial in a lot of ways how you choose to run the campaign and such. But regardless, my favorite, like I would say, like non-third party would be the Samurai. I would say with honestly, Rune Knight is really cool too. But probably Psy Warrior as the second.
I love
Samurai. Samurai is a fighter who draws on an implacable fighting spirit to overcome enemies. The Samurai's resolve is nearly unbreakable, and the enemies in the Samurai's path have two choices: yield or die fighting. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So, essentially, Samurai features 3rd level. You get bonus proficiencies, which just helpful.
We love it.
You just get good at more skills. And for these skills, you can either get History, Insight, Performance, or Persuasion. Because one thing you should be aware of with this subclass, you're gonna want to spec into I believe, is it Charisma or it's Wisdom or Charisma? I guess I think there's a bit of both. There's a bit of Wisdom and Charisma in here. But I'll tell you again, at 3rd level, once more, another aspect that you get is Fighting Spirit. Your intensity in battle can shield you and help you strike true. As a bonus action on your turn, you can give yourself advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of the current turn. You just get advantage. Like you get the rogue's newest like aiming, but you can still move, and you gain 5 temporary hit points on top of that, and the number of hit points increases when you reach certain levels in the class. So you become more tanky. You can hit better and still move.
You get to use it 3 times. That doesn't change. It starts at 3, ends at 3, but still.
It might be a long rest until you get all of them back. That's luck points.
Still.
It's literally luck points that give you bonus stuff.
Just take
next thing, at 7th level, you get Elegant Courtier. Your discipline and attention to detail allow you to excel in social situations. So whenever you make Charisma Persuasion check, you get a bonus to check equal to your Wisdom modifier. So yeah, this is going to be a Wisdom heavy, specifically. So you want to, probably similar to the Monk, actually exactly like the Monk, you want to do Strength, Wisdom, and Con for this one.
For me, it's Strength, Con, Wisdom. You gotta be a beefy boy.
To be fair, you probably should, as a fighter, be more specifically Strength, Con, Wisdom, since the Wisdom is something that is more of a bonus thing that will help you. But obviously, to your Persuasion, if you already have proficiency with Persuasion from your just bonus proficiency ability, you're already going to be really good at that. And you technically still add your Charisma to that along with your Wisdom now. So you don't even really need to spec your Wisdom super high.
No, it's just adding. You're adding a little bit here, a little bit there.
Like you just get so many sources from it that you're just going to be good at Persuasion. Your Self-Control, however, also gives you proficiency in Wisdom saving throws. And that's huge for fighters. Fighters specifically have strength and dex.
Con.
Or strength and con as their proficiency saves. But either way, like they now have access to probably the most used saving throw
Wisdom.
in the game, which is wisdom. And that's crazy, and especially great for fighters because you're not normally going to spec too much into it, obviously, because wisdom, perception, you're probably going to want to be able to perceive a lot of stuff, but still, that is awesome.
And if you're me, and you're a terrible human being, and you took your variant human, you have an odd score in wisdom or dex, or not wisdom or like intelligence or charisma, and you took resilient to get your +1 and proficiency in the saving throw already, it allows you to, if you already have wisdom proficiency, you can throw it onto intelligence or charisma.
Yeah.
Which means you could at level 7 have 4 proficient saving throws. Yeah. It's terrible, and I love it.
Yeah, it's just so awesome. Again, it's not quite as good as the monk.
But this is early.
But
it's a numbers game.
Yeah, but again, it's earlier on, and honestly, that's really the only one you really need. Really,
that's the only other class that gives you all proficiencies, and that's at like what 14th?
No, it's 14th level. It's in game for sure, upper level stuff.
This is a mid-level campaign where you're already
7th
good.
level that he gets this, and I
already
love
good.
it. You also, if you already have this proficiency, you instead gain proficiency in intelligence or charisma saves.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so even if you already got it, like you just said, like you just get a bonus one.
Now you have 4 proficient saving.
You have 4 proficient saving throws at 7th level.
That's great.
Awesome. Now, 10th level, you get Tireless Spirit. When you roll initiative, had no use of Fighting Spirit, you just get 1 back.
It's great.
It's Monk's.
This is great.
It's Monk's key points at 10th level. At half the level.
You get 1 because you have it 3 times.
Yeah, and at a long rest, so you're always gonna have at least 1 use of it, meaning you'll always be able to get your temporary hit points
and your 1 round of
advantage, or at a higher level. At starting at 15th level, Rapid Strike. Starting at 15th level, you'll enter trade accuracy for Swift Strike. If you take the attack action on your turn and have advantage on an attack roll against one of the targets, you can forgo that advantage to instead attack an additional target with a weapon attack as part of the same action. So if you have advantage on one creature, you can instead take that die that you get and just take it to a different creature to attack again. So you can just spread it out more if you need to.
So now you could have at 11th level, you have 3 attacks normally. You could just have 4 instead of 3 with advantage. Now, me personally, I just take the advantage. But the cool thing about this is if you have more than 1 use of this, you can use all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So you could technically have
with your Fighting Spirit, you could attack freaking let's see,
at 20th level 7 times without any bonuses.
No,
you get haste. That's 8 times.
No, 20th level you could attack even more so because you just get the +4 without using action surge. I should say. Yeah,
don't use it. Not yet.
Not yet. You get an extra 4, so you get 11.
Well, you have 3 because you can only do it 3 times. You only have 3 uses of it
Well, yeah, no, because again, it would be like you said, it'd be 7 because you get the 4 plus the 3, which would be 7, and then if you used action surge,
8 plus 3, so it's 11.
Yeah,
haste is 12.
Yep.
If you're dual wielding, you can use this one is.
Yeah, it's a bonus action to use your Fighting Spirit.
So yeah, you could have 12 attacks in a turn.
Yeah. And then last but not least, starting at 18th level, you get your Strength Before Death feature. Your Fighting Spirit can delay the grasp of death. You take damage that reduces you to 0 hit points and doesn't kill you outright. You can use a reaction to delay falling unconscious and immediately take an extra turn, interrupting the current turn. So if you literally go down, you can just say like, I'm doing my thing real quick. And basically probably attack potentially up to 12 times
if
maybe.
You haven't used anything.
Yeah. While you have 0 hit points during that extra turn, taking damage causes death saving throws failures as normal, and 3 death save throws will still kill you. But when the extra turn ends, you fall unconscious if you still have 0 hit points. So, here's the thing. You could get 0 hit points, take your turn, drink a potion, and not fall unconscious.
Yeah. It's a weird one because this, to me, is one of those, this is my final stand. And I love that.
Yeah. It's an amazing capstone ability.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's not as good as the Zealot Barbarian.
No,
but to me, flavor-wise, is an impeccable ability. I mean, you can't touch this. This is fantastic. If I was running a campaign, high-level campaign, I had a samurai that's you take an attack, you hit 0 hit points. He goes, I have 1 more turn.
Yeah,
that's one of those you're like, oh,
and
yes.
but the coolest thing that breaks a lot of other stuff is you interrupt the current turn.
Yeah.
So you stop as soon as you hit 0 hit points. You're literally like, nope. Like you temporarily stop. Everything like you're like whoa, hang on. You like take out a potion, just
See that I would never use that.
All right, let's go. Like,
I love when my characters die doing the things that they're supposed to do.
Sure,
I would use that to attack.
It's definitely
even if
awesome.
I'm not gonna win.
Yeah,
I do not care.
No, but my point being is you could do that.
Oh yeah.
Like it's
That's
I find the flavor of that absolutely hysterical. You can just literally like be like wait.
And technically, if you play in my campaign, which
It would be bonus action for me.
yeah. Same.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I would do that. I'd be like, wait, hold on. All right, cool. Ah! Let's go. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please, continue. Like, that's awesome.
It's a great ability.
It's a great class. It's a great subclass, man. I love it so much. It's so much fun. Because it also gives you a little bit more, like, RP and utility.
You're so committed to what you're doing. Like,
it's just
the
bonus proficiency. It is so great. So yeah, what's one of your favorite fighter?
It's really hard for me.
Subclasses.
I've never played a Cavalier. I've watched someone play a high level Cavalier, and I really do enjoy what that class brings to the table. You have to have a DM that's going to give you a mount.
That's what I was going to say. They're super situational.
Now, if someone came to my table and said, "I'm going to play a Cavalier," I'd give them a magic item that lets them summon a mount at a certain level, because your class is built on having.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's. I agree. Like the Cavalier is cool, but they're so situational.
Again,
it's like if you're in like a cave and stuff like that, it's like it's hard to justify. Like
it was in our redo of the Rise of Dragons campaign.
Uh-huh.
It was Starn, the dwarf Cavalier. We gave him a hat that let him summon his magic flying horse. We were already like level 15.
Okay.
And it was one of those things that he said, I wouldn't play this from level 1.
And to be fair, he's smaller, so he could probably justify having like a smaller mount too.
It was a horse.
Like,
it was just a horse. It was a normal horse. He could fly. We gave him magic horseshoes. It was great.
Sure.
The thing was, he could summon him like 4 times a day.
Yeah.
And
I think that's, that's
and it was,
fair.
to me, it didn't feel overpowered.
Yeah.
The thing was, I mean, it's very much about fighting with your mount. You can keep your mount from taking damage, but it still takes damage.
It's nice.
It can still take damage.
It can, but it gives you. I mean, it was very similar to like the feat, mounted combat. Which,
He took mountain combat.
Yeah, mountain combat. Well, mountain combat is the thing I think that allows you to keep your steed from taking damage, which is super helpful. Obviously,
This would not be my pick, though. My pick, I'm going to go a little classic on you, a little OG fighter.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's Eldritch Knight.
All right. No,
I know you're a big fan of
one of my favorites,
of the fighting spellcasting thing.
Yeah.
This to me is what the way of the 4 elements monk should have been.
Yeah.
Is it great compared to some of the newer classes? Maybe not.
It depends. Like
Maybe
I
not.
said, I feel like
damage wise, no.
I would say it's in the similar vein like the Arcane Trickster that I talked about in the first video, which seriously, you should go check that out.
It is. We're gonna keep doing that.
Absolutely.
It is deceptively effective if you do it the right way.
That's my point. Absolutely.
It has
maybe even with some slight like homebrewy, flavor.
You just get some good weapons and you're fine. So my favorite thing about this, it is spellcasting.
Yep.
So it's a little bit weird in terms of how you
a little bit more diversity.
You're a quarter caster, not a half, right?
Not quite a half caster. No, you're more of a quarter caster overall, but you get access because you get access to a wizard spell list, similar as the Arcane Trickster, which gives you a lot more diversity as well already.
It does.
And it also gives you a lot of access to a lot of spells that are very complementary to you as a fighter.
Now here's the problem. You get your max at 20th level and 19th level, you have 1 4th level spell slot. That is it.
Yep.
Now you do get some like Mystic Arcanum style, like you have a couple...
No, same as the Arcane Trickster. Like
you have a couple like extra spells. But for me, the reason I like this so much is, 1, the weapon bond.
The weapon bond is super awesome. I love that.
At 3rd level,
flavor-wise,
you get a ritual that creates a magical bond between yourself and 1 weapon. You perform this ritual over a course of an hour. It can be done during a short rest. The weapon must be within your reach. Fine. Once you are bonded, you cannot be disarmed with that weapon unless you're incapacitated. Even if you are stunned, someone cannot take that weapon from you. If it is on the same plane of existence, you can summon that weapon as a bonus action on your turn, causing it to teleport instantly to your hand.
It's literally like the
Warlock.
Yeah, the Warlock's Hexblade.
You can have up to 2 bonded weapons, but you can only summon them 1 at a time with your bonus action. If you attempt to bond with a third, you must break the bond with one of the other 2. Fine. I use this in the most dastardly way. In Rise of Tiamat,
summon it inside of a person?
No. I did do that once.
Yeah.
But there's Hazaron, which is the created magical evil sentient blade from the Black Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
It does like 4d6 damage.
That's awesome.
Plus 2d6. It does like 8d6 damage once you're fully attuned to it.
Yep.
It's evil.
Oh
It
yeah,
can
no,
corrupt you.
I remember Hazaron, yeah.
It's terrible.
I'm familiar with Hazaron.
Now, they gave me this weapon.
Yeah.
Because I was there, and they were like, well, you can use it, because you're a big dude. And I was like, sure. And I took it, and I studied it, and I bonded with it, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And it corrupted me.
It would.
And I went basically haywire. They had to subdue me.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And they said, you need to get rid of this. Now, none of them knew what my bonded weapon thing was.
Yeah, so
I was like,
we
were on a boat. I threw it into the ocean.
Yeah.
We were in the middle of like the Arctic Ocean area. I just threw it in the ocean. And I was like, I'll use something else. I'm sorry. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
I did keep true to my promise.
Absolutely.
But we were in a life or death situation.
No, bring it back.
Fighting something that was going to kill us.
Yeah.
And I had this moment where I was like, I looked at the whole party. I'm like, some people were going down, whatever. I was like, I'm so sorry.
I'm very sorry.
And I had a flame tongue, and I tucked it. I turned it off, tucked it into my belt, and I ran at the dragon we were fighting. And they're all like, "What are you doing? You have no weapon." And I just put my hands up like this, and I went to go swing down, and it appeared, and I fucking decapitated the thing.
Yep.
Again, this class is not. On paper, does not look fun, but you get war magic. Well, we look at things the same way.
Yeah.
7th level, war magic. When you use your action to cast a cantrip, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. Now, depending on what level you are, this can be really fun.
Oh,
because you can like Booming Blade or Green Flame Blade, and then also still attack normally.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Booming
attack
Blade,
twice. Because you can attack twice. Even though technically you would still have multi attack with the normal, but again, having that extra bit of magic infused, you can still technically do your double attack. And at this level, like a lot.
At 11th level becomes a little bit obsolete depending on the weapon you're using.
The weapon you're using, as well as your spells, action economy, and whatnot.
It's a little difficult.
Depending, because again, there are not a lot of bonus actions that like you're necessarily going to take as the Eldritch Knight, and so it's like casting a spell, especially at like 11th level, because you're gonna have some decent spell slots at that time.
This is only cantrips.
Yeah, so like you could cast some decent spell slots at this time.
For me, at 7th level until about 11th level, when you get your 3rd attack, this is usable. After that, it's a little bit harder, but it keeps you in pace.
But again, it still gives you more options, because again, you can still cast a spell and then still attack.
Well, no, this one's different. So this
that's true. Yeah,
you have to use it. It's specifically cantrips.
But you do get, I guess I should say, you get access maybe to more long range stuff too, like magical long range, which is helpful.
Yeah, it's fun. At 10th level, Eldritch Strike, you learn how to make your weapon strikes undercut a creature's resistance to your spells. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, that creature has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes against a spell you cast before the end of your next turn. This is fun too.
It sets you up for your next turn, which is nice.
At 15th level, Arcane Charge. You gain the ability to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space when you use your action Surge. You can teleport before or after the additional action.
That's awesome.
And then at 18th, Improved War Magic. Starting at 18th level, when you use your action to cast a spell, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action.
So yeah, see, at 18th level, you can now attack and cast a spell.
I will admit, this subclass does suffer from being an early subclass. It's one of the original 3 fighter subclasses from 5th edition.
True.
I still love it. Being able to be a fighter, D10 hit die, loads of constitution, heavy armor, shield. You are fucking buff. You don't take damage. If you do, you can just take it.
You can take it.
There are 2 spells that you can take right when you get this class at 1st level, and that is shield and absorb elements.
I know, that's what I'm saying. The shield itself is already
shield is great.
Insane.
Now, if you're like me, and you like just fucking with people, you take Booming Blade, you take Absorb Elements, and you get hit with something like a fireball or a firebolt or whatever.
Just coat your sword.
You absorb it.
You
have a sword. You get a sword that already deals elemental damage, like Frostbane, or a homebrew sword or something. Now your sword does regular damage, fire damage, bonus damage based on whatever you got hit, and Booming Blade, which is thunder damage, and they can't move. Like, it's not the most effective. Is it really fun to play?
It's an awesome way of trying to get around resistances, and it's a good, again, super flavor wise. You coat your entire weapon in a myriad of elements.
You're a fighter with a little bit more fun.
You want to know something else though that's super funny? 20th level, you have a max of 13 spells.
Yeah,
that you can know.
Yeah,
Sorcerers have 15.
Yeah,
as spellcasters.
Yeah.
These are quarter casters. Sorcerers are full casters.
Yeah. We can't keep talking about Sorcerer. This was the last one. I'm going to say we can go on to what we think is just an unfortunate class.
I mean, I already know what you're going to say,
Yeah.
so why don't you go ahead and say yours?
It's going to be Purple Dragon.
Yeah, it's Purple Dragon.
And here's the problem with that. I feel like this, when it was first put out, was a really cool idea. The problem is...
I mean, it's a dragon. It's a dragon of the name.
The problem is that it's a region-specific background.
It is.
Yes, you can adapt it to anything you play.
You can.
It suffers very heavily from what seems to be almost half a subclass. Because it was like bonus material, because it was in Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, it was just like, look, new thing.
It gets
and
added
it was the
features
same
of
thing
the
that happened
area.
with every other subclass that they put in this book originally. And every one of those subclasses has been re-updated in Tasha's, or Mordenkainen's, or Xanathar's, except for this class and the Undying Warlock. Those are the two. They just don't have enough. They're not good enough.
So bad.
And to me, you can make this work. It can be fine. It can be fun. Fighter's a good class anyway. It doesn't rely as much on...
I was going to say, my buddy is playing a Purple Dragon Knight in our campaign.
Yeah. You're fine.
And he's
I have no problem with this.
Yeah, I mean, yes, again, like I said, we are beefed up to the nines, to be fair.
To me, this needs a boost.
He is the one that goes down
it needs
most of us.
It's trying to do this, like, you play a video game where you play, like, a knight that's, like, a rallying cry, like, all my friends near me get bonuses. Paladin does it better.
I wish, well, not even just Paladin, Bard. Like, I wish they had made it more of, like, a bardic...
Just play College of Swords Bard.
College of Swords Bard.
Valor.
Yeah,
Valor
College of Valor.
This is shitty Valor Bard.
It is a shitty Valor Bard.
And like, I love it based on, like, the background and, like, all this stuff. And if you go full into that Sword Coast, like, you're playing that campaign, and you're like, I am a Purple Dragon
That's
Knight.
what I'm saying, because it gets you bonus, like, flavor stuff.
It's so good for that.
As a knighthood and
I totally play this
like
class.
Royal Envoy, like you get proficiency in like the persuasion skill.
Yeah.
If you're proficient in persuasion, you gain proficiency in either animal handling, insight, intimidation, or performance.
It's a Knight of Knights.
Like it is.
It's a super.
And even then, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check that you use persuasion, so you get expertise in persuasion.
One thing. It's just one of those. It's like that. It's that night you meet at the bar that like everyone fucking loves this guy.
Yeah.
Like I would play this subclass. It's a little bit weak. Is really how I look at it.
It is. It's just not. It's not meaty enough. They didn't give
compared to the new ones, even compared to the remastered
even compared
ones.
to old ones and remastered ones.
Even like to me, what's your least favorite? I'm intrigued by this.
I mean, like you said, it's hard. Like the Purple Dragon Knight, in terms of effectiveness, is definitely down there.
Yeah, because I know some people hate Champion. I think Champion's fine.
No, I think Champion is okay. Again, Champion gets the improved critical. You gotta love and appreciate that.
It's literally just, I swing my sword.
Yeah, I'm just really good at that. I mean, I will say, like, Battlemaster is fun. Like, I appreciate Battlemaster, too.
I like Battlemaster.
Because I made a Battlemaster as, like, I feel like, again, it does need a little bit of a bump.
Maybe, but I like ranged Battlemaster.
Yeah,
you just play trip shot all day. You just trip people with arrows all day.
Like, Arcane Archer probably isn't awesome.
It's a rough one. The first thing it needs, you should be able to use crossbows.
Yes,
so
you should.
In every one of my games,
to be a bow.
In every one of my games, you can do both.
Yeah, because like that, I would say maybe for me, I think Arcane Archer is probably the one that I'm like, because again,
Arcane Archer is only really good if you're using it as a secondary, like if you're multi-class.
Yeah, if you're multi-class, but then you still have to get 3 levels of that, obviously, and so it's like, but it can be viable, but yeah, like usually only if it's bolstered by something else. So I'd probably say Arcane Archer would be my least favorite or lowest of the fighter classes, subclasses that they offer. It just doesn't, similarly to Purple Dragon, it just doesn't offer a lot in terms of like the leveling up, or even similar to the 4 Elements Monk. It's the same kind of concept.
What they want, you only get 2 shots a day.
Yep.
Or 2 shots of rest, and the shots.
It doesn't increase either. Like
you never increase. Here's the other thing.
Like you can have some cool stuff.
But they don't scale.
They don't.
They don't scale.
You can have like a secret arrow, which is cool. You
even just the bursting arrow and stuff. It's just extra damage.
Banishing arrow, like it's extra damage, but
curve shot's cool.
They just don't.
I like curve shot.
It's just not enough. Like it's just not enough.
It's not raw damage, and it's not raw.
There's nothing about it that has anything that allows it to shine. Like it falls short in almost every way. So I would say Arcane Archer would be my least.
I'm comfortable with that. I love Arcane Archer, but I can't disagree.
I do too. Like I'm like. It's a really cool thing in theory.
It doesn't scale well.
But it doesn't scale. It falls off very,
very
quickly.
You have I have a buddy who's playing. Well, the character's gone now. They got time warped. But it's an Arcane Archer Cleric multi-class.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome.
That's dope. That would be super cool.
I mean, this is our superpower campaign where everybody's really good.
Yeah.
So he's been given a couple items and things that like make him better. But even then, he uses it very well. He does a lot of damage. He can heal. He's not that far into fighter. He's mostly cleric at this point. At the beginning, it was like an even mix. Now it's not.
That's fair.
Yeah. As you were talking about, though.
Yeah.
It's something you class into. It's not something you take as your main thing.
You can't. It just isn't enough all on its own. It's definitely a more of a support subclass than anything else. But with that, that is essentially what you need to know about fighters, at least from our perspective and take.
I love fighter.
I do too.
I love it. Every time
they're
I
just
see
so cool.
they release a new subclass for fighter, and then I go and look at it, and I'm like, what would I be?
They're just so cool. Like I
Root Knight fighter, I want to play one so bad. Flavor-wise, they're not even that good, but flavor.
Yeah, no, honestly, I want to do a samurai. I really do want to do a samurai. I haven't had a chance to really do a samurai, but I want to do it. Because I made one. But, moving on from there, we're going to get to the next class on the list, and that is going to be another one of my favorites.
The class that ruined good-natured characters for me.
No, didn't ruin it,
Yeah.
Sam. You just made a tactical error, and you don't have to let it scar you. Druids. We're talking about druids.
I played to my character, and I died for that. No, I'm just kidding.
You did, and that's what happens. Make another druid who goes to Avenger. Make her sister her brother. You know, her same name. Just
Make the
slightly
same character
different.
again.
Just slightly different names. That's
Make
all.
the same character, different universe. I'm gonna do it. You can't
That's
stop.
what I've done. I've done that because I didn't have a chance to play him in our game, so I was like, I'm gonna play him in the other one because I want to play this character so bad.
How do you do that though?
I've not had an opportunity to do this. I need to fucking get this character going. Anywho, moving forward, druids. Druids revere nature above all, gaining their spells and other magical powers either from the force of nature itself or from a nature deity. Many druids pursue a mystic spirituality of transcendent union with nature rather than devotion to a divine entity, while others serve gods of wild nature, animals, or elemental forces. Whether on calling on the elemental forces of nature or emulating the creatures of the animal world, druids are an embodiment of nature's resilience, cunning, and fury. They claim no mastery over nature. Instead, they see themselves as an extension of nature's indomitable will.
Okay. I do want to make something very clear, because we did this for Cleric. Or we did this for Paladin, I think.
Yeah, we haven't gotten Cleric yet, but
Yeah,
we'll do the
we're
same
going
for
to
Cleric.
be doing the same thing for Cleric. There is a argument within this community, I think, for some people who either don't read or maybe haven't been playing as long, as to what the different magics are. And what that means. And we look at things like the arcane magic of wizards and sorcerers and warlocks.
sorcerers.
Although warlocks, a little bit different as well. They're eldritch magic.
They're primarily arcane based, too.
But the way they get their power is different. Now, for me, druid is considered a divine magic, like paladin and cleric, and bard technically kind of. But
Bard's actually its own separate thing.
it's it's so weird thing. There's an argument there as well.
Yeah. Bard is literally
the way I look
separate
at
thing.
the way I look at druid is, yes, you can look at a deity, but to me it's more about you gain your magics from the magic around you in nature,
Literally natural,
which is divine because it was created by them.
I mean, again, it's
in this universe. If you play homebrew, you can change whatever you want.
Literally can change whatever you want, of course. But I mean, that's always the argument being in case, right? It's
That's
like,
how I look at it, at least.
Cool, because it's also like a matter of, I've been asking, like, okay, well then, what created the weave? Then that arcane practitioners...
Corellia. No.
Coraline? No, technically Mistra, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Or Mistral, whatever. But even she did, technically. She wasn't even the one that did make it.
No.
I think technically, I guess technically it was like Saloon and Shar when they were like still one being that maybe created it.
There's so many different...
It's hard to say for certain.
And
but
if you play homebrew, it doesn't even matter.
No, it doesn't. And then Shar also has the thing of like, oh, she made the dark weave or whatever. So either way, point being,
I just like to look at druids getting their magic a little bit differently.
I agree. I personally...
Closer to a cleric, in my opinion.
Personally feel it's definitely closer to a cleric in a sense, but I personally feel that druids, similarly to bards, as we'll talk about, does get their power from a separate source, almost like how the Avatar was initially explained before Korra screwed everything up.
haven't seen it.
That's fine. I don't.
I know.
I feel like druids usually, they, like Sam said, they gain their abilities and their magic literally from the will of whatever planet or area that they are in. Like they're literally attuned to that area, to the natural energy and forces. Has nothing necessarily to do with like a conscient, sentient god that's like providing. They can get their powers, but even then, I still feel it's usually from nature deities, from deities who again also are like
not super one-on-one.
No, they very much believe in like the essence of the planet, the will of the planet itself. They believe in like leaving things to the natural order, not necessarily interfering directly themselves.
Love it.
And that's why I feel like druids get their power not directly from any like sentient deity like clerics. And I guess there's also a bit of an argument or discussion on whether or not paladins technically get it directly from them either, but not like, you know, clerics or warlocks would from their patrons.
It's like a direct line.
Yeah, and so because even then, because warlocks can technically get, you know, magic from gods and such, but still be arcane, for instance. So I mean, I would say
they're just, their magic works different.
Their magic is different, and I personally do feel like the nature of it is because it is specifically called natural magic or nature magic rather than like divine magic. But it is technically closer.
It's considered divine in terms of sage advice and like the people that made the game. I like to think of it this way: to basic, it's intrinsic because of them. This is something that they do, but their magic is not theirs.
Yeah.
They have an intrinsic affinity.
Yeah, I mean, technically, everything in this game gets their magic from something. Yeah. Like that's kind of...
Except for wizards.
I mean, even wizards technically get their magic.
Because they're smart.
Well, but they also need to use the weave. Without the weave, they don't have it.
Oh, yeah, but the power's not theirs.
No.
They just have such an understanding of it. That's why I like the flavor of wizard.
Yeah, that's
why Sorcerer is so lame.
I mean, even with Sorcerers can't do shit without the weave either. They just...
No, but they don't know.
No,
they just know.
They don't know. They're just able, because they're enmeshed in the weave. They can bend the weave almost subconsciously.
Yeah,
like they just, they still get their power from something. The weave is arcane. You know, gods and goddesses are divine, and then like, you know, nature of the world are druids.
They're kind of in between. They're like a combo.
A little bit.
Combo.
A little bit. They're a hybrid. They're hybrid.
Yeah, I love.
And hybrids save the planet, Sam. Hybrids save the planet. So, getting into the mechanics of druids.
I was not expecting that one.
Thank you. That's why I said it twice, because you didn't react at first, and I was like, hybrids.
No, you saw my fucking face at first. I was like,
I was like, hybrids save the planet. Be a part of the solution, not the problem, Sam. Be a druid today.
Hey, I recycle.
Hey. You're a druid, buddy.
I am.
You're on your way. You're an apprentice. You're an apprentice druid. Druids have a D8 hit dice. So they're decent. They're decent.
They're middle
bulky.
ground for spellcasters.
Yeah.
They're not wimpy like the Sorcerer or the Wizard.
No, Wizards
like
and
Bard
Sorcerer
and Warlock.
Yeah, they're Bard, Warlock. They're relatively bulky for sure. They have access to light and medium armor and shields, although specifically there is a flavor thing that druids will not wear armor or use shields made of metal, though there's no technical rule about this.
Yeah, I don't know about y'all. While I don't really have any druids using weapons made out of metal.
Not usually. Because you just don't.
Armor's armor, and there's no caveat saying they can't.
That's what I'm saying.
They will not normally.
I agree, and there's nothing to keep your DM from just giving you like freaking wooden armor that's magic, like bark skin type.
I'm also like, I like the flavor because it's stuff like, because their weapons are clubs, daggers, darts, javelins, maces, quarterstaffs, scimitars, sickles, slings, and spears.
It's like natural stuff.
You make them out of bones and rocks and stuff.
And they can use daggers. Daggers, you know, but also be metal. I think metal daggers are fine.
Just use bone
too,
if you really want to be flavorful.
Sure. I mean, bone isn't as, you know, but I also feel like there are natural metals. You know, like they're like copper
or you know, like old tribes people in this country and the one below it, you use things like obsidian.
Exactly. Obsidian, which is awesome. Those are dope things.
Crystals.
Yeah, magic. Crystals. Magic stuff. But anyway, they also get herbalism kit as a tool proficiency, which is awesome, as they should. They get intelligence and wisdom for their saving throws, just like wizards. Yep.
It's a good one.
They're two of the best saving throws, intellectual-wise. They're, you know, or mental stat-wise, because there's not going to be a ton of charisma saves for a minute.
No, but I like it.
No, but it's good. It works, and it makes sense for them. They get skills from Arcana, Animal Handling, Insight, Medicine, Nature, Perception, Religion, and Survival. Just take Perception, for sure. Obviously, probably Insight. Just take Perception and Insight. You're not really gonna do much.
Make sure you take Perception.
Make sure you take Perception. And again, you're gonna use Perception and Insight the most, I would say, of all of these.
I guess if you want to play
Because
non-perceptive.
you're not really going to increase your intelligence a ton. You don't need to.
You can play a non-perceptive druid.
No,
though.
you can't.
I've done it.
No, you can't.
That was the character I played.
Then you're.
I took nature and medicine.
Why? Why?
Because that was my character.
Why would you take nature? Nature is intelligence.
Because I wanted to be good at it.
You don't. Okay.
I wanted
Just-
to look
just
at leaves and be like, oh, this is
At
a
least
tree.
take survival. Good lord.
I got it from my background. Survival of animals.
No reason for you to take nature, Sam. Jesus.
You don't get to tell me what to do.
I didn't tell you there's no reason
the
for
next
it.
thing that they get, which I do love this, it's slightly better than the Thieves' Cant, in my opinion, is Druidic.
It's fun.
You know Druidic, the secret language of Druids. You can speak the language and use it to leave hidden messages. You and others who know this language automatically spot such a message.
Use
Others
it.
spot the message presence with a successful DC 15 Wisdom Perception check.
Wow, look at that.
But can't decipher it without magic.
You wouldn't be able to see those hidden messages from your
I could
fellow...
automatically see it because I speak Druidic. Now, here's my favorite thing about this. It's flavor, and it's a way to leave secret messages for other weird nature hermits throughout the world.
It's true.
Because you can't even know what it means without magic anyway.
No.
So, I love this. With my shitty druid, I used to leave messages all over the place. Most of them are completely nonsensical.
Druidic is fun
It's
and
fun.
everything. I mean,
It's better than
again,
Thieves' Cant.
I don't know. It depends. Like
They're
Thieves,
both interesting.
Thieves Cant is going to technically probably be more applicable in any city that you're in, which you most likely will
Are you
be.
telling me that I could leave druidic messages and other druids wouldn't necessarily see them in a bustling city? Because why would they be there? How dare you?
I'm just saying, you know, I don't know exactly, unless you have like a full party of druids and rangers, how often and for long periods of times. Yeah, no, it'd be
Nature
fun.
Force.
Yep, Nature Force. That would be fun. I'd be down for it, bud. I'd be down for it.
Nature Force.
Spell casting. Drawing the divine essence of nature itself. See, bit of a connection there. You can cast spells and shape that essence to your will. So that's for your spell
They're
casting.
a preparation spellcaster.
Similar to wizards and clerics, and like again, these are the three, as I call them, like
Different from wizards.
yeah, they're different, but
Technically, they're more similar to paladins and clerics. Because paladins,
yes. Paladins also have access, but yeah, they are the three like I call them, like, you know, yeah, prime spellcasters.
Yeah,
is what I was
so
saying in
they
the
have
first
access to
video.
their full
Go check
list.
it out. They have access to their full list of spells, same as clerics, right from jump, according to what level of spell slot they have, of course. But obviously also, like, specifically though, like wizards and clerics, they can have a certain number of spells prepared based on their wisdom modifier. That is something that helps them have more spells. So the higher your wisdom, not only increases your attack rolls, your saving throw DC, but also how many spells you can have prepared at any one time to cast.
You can change them
And
every
you
long
can change them daily, unlike sorcerers or bards.
You just pick them.
Yeah, but I don't think warlocks can either, right? Can they change daily?
No, you get to change every level you can change a spell.
Right. Yeah. So
Similar
same
to
thing.
sorcerer.
Same thing for warlocks. Warlocks also get their eligification. So yeah, warlocks, sorcerers, and bards
They don't get
cannot.
to change.
Yeah, they can't change unless.
And
they're
wizards are
level.
kind of in between because they have a large list, but they only get to pick a certain amount of them per level. They just
Unless
have
they
more.
learn it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can learn it in actual time and then change it every day if they want.
But they have a less of a choice. That's kind of the reason I like Druid. Yeah. They are the Swiss Army knife of support spells.
They are.
They do not have, I will say this, they do not have a menagerie of offensive spells.
They don't. That is
Similar to Cleric.
one thing. Well, cleric.
They have some.
Cleric, especially at higher levels,
Has more than Druid.
they get way more. Like
Well,
they're
what-
very supportive
what
at the
Druid
base
does
and
have
get more as they go up.
Is they have some really cool summoning spells, which depending on the table you're playing at is a real fucking pain in the ass.
It's busted, actually. Depending
a lot
on
of
how
DMs,
you run it.
my favorite way of doing it that I've heard of, I don't know how you do it, is that you can cast the spell, but I get to pick what comes out of it.
Well, that's how the spell is technically supposed to work.
Well, some spells, not every summoning spell.
Not
Like the summon conjure animals, it says you get to pick the challenge rating.
yeah, but the DM picks what creature
Yeah.
of that challenge.
So that's
rating.
I like
Yeah.
that. I don't use a whole lot of summoning spells. The most
No,
I ever did was
I used to because
summon elemental.
my first level 20 character is a druid.
Yeah.
And like my first campaign that I used a druid in, like I used conjure animals, and like my DM just allowed me to choose the ones that I wanted because it was a cool flavor thing. It was also like there were less players overall too. It was a very small party, And so it was like having the ability to bolster the party is why I kind of used it more. In another campaign where we had a bigger party, my DM was the one that usually chose the summons, and honestly, like, they would also kind of screw me over and give me like kind of bad summons unless I like summon higher CR stuff, which isn't as fun as like the lower CR. Like, you know, it's not nearly as fun as being able to
summon a bunch of fairies that can polymorph everything.
No, I mean, I like to do that. Although even I wouldn't go that far. I don't want to do the dinosaur polymorph break.
My favorite thing is also
I just summon 8 giant owls. Okay, that's what I do.
See, that's fun.
All right. Yeah.
I also like the fact that you could say,
who all have flyby.
I want
can get advantage on flanking.
Was it 4 CR3 creatures or whatever it is? Well, it's going to be 3 different ones. It's not going to be all the same. The Druid is interesting. It has some offensive spells. It has some defensive spells. It has healing.
It's the mother of utility, I would say.
It's a little bit of everything.
But
mobility mixed in
specifically speaking, let's get into a little bit of the more specific features of the Druid. Starting at 2nd level, depending on your subclass, it's going to be your bread and butter. It's still going to be helpful no matter what. At any level, your wild shape, especially at high level. This wild shape feature is going to be busted at high level. Even if you're not a Circle of the Moon, it's still going to be busted at high level play. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your action to magically assume the shape of a beast that you have seen before. You can use this feature twice, and it only ever is twice until you get to high level. You regain expended uses when you finish a short or a long rest. Now, your Druid level determines the beast you can transform into, as shown in the table, but also, depending on what level you are, also you can get either a flying or a swimming speed. So at 2nd level, you can transform into max no more of a 1/4 or a quarter CR creature that cannot fly and cannot swim. 4th level, you can go no higher than a 1/2 or half CR. No flying speed, but you can do swimming speed now.
Octopus.
Yeah, octopus all the way, or a shark probably.
I think they're a little bit higher.
Maybe, maybe 1/2. Yeah, I guess it depends on the shark.
Sturgeon, just be a sturgeon. Those are little sharks.
Sturgeons are great. Yeah, dolphin. You can be a dolphin.
Oh, true.
Dolphins go super fast in the water, and they're very smart.
I want to be an eel.
Yeah, zappy zappy. At 8th level, you can do max CR of one whole CR at 8th level, and you can be anything you want. Of a CR1.
It has to be an animal?
It has to be a beast. Always has to be a beast, and technically has to be a beast that you have seen before.
Yeah.
So you can't just turn into, like, you know...
A dinosaur?
Yeah, well, most of those will have a challenge rating higher than a 1 either.
Oh, there are plenty with a 1 challenge.
No, probably. But you also, you would need to have seen this creature at least once. But if you have, like, a picture book... That's what my DM lets. Yeah. You can stay in a beast shape for a number of hours equal to half your Druid level, rounded down, and then you revert to your normal form unless you expend any use of the feature. One thing that's particularly busted about this feature is when you transform, you still retain all of your mental abilities, unlike the polymorph spell. So you can still understand everything everybody is saying. You can still communicate roughly. You can't talk. You can't speak language.
Depending on the creature you pick, there might be better ways to communicate. But more often than not, if you have some sort of telepathic link,
you can still communicate that way. As well as the fact that you get all of their hit points of that creature.
And their abilities.
Physical abilities. So if like your Druid, which you're probably going to dump stat, strength, just turn into a bear and you have that bear's strength. As well as, another cool thing is if you cast a concentration spell as a Druid, before transforming, you get to keep concentration on that spell while you're in your beast shape. So if you literally beast shape again into a bear, you would get that bear's constitution saving throw for your concentration checks. Unless yours is higher, I think.
But it's whatever one's higher. My favorite thing though is that you also you still have all of your skill and saving throw proficiencies. So say you are good at making perception checks and the animal you turn into is not. You still retain your perception.
Yep.
You basically get the best of both worlds. You can't cast spells while you're in your form. You can, however, concentrate on the spell, then transform, and as long as you can hold concentration, you get to keep the spell.
Yep.
So there are some Druid spells that give you, elemental attacks. You could do that and then transform into a bear.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah,
you would keep your concentration on any concentration spell, And if you need to, you can use the creature turned into, you can use their stat black to keep your concentration if you take damage.
If theirs is better.
Yeah.
The only thing is you can't use certain special senses like dark vision unless you're
No, that you are beholden to the physical aspects of that form.
Mm-hmm. Except your saves.
So yeah, so specifically your dex, strength, and technically con would change to that creature because that is your physical, but you retain alignment, personality, and intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So all of your mental stats stay the same, but your physical stats are beholden to that form. Moving on, at second level, you also gain access to, like wizards, to your subclass or your druidic circle. Druids are, again, have some of the best subclasses in the game, in my opinion. Like, super fun, all around. There aren't a lot of them, I feel, that are bad, in my opinion.
I mean, no,
obviously,
none of them are bad.
No.
Land is the worst, but all of them are good.
I even like land. That's my druid. I love land.
I know. It's not.
Land is just so fun. But yeah, so at second level, fourth level, you gain your wild shape improvement. So now you can transform into creatures that can swim and that are of 1/2 CR or lower, or CR half or lower, I should say. At that point, you also gain an ability score improvement, so you can get a feat or ability score. At 8th level is your next wild shape improvement, so now you can fly, as well as turn into Beast of Challenge rating 1 or lower. And then for just baseline, this is going to be a pretty subclass heavy class overall. The baseline is not
casters.
nearly... Yeah, most casters, they get a lot of their meat with their subclass because it's also at second level. But at 18th level is the next ability just your druid gets, and it's the Timeless Body ability that we talked about with monks, only theirs is slightly different. A druid's Timeless Body at 18th level, the primal magic that you will cause you to age more slowly. For every 10 years that pass, you only age 1. Your body only ages 1 year. So you age 10 years and 100 years. That's
Which
crazy.
means you go from, if you're a normal human, you can have a life expectancy of about 1,000 years, right?
Yeah, probably 800.
800.
Yeah.
Well, if you're healthy.
You get like a normal age of an elf, essentially.
Yeah.
You can, you could probably even go beyond that.
And if you're an elf and you already lived to 800 years, you could live
8,000. 8,000 years. And that was my druid. My druid is a wood elf got this ability, and he can just live forever now. And there are other ways also to extend your longevity. So it's just his life expectancy is 8,000 to 10,000 years, because elves can live around 700 to 1,000 years, maybe even more, normally. And so with this, 10,000 years. You're up there with dragons at that point.
And that doesn't have anything to do with you if you have someone artificially lower your age via spells.
No.
You can just fuck around.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Age affecting magic and stuff doesn't really matter anymore at that point. It just doesn't. Yeah. But also at 18th level, you get access to one of the most busted features of this class, beast spells.
You can cast your spells while you're a beast.
That, again, prior to this, at any point, you could cast your spells before transforming and still have, concentration spells, which for instance, if they required an action to use, you could still do that as a beast, but you could not cast anything else.
Yeah.
With this now, that's no longer the case. At this point,
as long as it's no material component,
you are literally able to cast any spell as long as it doesn't have a material component while you're in your beast form. So you could still, even in your beast form, so say you cast Call Lightning, right, before you transform. You go into your beast form, at this point you can fly giant eagle or whatever, maybe even smaller, or just an owl to get flyby, so you can just fly away super fast, have dark vision out to 120 feet. You can still cast a spell. You can cast
True Stride.
Yeah, you can cast True Stride, or maybe not True, because I think True Stride might be a concentration spell.
What's the one? No, True Stride's the one where you fly into one tree, you come out the other.
Oh, right. That is a concentration spell, because that keeps
There's two different ones.
Oh, Transport via Plants.
That's the one where it's a concentration. I think Tree Stride.
The other way around. Tree stride, you can do 500 feet to any tree
when you do
up to
every
that
turn.
time, yeah.
Okay.
Transport via plants is any other plant that you have seen or touched at
That's
some
not
point.
nice.
Yeah, so it's the other way around, yeah. So you could literally do that. Like you could have freaking Call Lightning up as your concentration, but then cast like
Tidal Wave.
yeah, Tidal Wave or like what's another just non. That's the thing. Druids don't have a lot of like non-concentration spells. They're very concentration heavy.
But they have a couple.
But they have a couple. Like you could cast like Thorn Whip as an owl. You could just do that, and that's a 30-foot melee spell attack, which is also pretty busted. So you also just have increased health at that point too, just survivability, because you also at 20th level. Now this again, similar to the Paladin, I think the Paladin and the Druid probably take the cake. And Cleric might also kind of be up there, but take the cake for like the best
Capstone ability.
20th level capstone ability.
I love this because it's unlimited wild shape.
Yeah, Arch Druid. Literally has it in the name there.
And I do like the fact that it adds on that you can cast spells with a material component as long as they don't have a cost.
So at that point, and at that point though, you also ignore verbal and somatic components as well as material. So you just cast spells now. You could literally be bound and gagged, and you can still cast spells. There's nothing that can stop you short of an anti-magic field at this point. You get the Sorcerer's subtle spell for free. And
Sorcerer only gets rid of one of those things.
yeah. And it's like, you can just, And you gain this benefit in both your normal shape and B shape from wild shape.
Yeah.
And so you get literally unlimited temp HP now. Like it becomes almost impossible. Like Arch Druids, especially Circle of the Moon Arch Druids, become almost nigh impossible to kill at this level. Like because they can continuously transform while still casting spells. While you just get free bonus hit points of like
just be an elephant all the time.
30, or more. It's insane. Or just again, be a wind elemental.
Yeah.
Because of Circle of the Moon Druids, they can turn to elementals and stuff too now. So they just be a fire elemental or be a wind elemental. Just fly super high, have resistance to a ton of stuff, have a pretty high hit pool,
and cast spells.
There's almost nothing that anybody can do. But that being the case, we can go ahead.
There is an optional class feature.
There is optional class features from Tasha's. They did this for a lot of like the spellcaster classes. They gave them optional spells to add now.
I do love these.
I love these. I appreciate them. Honestly, I appreciate them for all of the classes that they gave, because everything they really should have had Revivify, and that's great.
Cone of Cold, another one.
Cone of Cold that they should have had.
Incendiary Cloud.
Incendiary Cloud.
Because they don't have a lot of high-level magic that does damage.
They do not. They usually do not have that, at least not normally. And so having that was Cone of Cold, Incendiary Cloud, Summon Fade, makes sense.
I love it.
Revivify, Continual Flame, Elemental Weapon is helpful protection from good and evil. That's great.
Divination.
You also have the ability, Wild Companion. You can summon a spirit that assumes an animal form. So this is basically kind of the equivalent of like the Arcane casters like Find Familiar, because it's also like as a druid you'd think you'd be able to have like a little buddy too at times, so this is literally the Find Familiar spell
that
just
uses one of your
wild shapes.
But here's the thing, no material components.
Nope.
And it lasts for a long time because Find Familiar pretty much lasts until you have to cast it.
And you don't have to you don't have to take an hour to cast it like the normal Find Familiar. You can just do it as an action with your wild shape.
And what number of hours equal to half your druid level? That's still good.
Yeah, that's incredible. Again,
you
at 20th level,
you can do. I mean,
you could at 20th level you could have a familiar endlessly, and even if it dies, just bring it right back as an action, and it's just there for 10 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah. You can also get that cantrip versatility where you can switch them out as you level up. I love that. I would let players do that anyway.
Me too.
But every table does that.
It's true.
And it gives you support for that. So that's
now it doesn't. Okay, it's still an optional feature, but it should have been, in my opinion, the first, because it's dumb to say you chose your cantrips at the start.
You're stuck with that.
And you're just stuck with that for the next however long you're playing, and most likely if you're going to get to a high level, years.
Unless you die.
Yeah, unless you die. But continuing on. And especially for spellcasters, their lack of good cantrips probably contributed to that death. You get your Druidic Circles. Let's talk a little bit about their subclasses. I'll go first on this one this time, since we're doing that. My favorite subclass for the Druid, and it's not gonna be the most viable one by mechanic standards, I would say. But I gotta say, I do love Circle of the Land.
Mm-hmm.
I do, like, again, that's my baby right there. Like, I made the most basic like.
This is a common problem you have.
Circle of the Land. It really is, but I just love it, and because I make the basic B like foundation, but then I switch shit up as I go along and more like flavor wise and their personalities and everything.
I do love the flavor.
I mean, I love the flavor of the Circle of the Land. Like I mean, it is. This is what a druid is. But to be fair, I also did specifically choose it because it is more. This is the most spellcaster centric of all the druids, of all the druid subclasses, and that's what I wanted. I wanted something that was specifically mostly spellcaster, and this is the most closest to like the wizard overall. So, Circle of the Land subclass. You gain a bonus cantrip when you learn this when you take this specific subclass. This cantrip doesn't count against the number of druid cantrips that you just know from your base class. You also gain the ability Natural Recovery, which is basically the druid equivalent of Arcane Recovery for wizards that only the subclass gets. Same thing before, you can essentially get back spell slots that are level equal to or less than half your druid level, rounded up. None of the spell slots can be of 6th level or higher. So again, that's just super helpful for casting spells. If you're going to be, casting spells, you're able to get that stuff back at a short rest. Very helpful. And then with the Circle of the Land, you also get additional added spells depending on what land or environment that you choose your druid to basically have been attuned to. So you have quite a few, as a matter of fact. You've got Arctic, Coast, Desert, Forest, Grassland, Mountain, Swamp, or Underdark. And you get different associated spells with that one. I believe a lot of people believe like Arctic is one of the best because of some of its natural spells that it just gives you. I believe Underdark is another really popular one, as well as Coast, I think, is another one.
They're all decent.
I mean, some are definitely worse than others. Again, obviously, I chose Forest because that was like the background of my character. It just made the most sense. I could have chosen Arctic because that was another aspect, but I was like, no, I prefer to do the Forest because there was a whole kind of story thing about it. And it still gets decent spells as well. It's just part of it. But you also, at level 6, get Land Stride. This allows you to move through non-magical difficult terrain at no extra movement. You can also pass through non-magical plants without being slowed by them, without taking damage from them if they have thorns, spines, or similar hazard, which will almost never come into play unless you're moving through a forest that is deliberately malevolent that your DM makes. An advantage, you have saving throws against plants that are magically created or impede movement, such as those by the Entangle spell. So if you're fighting like any other natural enemies or other druids. 10th level, this is actually pretty helpful. When you reach 10th level, you can't be charmed or frightened by elementals or fae, and you're immune to poison and disease. So the immune to poison disease thing, great, very helpful. I love it as a flavor context. Now, not being charmed or frightened by elementals or fae, again, very.
I like it though.
It's good, but it's very circumstantial. Once again, and to be fair, in my campaign, it actually was very applicable because there were a ton of fae and elemental stuff that was happening. So again, like, my campaign really did, like, I chose this because it really did fit very well with what we were going to be doing. But obviously, if you're going to like the 9 Hells or the Abyss, not particularly great, except for, I guess, elementals kind of, but not, and the immune to poison and disease would be helpful for that too. But yeah. And then 14th level, the last one for the subclass is Nature's Sanctuary. When you reach 14th level, creates the natural world senses creatures of the natural world sense your connection to nature and become hesitant to attack you. When a beast or plant creature attacks you, that creature must make a wisdom saving throw against your druid spell DC, and on a failed save, it chooses a different target or automatically misses. This specifically, this is just a feature unlike the monk Way of the Open Hand. This is just always on. Mm-hmm. Like, this is a sanctuary spell without it being an actual spell. This is just, you are now permanently warded and sanctuaried against beasts and plant creatures.
What if they save? They're immune to it for 24 hours, which is pretty much the standard for abilities like this.
It is, but again, at this point, your druid spell DC is going to be pretty high, and most beasts or plants that you're fighting probably are not going to have a high enough save to beat it.
No.
So you, most likely, you're just kind of immune to beast and plant type creatures now.
Which is cool.
Which, to be fair, at this level, you might not be fighting a ton because they're not, most beast and plant type creatures at 14th level, they're not very powerful.
No.
But nevertheless, it's still a cool little feature that's like, I feel like is nice. And again, with that baseline 20th level capstone ability, you don't really need like your subclass ability to be like super bonkers. But that is my favorite circle overall of the druid, I would say, because it's just so near and dear to my heart. I like it. It has a good amount of flavor as well as or flavor opportunities as well as mechanical benefits and bonuses. What about you, Sam? What you thinking?
You know, obviously you get to pay homage to one of the original greats, which is Circle of the Moon.
Of course.
They are the wild shape heavy version, but my favorite,
They're probably the
only one that has really good wild shape.
Well, yeah, because they are built around wild. But I was gonna say they are probably the most busted class in the game.
Oh yeah,
Most likely, I think. Like, as wild as that might be, Circle of the Moon Druids are probably the most busted class in the game.
but it's not what I'm gonna pick. Circle of Dreams is mine.
Nice.
It is the Fey kind of adjacent Druid subclass.
Yeah.
They are kind of more of a healer support class. Just starting off at 2nd level when you take it, you have it's Balm of the Summer Court. You have a font of energy that offers respite from injuries. You have a pool of Fey energy represented by a number of D6s equal to your Druid level. Like the Arcane Soul Sorcerer, the Celestial Warlock. You basically have a pool of D6s equal to your Druid level that you can heal people. This is by far the best one, as it is a bonus action and it has a longer range of 120 feet.
Yep.
And you can spend a number of those dice equal to half your Druid level or less. The target regains a number of hit points equal to the total. They also gain 1 temporary hit point per die spent. You gain all the dice when you finish a long rest. It's 6th level ability, Hearth of Moonlight and Shadow. At 6th level, home can be wherever you are. During a short or long rest, you can evoke the shadowy power of the Gloaming Court. Is it supposed to be Gleaming?
No, it's Gloaming.
It is Gloaming.
Yeah, because it's like there's
it's the dark one and the light one.
Yeah, there's the Unseelie, which is this, and there's the Seelie. So.
Yeah, it's to help guard your rest right. At the start of a rest, you touch a point in space, and an invisible 30-foot radius sphere of magic appears, centered on that point. Total cover blocks the sphere. While within the sphere, you and your allies gain a +5 bonus to dexterity and wisdom, or dexterity spell checks and wisdom perception checks, and any light from open flames in the sphere isn't visible outside it. The sphere vanishes at the end of the rest, or when you leave the sphere. I fucking love this.
Yeah,
ability.
no, it's like a slightly less like pass without trace kind of thing.
It's also a slightly less version of the sphere.
The tiny hut.
Tiny hut.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't do
Tiny hut.
either of those things as well as the original spells,
But it does both.
it's free.
Yeah. And you can still can you still move with it or
No, it stays there, but you can
Okay,
leave it.
that's true.
the one
that
advantage
is
as well.
That is nice. Well, can other things enter it?
Yeah,
Okay.
but they can't really tell. Like they can.
Well,
still-
only the caster can't leave the sphere.
I know,
But yeah.
but this one anyone can leave,
It's
including
true.
you. I do like the fact that they added the open light.
Oh no, it vanishes when you leave the sphere too. It says at the end there.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Whatever.
So yeah, it's basically the same thing as a tiny hut. Just
but it's free and it blocks from open flames, which I love.
No, it's nice to keep hidden, especially at night and stuff. So
And this
have
allows
this.
you, like for tiny hut, you have to put it on something. You just put this at a point, so you could be up in a tree and put it in the middle of the space between 3 tree branches, and it stays there, as long as you don't leave.
That's true. No, I mean a tiny hut has to be on the ground specifically.
This could be anywhere. This could be in the middle of the. If you're floating, this could be right there. So it's a very. It's a
little
fun
bit more versatile
Yeah.
in some aspects.
It's super within the class. Like I love that part of it.
No, it is nice. Like being able to cloak yourself is just a cool, flavorful thing too.
At level 10, you get hidden paths. You can use the hidden magical pathways that some Fae use to transverse space in the blink of an eye. As a bonus action on your turn, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Alternatively, you can use your action to teleport one wheeling creature you touch up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
That's awesome.
combat teleportation
Yeah, bro.
is so fun and very helpful.
And this is at 10th level. So, I mean, like, again, and druids don't get, like, access to Misty Step just normally. So it's like, having this, even if it's, like, I would say at 10th level, it's not unlikely that you'd get your wisdom up to, like, 20 at this point. So you'll have it 5. You can do this 5 times, and it's double Misty Step for yourself, which is awesome.
Which is also, like...
It's like a Thunder or Far Step.
And you play as a Fae already, you already have Misty Step. Like,
yeah.
I love it. It's good flavor. It's helpful for battle positioning. It doesn't
take a spell slot, which is awesome. That's huge.
And you can save your own ass, because you are most likely a healer. And so being able to teleport people out of things, or teleport yourself out of things, depending on what you're doing, it's very helpful.
I mean, if necessary, you could also teleport a person who's about to die.
That's
too.
what I mean.
Yeah.
At level 14, you get Walker in Dreams.
Capstone.
I love this as well.
Subclass.
At level 14, the magic of the Feywild grants you the ability to travel mentally or physically through Dreamlands. When you finish a short rest, you can cast one of the following spells without expending a spell slot or requiring magical components. Dream, with you as the messenger. Scrying.
Awesome. Scrying's great.
Or Teleportation Circle.
Yeah, they don't get
the use
that,
of Teleportation Circle is special. Rather opening a portal to a permanent Teleportation Circle, it opens a portal to the last location where you finished a long rest on the current plane of existence. If you haven't taken a long rest on your current plane, the spell fails but isn't wasted. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. I love this.
No, being able to have a free teleportation circle once a day to try to get out. Granted, it does take a minute, but still, like, you know.
The thing is...
Because normal teleportation circles still cost material components.
A lot of components, and you have to know where that circle is. The reason I like this is Dream, great roleplay, and it can be used to people.
Scrying's awesome.
It's information.
It's super great. Scrying is a great spell to have.
And the teleportation circle thing, you're not going to be using it that often, but... Say you made a one-day trip somewhere and you want to go home. Boom, you're home.
Yeah.
Say you run into a bunch of people, or you get ambushed, not like directly, but now you're in a place you don't want to be in.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, you'll just need 1 minute to do teleportation circle.
It's not the most flashy and it's not the most powerful, but I love this.
No, I mean that's most Fae subclasses.
Yeah,
like
they're tricksy, they're weird, they do little fun things.
Yeah, they're very much about the visual and like cool little dreamy,
it's whimsical,
effervescent, exactly kind of aspects.
I absolutely love this
cool.
subclass.
It's very cute. I like the features you get from it, and yeah, definitely.
Also, Dream is a fun spell.
Dream can be very fun.
And if you don't use Dream, you're doing something wrong, because it's f***ing hilarious. Because you can just mess with people.
You're just Gengar from Pokemon at that point. You're just screwing with people at that point. You can actually do some damage too at Dream, to be fair.
Yeah. You can
unless you're a Kalishtar, but otherwise.
Or an elf.
Well, elves can't. No, they can. I mean, they don't have to dream, technically speaking, but they can, after a fashion. But yeah, like, what would you say you feel like is? Well, you said the Circle of the Land. You would say is the worst, for your opinion, of the Druid classes.
Of the subclasses, yes. There's also my problem with the Druid subclasses is that they're all really good at like one thing that they do.
Yeah.
I think probably the least effective right now is probably Wildfire, but even then...
That's what I was thinking.
Even then, like, it's still a fun class, and it's still an effective class.
Yeah, you get some decent spells for taking it, just as it, like, you get like a little Wildfire Spirit buddy thing, like... But yeah, I personally feel like the Wildfire Spirit is, like, not that great.
No, I mean, it gets better. The reality of the Wildfire is that it's another version of your land.
Yeah.
Where it just has more spells. It's more of an offensive based, but if you're against things that, the fire damage stuff, you're kind of screwed.
I mean, it doesn't actually have more spells. I think I think it goes by the same kind of thing here, because you get like two.
Scorching Ray isn't a Druid spell.
No, well, it has different spells, because again, like Circle of the Land has multiple different things.
It depends on what you're taking.
But it's obviously fire based, which is like, so it gets more actual damage based spells, which is like can't hurt. You also get Mass Cure Wounds. You get Revivify automatically.
And like while you have your spirit up, both your healing and your damage.
Get a D8.
You get extra stuff. Like, I like this subclass. I don't know if I'd play it.
No, I mean, yeah, I think that this is probably the most underwhelming, in my opinion, of this.
I do think Shepherd is a little... Like, it depends on what your DM does with summoning. That's the main.
Well, that's the thing. Again, in my other campaign, my buddy's doing a Circle of the Shepherd, and he's actually pretty powerful. He can do a lot of cool things. Like one particular ability, which I think is his capstone ability, is the Faithful Summons. Essentially, when you are reduced to 0 hit points or are incapacitated against your will in any way, you immediately gain the benefits of Conjure Animals, and as if it were using a 9th level spell slot. It summons 4 beasts, again, of his choice. So this time the DM can't decide themselves. It's specifically of the player's choice that are challenge rating 2 or lower. And these beasts appear within 20 feet of you, and if they receive no commands, they protect you from harm and attack your foes. You go down, you instantly just get like a squad of beasts to protect you.
It's a fun one. I think
and it lasts for an hour, requiring no concentration either.
Yeah. Wildfire is probably the least interesting. I like Spores, even if it's not.
I think
the
Spores
best.
is fun. Yeah,
I like Stars
cool
specifically for the flavor.
I was gonna say I almost switched from Land to Stars when it came out because it came out while we were playing that campaign, and again I almost switched to Stars because it was very closely tied to the flavor of my character's background, his family. Like he was specifically like part of a family of like the specific court of like elves or like fae, archfae that like went to like more stars and stuff, like star elves and stuff like that. But I decided to keep with the Circle of the Land. But in essence, that is the totality of the Druid as seen from our points of view. We'll go ahead and move right along here. We only got a couple left at this point, I would say. And we're going to go ahead and get the last of the prime casters, as I have dubbed them, the Cleric.
Yep. Let's see.
Now, Clerics. Clerics are conduits for the power of the gods. Divine magic, as it were. Manifesting it as miraculous effects. Now, the gods don't grant this power to everyone who seeks it, but only to those chosen to fulfill a high calling. For you see, clerics are intermediaries between the mortal world and the distant planes of the gods. As varied as the gods they serve themselves, clerics strive to embody the handiwork of their deities, and no ordinary priest or cleric is imbued with divine magic. So essentially, harnessing divine magic doesn't rely on study or training. A cleric might learn formulaic prayers and ancient rites, but the ability to cast their cleric spells relies heavily on devotion and an intuitive sense of a deity's wishes. So that, again, as we were talking about before with like the 3 definitive or the 3 kind of separate types of magic, this is like the quintessential epitome example of divine magic. Clerics are specifically beholden, similarly to warlocks, but in a little bit of a different way, to their patron or their instead of patron, their god, their deity that they worship and serve. Their deity is the one who gives them, basically like fills them with the power to cast their divine spells. Without their deity, they are not able to cast their spells anymore. And that is also why, unlike every other class, actually, except for Warlock, they get their subclass at first level. Because they just, like Warlock, you get your power directly from a separate being.
Sorcerer as well.
Sorcerer gets theirs at first level? Oh, I forgot.
We don't like that class. So.
Yeah, no. I try to think about that class as much as little as I can, but everything just keeps coming back to how terrible they are, so it's hard. But yeah, specifically, the clerics at first level, they get spellcasting and their divine domain. Second level, they gain their channel divinity ability, and that obviously will change depending on what their subclass would be, but obviously all clerics get one specific domain, or just someone specific channel divinity, and that is, of course, turn undead. That is their bread and butter. If you're facing a ton of like undead creatures, there can be some incredible moments in a campaign where you're like surrounded by a horde of undead skeletons, and your cleric is just like, yo, hold my holy water, and just walks over, just grabs their symbol and bursts out. All those zombies and skeletons just start running away. It's
or
so
when
cool.
you get to 5th level, destroy undead, which is the direct
decimate them.
Depending on their CR. So it goes
depending on
from
CR.
1/2 all the way to 4 or lower. Doesn't go anything higher than that.
So you can't kill, like, a true vampire instantly with turn on.
Pretty much every skeleton, even like some undead giants and zombies and all that.
It's
like,
true.
You
can do a lot of cool stuff for sure. But yeah, they get a 1d8 or they get a d8 hit die, same as druids. But they also get access to light armor, medium armor, shield, same thing, simple weapons. Some subclasses, however, of cleric also get access to heavy armor and martial weaponry, which changes the game for them indeed to be super tanky and helpful. Their saving throws are going to be wisdom and charisma. Again, charisma not really as big a thing until later on, if even then. But still, wisdom obviously perfectly what they need. That's going to be your primary stat. The skills they can choose from are history, insight, medicine, persuasion, and religion. Again, probably just take persuasion and insight of all of these, unless maybe religion, depending on the campaign you're running.
I'm really mad that you're not even talking about history and medicine.
I mean, medicine never comes into play unless you're maybe trying to stabilize, but you just take spare the dying.
Just take the healer feat.
Yeah, you don't just take spare the dying.
Take the healer feat.
Just take spare the dying.
You get like free 20 heals.
Yeah, and then it's gone.
And you have to buy a new.
And then it's gone. Just take spare the dying.
It's a great feat.
Just take spare the dying. Take spare the dying, and then take freaking healing word. You don't need medicine.
Those are spell slots, though.
Yeah, but medicine, all you do is stabilize.
With the healer feat and the medicine kit, you can actually heal people. Divine Intervention, beginning at 10th level, you can call upon your deity to intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Imploring your deity's aid requires you to use your action, describe the assistance you seek, and roll a percentile dice. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, your deity intervenes. The DM chooses the nature of this intervention. The effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. At 20th level, your call for intervention succeeds automatically, no roll required. That is awesome.
Yeah, again, like I said, cleric kind of it's good. It's for the 20th level capstone. It's almost a contender for the druid and the paladin.
It's a crazy fucking thing.
But it is like essentially it's a free wish with no like bad things.
There's some like the thing is with the way it's worded, it's not. Most of the time, your divine intervention will take the shape of a spell. Depending on what your DM likes doing.
I mean,
according to the wording of it,
it's highly dependent on your DM. But like I said, same thing with Wish. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, you're probably going to just use your Wish for like a lower level spell.
Yeah. The difference is
it's a free spell it's a free Wish without any of the detrimental effects of doing something besides a spell.
If you ask for something and it can be done by a spell, your DM should just use the spell. If it can't be done by a spell, it's going to be a little bit different. But more often than not, you're supposed to kind of defer to the spell.
Oh yeah, I mean, because that makes the most sense. The thing that
whereas
makes,
Wish
like,
is a little bit more.
Well, like I said, but that's the thing. If you do something besides that, your DM technically has the ability to like fuck with you about it. Like, and that's why it's still dangerous to try to do something outside just doing a spell, because you also, even if the DM doesn't screw you over big time for it, you still take a lot of detrimental effects. For a while, most likely. And even potentially lose the ability to cast Wish ever again. With a pretty decent high percentage.
They do get some... I like their additional spells.
No, their additional spells are nice. Like
Summon Celestial, Sunbeam, Sunburst, Power Word Heal.
Yeah, they should have had Power Word Heal to begin with, so that's good that they finally have that. They should have had Aura of Life. Aura of Purity is nice. Aura of Vitality is decent. Spirit Shroud is actually okay.
But their optional class features, Harness Divine Power, I do like. You can expend the use of Channel Divinity to fuel your spells. As a bonus action, you touch your holy symbol, utter a prayer, and regain 1 expended spell slot, the level of which could be no higher than half your proficiency bonus rounded up. That's okay. The number of times you can use this feature is based on the level you've reached in this class. 2nd level once, 6th level twice, 18th level thrice. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Is it a lot? No. But a lot of times, Channel Divinities don't catch up when you're high level, or even sometimes when you're low level. Depending on your domain, Channel Divinities can be very specific. If you're not dealing with undead, you might not have a use for your Channel Divinity. I'm going to have a conversation about that later on when we talk about the different domains.
I agree.
If this had existed when I played my cleric, would have never used. I would have used this every day.
Yeah, no, it's
but we
it's
didn't have
nice.
it.
You know, it's great. It's also kind of slightly better than the Sorcerer's.
Yeah, cantrip. Yeah,
ability.
cantrip versatility. Sorcerer is just gonna be. Can we do a video just shitting on sorcerers?
Is that not what this is?
No, we need to do like a specific where we bring notes and we just really structure.
We're gonna do a roast for sorcerers.
Yes,
we're gonna do a sorcerer roast.
like a Comedy Central style roast of sorcerers.
Fantastic. I'm done.
We need other people though, so if we can find other like-minded sorcerer haters.
Oh, it's gonna be hard.
I know.
It's gonna be so hard. So many other people are like,
I
the
love
sorcerer is viable.
Yeah. The whole cantrip versatility, like replacing a cantrip when you level up, love that.
I mean, every
Strikes-
class should have that.
Blessed Strike's an interesting one.
It replaces Divine Strike.
Or Potent Spellcasting. The reason is Potent Spellcasting and Divine Strike are both like whenever you cast a spell or a cantrip, like depending on which one, you get extra damage. Now, if you're a cleric that does both, because there are clerics, depending on how you build your cleric, you could be melee focused, cantrip focused. This one allows you to just be in the middle.
Yeah.
Which I like.
Oh, I agree.
It just gives you bonus damage on both. You can just use it once per turn.
Yeah, I think what you should. It's just like, you just get the ability to deal extra damage.
You get them on the other ones. It's just, either cantrip or...
That's what I'm saying. And it's like, so obviously depending on what you're specking,
It's fun.
And I mean, yeah, I feel like it is nice just to have the option, of course.
Yeah.
But with that's the baseline.
Not cleric, because they're full spellcasters like druids.
They're
they
full,
prepare.
like druids and wizards. They're, as the prime spellcasters, most of their meat is going to come from their subclass. It's very important and indicative. They get a lot of cool stuff. Again, obviously that 20th level ability where you just get a free intervention from your god.
It's good.
Because not even just from the mechanic aspect, but for just
roleplay.
It's cool for the flavor roleplay aspect where you get help from your deity. It's like, yeah, if you're a 20th level cleric, you better be close as to your deity at that point. Like, they better be caring about your well-being. There are not a lot of 20th level like clerics or any characters. They should care about that.
My favorite thing is I mean, you can do some crazy shit with a spell. And depending on what you ask and how your DM interprets it, I mean, you could turn the tides of wars.
You know what's awesome, too? They get their Divine Intervention, and they still have 9th level spells, too. To be fair, the 9th level spell slots aren't, like, they're not... Again, wizards have the best 9th level spell slot selection.
I mean, you can take wishes apart, so...
You can. Well, you can take... Well, that's still part of the wizard and sorcerer spell list.
I know.
Yeah. But that's my point being. You can steal both that and technically as a warlock, you can too, I'm pretty sure. So, like... But, point being is... And also, actually, as a... We'll talk about one of my favorite subclasses for it, but you can it's pretty busted actually. And I made one and I love it. But we'll go now. Speaking of subclasses, your divine domains. Let's get into that right now. Why don't you go ahead and tell me your favorite divine domain to start?
So I have to go with, at least for my favorite flavor overall, for me was Forge Cleric.
I love Forge Clerics too. They're super cool.
I played a Dragonborn Forge Cleric. One of my arms had been like cut off. Yeah. And so I had like one metal fucking arm.
That's awesome.
And like I was unkillable. I was a fucking menace. Just the like I think we got to like 13 or 12 or something. But you get, your domain spells, you get like Identify, love that. Searing Smite, also love that. Heat Metal, Magic Weapon, Elemental Weapon, Protection from Energy, Fabricate, Wall of Fire, Animate Objects, Creation.
You get a ton of great stuff.
9th level spells, 7th level spells, I love. 5th level spells, I love. Yeah. You get Heavy Armor and Smith's Tools. You're proficient in them. I could work on my own arm. I loved that.
The coolest shit too is specifically with one of the channel divinities, Artisan's Blessing, the ability to just
create things.
You have the Fabricate spell, but like just a slightly lower kind of thing, but it's a channel divinity, you get it at 2nd level right away.
Yeah. And that goes with your Blessing of the Forge.
Yeah.
Which is 1st level. This is a 1st level ability.
Yeah.
You get to imbue magic into a weapon or a piece of armor. At the end of a long rest, you can touch one non-magical object that is a suit of armor or a symbol of martial weapon, and until the end of the next long rest or until you die, the object becomes a magic item, granting a +1 bonus to AC or a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls if it's a weapon.
It's like an Artificer infusion.
Basically, if you keep it on the same thing, you do it every day, you at level 1 have a magic item or a magic piece of armor, and that's not just for you.
And you can
give it to someone else.
Yeah, you can give it to again. It's like the Artificer infusion,
and that's what we
But
did.
you also get the heavy armor. You can
that's what I did. I took
you
defense,
get chainmail.
I had chainmail. I took defense. I took, and I would imbue it with Blessing of the Forge. So I had like crazy AC. I had a shield. And no weapon, because I never hit any
21 AC.
I think
like,
I made
straight up. Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
21 AC at level 2, level 1.
Or hear me out. You give it to someone who like your damage dealer of the party. Now they have a magic weapon.
Yeah.
They do even more damage. The Artisan's Blessing is awesome. You conduct an hour-long ritual that crafts a non-magical item that must include metal.
It has to have some metal in it. Not a whole thing, but at least some.
As an example. Simpler martial weapon, a suit of armor, 10 pieces of ammunition, a set of tools, or another metal object. Now, a suit of armor you can make. Now, my DM was kind of like, he was a little bit loose on the cost restriction, because it says it can't cost more than 100 gold.
I was going to say, like, plate armor, for instance, would...
You can't do plate, but you can do chain. Now, he allowed me, because we were a higher level, to kind of play around with it a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
He would allow me to do such things as I could create pieces of it.
And then forge it yourself.
Basically,
that's fair.
I could create, because I had smith's tools. And leatherworker's tools.
I think that's a fair
he
compromise.
Let me create pieces of plate mail.
Yeah.
So over the course of like 5 days, I created legs,
I think that's
arms,
fair, because honestly, it's so hard to
I took time and put it all together, and I didn't even use it for me at first. I gave it to one of my party members. This was during Strahd.
Yeah.
So we had no option to get any of this stuff.
That's what I'm saying. It's so hard to get armor or good items, unless your GM is just very generous.
And the other thing is, you can create keys, duplicate keys, things like locks, and as long as they're not super mechanically complicated.
It takes an hour, but
this is like a thing you do while everyone else eats breakfast.
Yeah, you can
it's pretty awesome.
You can just have it while you're chilling out with a long rest.
Yeah.
6th
level,
up, Soul of the Forge.
You get at 6th level resistance to fire damage, and another +1 bonus to AC intrinsically.
If you're wearing heavy armor, man, and why wouldn't you? Why would you not at this point? And again, having a class anything that just gives you resistance is huge. Like there are not a lot of classes, and to be fair, if you take certain races, you'll get it. But like there are not a lot of classes that just give you resistance to a damage type, especially one as abundant as fire damage. You know.
You get Divine Strike at 8th level, which every time you hit something with a weapon attack, you deal 1d8 extra fire damage. That's every attack. And then when you reach 14th level, you get 2d8. And then at 17th level, your affinity with fire and metal becomes more powerful. You gain immunity to fire damage.
That's incredible, dude.
And while wearing heavy armor, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks.
That's not as great.
No.
At 17th level, you're not really going to be fighting anything.
It's the immunity to fire damage, and you already... Again, capstone for casters, not great. But this is fantastic. Like, for me, as a character... It's so fun.
The immunity, again, there are so few things that give you immunity. Like
it's
that,
so fun.
Immunity to fire damage itself is already fucking incredible, for sure.
Yeah.
And then obviously, like, I as a DM might also just tweak that a bit and say, like, you take, like, a -5 to, like, any magical, any slashing bludgeon or whatever.
I'll be honest, most of the time when I play this game, like, the whole resistance from non-magical attacks, in reality, it does come into play a lot more than people think, because, like, most often you're not fighting people with magical weapons. You're fighting things that do magical damage.
That's what I'm saying.
But, like, more often than not, they would give it to me. But I didn't get to 17th level anyway. But I love this domain.
No, me too. The domain is
great flavor.
So cool in so many ways.
Yeah. You're a tinkerer, kind of. You're a discount artificer, but you're also a full-fledged healer and a full-fledged spellcaster, and you have damage from your extra spells. It's very fun.
Yeah. For me, I'm going to have to probably go with a bit of a tie for my favorite of the Cleric domain. It's specifically going to be the Arcana domain and the Twilight domain.
We get to talk about Arcana? Because I was already going to bring it up.
We do get to talk about Arcana. Is it going to be the one that you don't like the most? But specifically, I will talk about Arcana because it's a little less meaty than the Twilight. I think I would still probably go with Twilight that I wanted to play as. But for Arcana, as the name suggests, and there's also a theme with me, I like Arcana magic. I like Yeah, I like specifically Arcanic-based magic, or Arcane-based magic. So, with the domain of Arcana, your bonus spells, you get Detect Magic for free, Magic Missile for free, you get Magic Weapon, Nistel's Magic Aura, which people sleep on Nistel's Magic Aura. Now, to be fair, it would probably be much better used by your DM, which I have actually used it to great extent in a couple of my campaigns that I've written and created. But you also get Dispel Magic as just a free part of your thing. Love it. Can't go wrong with the Dispel Magic. Magic Circle, which again, depending on certain things, can actually be pretty nice to have. It's actually come up more often than I had anticipated it would in my campaign I'm playing as a player, which would be great to have Magic Circle. Arcane Eye, decent enough. Lehman Secret Chest, Planar Binding, as well as Teleportation Circle for your cleric level when you're at 9th cleric level. So a decent spell list, all things considered. Not the best, but pretty decent all around, especially for getting access to more arcane class spells. And then with Arcane Initiate, you choose this domain for spell. You gain proficiency in Arcana skill and 2 cantrips of your choice from the wizard spell list. However, these cantrips count as cleric cantrips for you. So you can get a 2 really great cantrips from the wizard spell list that you can use wisdom for, as well as going down. That will still be a reoccurring theme. Arcane Abjuration is a pretty subpar channel divinity overall, essentially. It's basically just like a banish spell for Celestials, Elemental, Fey, or Fiend. They have to make wisdom saving throw, and they're turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage, and if it's turned this way, I think for like the full duration, or sorry, after each 5th level, it becomes basically like the banishment spell. So instead of your turn undead, it's basically like turn every extra planar creature.
It's just not a high level. That's the only problem.
No, it's just
most fiends. That was the only thing I didn't like about the class. Was that divine. That,
exactly.
That
The channel divinity is not good. Like it's pretty subpar overall. It's okay, maybe, but it's just not really going to do it at that level for sure. No. But at 6th level, you get the ability called Spellbreaker, which again, if you're in a pretty heavy spell or caster campaign, this would be great. When you restore hit points to an ally with a spell of 1st level or higher, you can also end 1 spell of your choice on that creature. The level of the spell you end must be equal to or lower than the level of the spell slot you use to cast the healing. So,
I like the idea of this ability. It just doesn't come into play as much as you want it to.
I agree. For instance, if you're fighting, say, a high-level, demon,
unless you're casting heal on someone?
That's not even, let's say, Mass Healing Word. That's a 9th level spell that literally would just break any spell on them of negative effects, basically, yeah. And to be fair, it is only 1 spell, which is a little annoying. I feel like it should maybe increase by the level of the spell you cast it. But regardless, it's still nice and can be helpful if, for instance, Healing Word. You can just break a level of a spell, cast it at a high level, and you can break, a charm effect or whatever on them. At 8th level, you get Potent Spell Casting. Add your Wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any cleric cantrip, which is every cantrip, even the ones you got from the wizard spell list. So you just add your Wisdom modifier to the damage, so you essentially get like Warlocks get for their Eldritch Invocation. You just get extra damage for whatever spell you chose. So you get Firebolt, and add at that level would be 2d10 plus your Wisdom modifier to that damage. And finally, Arcane Mastery. Now this right here, this 17th level capstone, is kind of bonkers. Because you just get to choose 4 spells from the wizard spell list, 1 from each of the levels of 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level spells from the wizard spell list. And you add them to your list of domain spells. Like your other domain spells, they're always prepared and count as cleric spells for you.
Yeah.
You can get Wish.
Yeah, this was one of the ones I like. If it wasn't for the Arcane Banishment ability,
agreed,
and it was something different, this would be...
You can get a use of Wish and your Divine Intervention at, technically level 17.
Yeah, but at 20,
at 20,
it's guaranteed.
You can literally get 2 Wish spells for free.
You could, it's pretty great.
You just have it. It's pretty crazy. Now, going down, like I said, that's really awesome. I love that. Obviously, I would say it's more for higher level play. I might use this maybe more as a one shot.
I only got up to 15 with mine.
Yeah.
And the problem is that divine thing, it just doesn't do anything.
It's not.
And if I had the optional stuff, this character would have been perfect.
Yeah, no, like for sure. Like I said, I would probably use that more as a one-shot character than actually like playing through it, because for longevity, it's not the best for sure as like an actual playing character.
It was really fun.
It is. It's really cool, and again, I made a specific type of character for it, and like yeah. But mine, I would say my favorite, like I would actually want to play as, would be the Twilight Domain Cleric. Because you can get a lot of cool stuff. It's like even the flavor of it is really interesting. Like you're not necessarily like the normal type of kind of cleric. But for Twilight Domains, your spells, you get Fairy Fire and Sleep right from jump. You get Moonbeam and See Invisibility, which See Invisibility is kind of garbage, but Moonbeam, fantastic. So those kind of balance each other out. You get Aura of Vitality and Tiny Hut for free.
Love it.
Aura of Life and Greater Invisibility for free. Circle of Power and Mislead, which are, they definitely have a place that can definitely be helpful. But you also gain proficiency with martial weapons and heavy armor, always a wonderful aspect, as well as gaining Eyes of Night, which give you literally 300 feet of dark vision, which is crazy. As on top of that, as an action, you can give other creatures within 10 feet of you up to a number equal to your Wisdom modifier, so most likely at some point 5, shared dark vision that lasts for 1 hour. So you can give everybody or multiple people 300 feet of dark vision for 1 whole hour. Once you do it, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest, or unless you expend a spell slot of any level to do it again. But that's also crazy. You just get you get dark vision for 300 feet. That's more than even the Eldritch Invocation that can increase it to like 120.
Yeah.
Like, that's freaking awesome. You also get Vigilant Blessing. It's thought to be vigilant, so as an action, you can give one creature, including yourself, advantage on the next initiative roll. You can just do that as much as you want until it happens. Like, you just give yourself or one creature advantage on the next initiative. Every day. Like, and every time. Even after the initiative has been spent, you can just action do it again the next time. You can just keep doing it. You just have infinite initiative or infinite advantage on initiative. For your Channel Divinity, this is a great Channel Divinity. Twilight Sanctuary. You can use your Channel Divinity to refresh your allies with Soothing Twilight. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and a sphere of twilight emanates from you. The sphere is centered on you, has a 30-foot radius, 60-foot diameter, and is filled with dim light. The sphere moves with you, and it lasts for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated or die. You don't even have to concentrate on it. It's just there until it's not. Whenever a creature, including you, which will always be you, ends its turn in the sphere, you can grant that creature one of these benefits. You grant it temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your cleric level. You end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened. That's crazy. Like, that's huge. You will always be able to give that to yourself. So you will just always be able to grant yourself temporary hit points for 1 whole minute or until you are incapacitated or die. As well as anyone else within that 60-foot diameter. Steps of the Night. Another amazing one. At 6th level, you can draw on the power to rise into the air. As a bonus action, when you're in dim light or darkness, you can magically give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. Again, not concentration, it's just for a minute. You can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So you can fly equal to your walking speed for 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice.
And you only have to be in dim light or darkness to activate it. Because it doesn't say anything about, like, you lose it if you go out of it. So you have to just be in darkness or dim light, and then you can leave it and still fly. You get the Divine Strike, which is essentially like we talked about before. And then Twilight Shroud. The Twilight that you summon offers protective embrace. You and your allies have half cover while in the sphere created by your Twilight Sanctuary.
It's great.
That increases your AC by 2.
That's a good one. I haven't played that one yet, so.
It's definitely something I love for sure.
Out of curiosity,
Yeah.
because I don't have one, do you have a cleric that you think is a bad cleric? Because the problem with cleric, for me, is that their spells are so good.
Well,
And
I mean,
they just are. Like, even the Arcane domain, which I thought was kind of a lackluster domain until Capstone, because if it's, domain ability,
yeah.
was still a very, very efficient character. I don't think any of, maybe Death Domain's not great, but...
I mean, Death Domain I don't think is great. I feel like Light Domain isn't that great. It gets good spells, Unless, of course, again, I don't know. It depends, I guess, on what you're fighting, because obviously those spells might become really lackluster if you're fighting things that are just immune or resistant to fire, which a lot of things are. Yeah. Radiance of the Dawn.
Well, light still does a lot of radiant damage, so...
It does do radiant, which is nice.
I would say maybe... I mean, even Peace Domain is Like, it's okay. It's just very, very support heavy. Like, if that's what you want to do the whole time, go for it.
I feel like Light, Death, and Peace Domain are kind of subpar. Tempest Domain is okay.
Yeah. It's effective.
It's effective, especially if you're, depending on... Because not a lot of things are going to be immune or resistant to thunder damage, for one, and then even lightning damage, not a ton is...
It's a really good... For like a frontline cleric.
Yeah.
I played in a campaign with one and it was...
I know a lot of people use this class in conjunction with the Storm Sorcerer to make like super lightning crap. But yeah.
I like, even like War Domain's really good.
War Domains is great. I like War Domains.
Is okay. Like none of them are bad.
No, none of them.
With cleric.
None of them are really... I mean, that's the same thing with like with Druid too.
Paladin.
It's like, yeah, Druid and Paladin, like... Well, no, Paladin does have some that maybe aren't great. Like, especially their capstone, like, or even like they're very dependent on specific kind of things. So some of them can be pretty bad depending on the situation. But yeah, with cleric, just because their baseline class has such a great spell list.
Their spell list is.
And then it's just and you just get healing and you get great spells regardless. There's just not really much of a detriment to the subclass. But yeah, so that in essence, that's the entirety of the cleric as depicted by me and Samuel here.
Alright, I think we're on to Bard as our next choice.
Yes, I do believe that our next stop on our lovely adventure through the D&D 5th edition classes would be the infamous Bard.
Whether scholar, skald, or scoundrel, a bard weaves magic through words and music to inspire allies, demoralize foes, manipulate minds, create illusions, and even heal wounds. The bard is a master of song, speech, and the magic they contain. Bards say that the multiverse was spoken into existence, that the words of the gods gave it shape, and that the echoes of these primordial words of creation still resound throughout the cosmos. The music of bards is an attempt to snatch and harness those echoes subtly woven into their spells and powers. I love Bard. They are this wonderful mix of skill monkey like the rogue. They are a limited caster like the sorcerer, where they don't have as many spell slots and they have to choose their spells and they can't prepare.
But unlike sorcerers, they have access to both light armor as well as I think maybe medium armor.
And they have a higher hit die.
And they also have access to, like, simple weapons, too.
Yeah.
Not just the really basic...
Well, and also depending on what subclass, martial weapons as well.
Even more, yeah.
They
have much more diversity and flexibility.
Yeah, they're midline to backline support casters. They can be...
They're frontline fighters to a certain extent.
They're kind of a little bit of everything.
Yeah, no, again, their flexibility is kind of the epitome word for bards.
Which is why I love it so much.
Yeah, they're super flexible in almost every aspect, and they'll always be pretty good at whatever they do. I mean, they literally have, an ability called Jack of all trades.
Yeah, so they have a D8 hit die, they have proficiency in light armor, they get proficiency with simple weapons, hand crossbows, long swords, rapiers, and short swords. Tools, 3 musical instruments of your choice.
Gotta have it.
I like to argue that could also mean like a painter's kit if you want to use painting or something else as your...
I think that's fair. Like, as long as
your
it's
art of
artistic,
choice.
Artistic expression, I think, is fair.
They get proficiency in dexterity and charisma saving throws. One of those is good, one of those is okay. And the skills they get are any 3 skills. Because that's
good
bards.
At anything. They can be good at anything they want to be good at.
Yeah.
And then they get even better at those things.
Yeah, they do have spell casting. They get cantrips and spell slots. They're very similar to sorcerers in that way.
Yeah.
They can ritual cast. But the first thing they get is their bardic inspiration. You can inspire others through a string of words or music. To do so, use a bonus action on your turn to choose one creature other than yourself within 60 feet who can hear you. That creature gains 1 bardic inspiration die, a d6, which does get larger. D8 at 5th level, D10 at 10th level, D12 at 15th. Once in the next 10 minutes, the creature can roll the die and add the number rolled to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw it makes. The The creature can wait until after it rolls the d20 before deciding to use the Bardic Inspiration die, but must decide before the DM whether the roll succeeds or fails. Once the Bardic Inspiration dice is rolled, it is lost. A creature can only have one Bardic Inspiration die at a time. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier, and you regain all of them when you finish a long rest. I love this. There are certain subclasses that allow you to use it for more than that. But
or use it for other things.
Or for yourself.
Bonuses for other stuff. Yeah.
But it's one of those, like, you have an intrinsic bonus action support tool at any given time.
I mean, like, literally the name of the game for bards is they just make... They themselves are just great at everything, and they make other people great at other things.
Both in and out of combat, it's helpful.
They just make people great at shit.
Speaking of out of combat, their next thing at level 2 is Jack of all Trades. Starting at level 2, you can add half your proficiency bonus rounded down to any ability check you make that doesn't already include your proficiency bonus. This is great because you basically are pretty good at everything. Also, my favorite thing, this applies to initiative.
It does. It is technically an ability check.
So bards are just kind of good at most things, by especially later levels.
They are pretty good at everything.
Yeah, later levels you can get pretty high pluses to pretty much anything you roll. Also at level 2, Song of Rest, you can use soothing music or oration to help revitalize your wounded allies during a short rest. If you or any friendly creature who can hear the performance regain hit points at the end of a short rest by spending one or more hit dice, each of those creatures regains an extra 1d6. It increases to a d8 at 9th, a d10 at 13th, and a d12 at 17th. Is it flashy? No. Does it help you maybe not use up all your hit dice? Yes. It's also, if you take a lot of short rests or you had to use already all your hit dice, it's a little bit of extra help.
Obviously, I feel like in a
it won't come up very often.
In a campaign with a warlock, it could. In a campaign with like even other martial classes, like short rests are going to be much more frequently used. Obviously, with a campaign with other like prime casters that require long rests to get their stuff back,
but maybe
not as much. But it's always nice to have a little bit extra ability to heal up when you have the opportunity.
It's a lot better in a dungeon crawl than it would be in a roleplay heavy large expansion.
Definitely true. But at 3rd level, they gain access to their Bard College, their subclass equivalent. Delve into the advanced techniques of a Bard College of your choice. They also gain access to expertise, just like rogues do.
Yep.
Basically allowing them to double the bonus for their proficiency on any ability that they use, that they already have proficiency with.
Yeah, they choose 2 of them, and then they get to choose 2 more later on, but it's...
That coupled with Jack of all trades
means you're good at what you're good at, or you're really good at what you're good at, and you're pretty good at everything else.
Yeah, like there's just not...
They're a skill monkey.
There's not much way for you to fail anything.
Yeah. You get normal ability score improvements at
4th level. And then at 5th level you get Font of Inspiration.
Which is, you gain all the expended uses of your Bardic Inspiration dice when you finish a short or long rest. This is pretty important later on as a bard.
Yeah. No, you, again, as a bard, same with warlock, you want to be able to, you want to try and push for those short rests as much as you can. If you aren't, if you're in a situation where it's like, hey, I need my stuff back, and I can also get stuff for you guys back too. And if you're continuing on with any kind of like encounter or like potential danger, you don't want to push for short rests with bards.
Yeah. At 6th level, you get an ability that there is a lot of debate over.
A lot of controversy on this one, for sure.
Counter Charm. You gain the ability to use musical notes or words of power to disrupt mind-influencing effects. As an action, you can start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn. During that time, you or any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed. A creature must be able to hear you to gain this benefit. The performance ends earlier if you are incapacitated or silenced, or if you voluntarily end it. Here's the thing. It has only worked once in the entirety I've played D&D.
Yeah.
It is an unfortunate ability.
It is.
Because it takes up your action, which is, as
bad.
a bard, you don't have a lot of direct things you get to do. And taking away one of those by just playing your instrument next to people, not the most fun.
It's bad.
You really can't, bad. And the thing is, you have to know that what you're fighting is going to fear or charm you.
Yeah.
So it's usable. There are people who think that you can change this in a way that make it better, using it as a bonus action.
You can! I mean, no, you definitely can.
I would say bonus action.
First, bonus action so it doesn't get rid of an action, but I also, like, with the flavor of the text, though, it's hard to justify that in a sense, because it's like, or maybe unless you do an action and then you use your bonus action to start the song because it's like
we had a thought in one of my campaigns, which is it uses a bardic inspiration die and you can do it as a bonus action.
I think that's better.
That way you lose something, but you still give people a buff, and it would still last. You would basically just it's unfortunate.
I honestly, what I wish that they would have done was they could have just made this like a flavored counter spell, like for bards, because bards don't get that just normally, do they? Or maybe
they do. Get counter spells.
Okay, well maybe I think they can too.
Definitely with the added.
With Magic Arcanum or whatever, like Mystic Arcanum or whatever.
Well, I think you get it now with.
You might get optional spells too, maybe not.
We'll find out.
Either way, like I still feel like they could have made this a bit of like a free counter spell kind of thing, where it's like it makes you immune to being charmed or frightened while you're playing for that time. Like do that. Like why because even then all it does is it just gives you advantage on saving throws against being charmed. It doesn't even help you get rid of it if you already are. Like it should just be like a thing where you block out any like outside mental interference.
Even making it a reaction to end the frightened or charm or block the frightened or charm.
That's what it should be, like a reaction of some sort.
And if you have to make it one creature as opposed to your whole party, that's not bad either. It's still a useful ability, more so than it is right now.
Yeah,
but we'll leave counter charm where it is. Yeah. You still can use it. It's just a little difficult. At 10th level, you get your second set of expertise, so 2 more skills that you double your proficiency in, and also
magical secrets at 10th level. This is where things start getting a little bit more interesting. Essentially, by 10th level, you have plundered magical knowledge from a wide spectrum of disciplines. Choose 2 spells from any class, including this one. A spell you choose must be of a level you can cast, as shown on the bard table or a cantrip. Chosen spell count as bard spells for you and are included in the number of spells known column of the bard table. You learn 2 additional spells from any classes at both 14th and then again at 18th level. So,
I like this.
It's definitely good. Like it's definitely my only qualm with it is they're not free additional spells. Like you still have to choose them as part of your like.
No, you still get your 2 spells when you level up as well.
No, you get those, but like because obviously at any given time you know a certain amount of spells and stuff. Like but this is like things that. You only get like what is it? 10th level is a 6th level spell or is it any level? No, it'd be like a 6th level spell at 10th level, right?
So I'm pretty sure when you get these, they're not like it doesn't take away from the 2 spells you want to learn.
I don't think it does either, but it's just
limited.
Yeah,
but that's kind of like this is what makes them. That utility caster.
Yeah, it's true. It gives them a little bit more flexibility. Again, that flexibility, which is always nice. Like, 2 additional spells. Okay, yeah. If it still allows them to have spells on top of the ones they already get, like, that's definitely better. But I thought it potentially, like, replaces, like, you just get to choose the spells that you learn from anything now.
I don't know for sure.
Because you only can have a certain amount of spells that you just know, like with the Sorcerer. Because the next 2 are just for the baseline. That's just what those are.
But it's for me.
But it's still better. Like even if they did take the
2 that you would normally learn.
Yeah, the 2 that you would learn, you're allowed access to any and all of the other spellcast list to like choose from. That at least again. Even though you have less, you still have more diversity that way. Mm-hmm. And then obviously, their baseline class capstone feature, kind of honestly a contender for probably one of the worst. Superior Inspiration. Level 20 character. When you roll initiative and you have no uses of Bardic Inspiration left, you regain 1.
Yeah.
You get 1. You get 1 inspiration.
Bard not the greatest full...
When you roll initiative.
Full thing to go into. But,
I just don't... Who was in charge of it? I don't understand what anybody who was doing this...
It's because it's a spellcaster. It's happened with most of our spellcaster abilities.
Except Archdruid and Cleric.
Yeah.
Like, blown out of the water with their 20th level stuff.
Yeah.
Like, Paladin.
Agreed.
blown out of the water with theirs.
Yeah, but it's Bard. It's like my favorite class.
I mean, even Wizard's 20th level, which is arguably not. It's definitely not great. But even that's like, oh, you get to have, 2 third level spells, and they don't count against the spell that you know on your spell. You just always have them prepared, and you can cast them once for free. It's like, okay,
I do love the optional class features. I feel like both of them should have been available from the beginning. But Magical Inspiration, if a creature has Bardic Inspiration, die from you, and cast a spell that restores hit points or deals damage, the creature can roll that die and choose the target affected by the spell, add the number rolled as bonus to the hit points or damage dealt.
Yeah.
It's a nice way. I think there is a subclass that allows you to do something similar to that.
I think so.
But they would be on top of this.
Yeah.
Either way. Bardic Versatility, it's just allowing you to switch around your expertise or replace a cantrip. I love this. The expertise switching is something that you could have asked your DM for, and they would most likely say yes. But this is now a hands down.
A thing you can...
You could be like, but they wrote it.
Yeah.
The bonus spells, they're okay.
They're alright. I mean, they're definitely not, obviously, Rari's Telepathic Bond, that's great.
I don't like the fact that they added command, because my favorite college, gets command separate from the other bards, but it's okay.
I mean,
Phantasmal Killer,
it doesn't make sense.
Great. Mass Healing Word, love it. Slow, I like.
Slow's great.
Hero's Feast.
Hero's Feast are fantastic. That makes sense. Prismatic Wall, that's a great one. That's incredible, dude. 9th level prismatic wall, access to prismatic wall. Yeah. Dream of the Blue Veil is even pretty cool too, and prismatic spray.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, there's definitely some cool things with that. But that is essentially the Bard, the baseline Bard foundation for your class. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about subclasses. Sammy, why don't you, as an expert on bards, go ahead and tell us what your favorite subclass for the Bard is.
Yeah. There's a long time where I thought, Whispers or Valor would be my favorite, just because of what they do. And then I decided to play the least prepared Bard for a Tomb of Annihilation campaign, where instead of picking one that would be, proficient in fighting, or extra spell casting.
Dungeon crawl-esque
No,
thing?
no. I went for College of Glamour.
Yeah.
And that is my favorite.
College of Glamour is fun.
They are the horny, kind of like...
They're the hornier.
They're the hornier version of Bard.
Mm.
You don't have to play them horny, obviously. And in fact, you shouldn't play your Bards horny. It makes people uncomfortable.
I mean, you can do it, but not... Just
Don't be weird.
You don't have to be obtuse or obnoxious about it. Play them horny, but not in a way that has to overtly affect everyone else
this
at
is
the
the
table.
most baseline charismatic Bard you can play. The first thing they get is Mantle of Inspiration. When you join, as a bonus action, you can expend one use of your Bardic Inspiration to grant yourself a wondrous appearance. When you do so, choose a number of creatures you can see within 60 feet of you, up to a number equal to your Charisma modifier. So, by a certain point, 5. It'll usually probably be like 4 or 3 before that. Each of them gains 5 temporary hit points, and when they gain these temporary hit points, it can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. The temporary hit points increase to 8 at 5th level, 11 at 10th level, and 14 at 15th level. Now, this doesn't sound like a crazy ability, but the amount of times that it saved people who are 1 hit from death surrounded by 3 enemies, and they don't even have to do it on their turn. It is pretty awesome if you use it the right way, and the people you are playing with strategize.
That's true.
It is very fun. I love this ability. At 3rd level, you also get Enthralling Performance. You can change your performance with Seductive Fey Magic. If you perform for at least 1 minute, you can attempt to inspire wonder in your audience. At the end of the performance, choose a number of humanoids within 60 feet of you who watched and listened to all of it, up to a number equal your Charisma modifier. Each target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or be charmed by you. While charmed this way, the target idolizes you.
Yeah.
It speaks glowing of you to anyone who talks to it, and it hinders anyone who opposes you, although it avoids violence unless it was already inclined to fight on your behalf.
So stupid.
This effect ends on the target after 1 hour. If it takes any damage, if you attack it, or it witnesses you attacking or damaging any of its allies. If a target succeeds on this saving throw, the target has no hint that you tried to charm it.
I mean, that's great.
Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Now,
College of Whispers is a similar thing, which is
kind of. In a little bit more of a dastardly way.
Yeah,
now, if you're me and you're a terrible human being, you use this in a dastardly way. If you're at all familiar with Tomb of Annihilation, there is a gentleman there who holds a very strong, very, very legendary artifact called the Ring of Winter.
Yep. Nope. I know it well. I know the Ring
let's
of
just
Winter
say,
very well.
I charmed myself right into his pants, and all of his clothes were gone, and I got the ring. And I got him to take it off. As soon as he took it off, obviously, that's bad.
Yeah, no, he would instantly,
Poof, yeah. So I ended up, he went to go take it off, and he got it almost all the way off, and then he started to put it back on, and I cut his finger off. This is a deceptively powerful ability.
Oh, no, it's not even deceptively.
Because people, a lot of times, charm magic and stuff like this in D&D is a little bit difficult to work.
Well, it's very underpowered because, again, obviously the concept of...
And your DM will try to hinder you, and this ability keeps them from doing that.
Yeah, well, the bard itself is already going to be... If you, again, know how to build a bard at all, put everything... Your charisma's already going to be skyrocketed.
Yeah.
And just put your proficiency and then expertise into
persuasion and deception.
Deception and performance. That's it.
That's what I did.
You can make... I mean, to be fair, a good DM and a good player will know persuasion is not the same as forcing anybody.
Yeah.
You can't even charm magic, even this is not something that will force any creature to do exactly what you're not dominating them like the domination spell.
The difference is that this one, the way it's worded,
they idolize you. They are exceedingly beholden and easily manipulated by you.
And if you do things in such a way where you are not violent or you are not accosting them, you can get away with some stuff.
You can, and especially if you roll really well. Yeah. And as a bard, you will.
You will roll very well. You end up at level 6, which also plays into this a fair amount. At 6th level, you gain Mantle of Majesty. You gain the ability to cloak yourself in fey magic that makes others want to serve you. As a bonus action, you cast Command without expending a spell slot, and you take on an appearance of an unearthly beauty for 1 minute, or until your concentration ends as if you were concentrating on a spell. During this time, you can cast Command as a bonus action on each of your turns without expending a spell slot.
That's still better than getting it as even like a...
I'm just finding it funny.
Yeah.
Any creature charmed by you automatically fails its saving throw against the command. That's why I got him to take the ring off.
Yeah.
Because I commanded him to do so.
Yep, that makes sense.
Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. With this, and the enthralling performance, you can get a lot of people to do a lot of bad things for you. And it is quite effective, especially if you have the support of a party.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very focused bard subclass.
Oh, there's very specific things in it, but you can do, if you're doing a political intrigue or a maneuvering kind of campaign, this bard will just dominate.
Yeah.
There's nothing...
It's a subterfuge campaign, 100%.
At 6th level, he'll just dominate everything and everybody. There's nothing that can't be done.
At 14th level, Unbreakable Majesty. Your appearance permanently gains an otherworldly aspect that makes you look more lovely and fierce.
Of course it does, because as if you couldn't be any more otherworldly beautiful than you already are.
In addition, as a bonus action, you can assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated. For the duration, whenever any creature tries to attack you for the first time on a turn, the attacker must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it can't attack you on this turn, and it must choose a new target for its attack, or the attack is wasted. On a successful, it can attack you this turn, but it has disadvantage on any saving throw it makes against your spells on the next turn. Once you do this, you can't do it until after you finish a short
So many classes have so much sanctuary.
The funny thing for me is, I love the fact that it gives you a permanent, more otherworldly appearance, but gives no benefit other than that. Now, a lot more often than not when I played this character, because I was such a stark contrast to pretty much anybody else you'd meet in Chult.
Oh God, yeah, Schultz, yeah.
I was pretty damn charismatic to the point where I betted myself a princess and became the king.
I bet
of a long dead empire.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Now I will say this: I was actually a good person to this person.
Okay.
I actually fell in love with this individual.
Okay, sure.
But I mean, this is like
I'm sure being a princess had no particular effect, or
I didn't know she was when I met her.
All right, well that's nice then. I suppose,
but yeah, it was great.
You became king.
I
like that.
Love this subclass.
It's pretty insane.
It is
and
very focused.
very specific. Yeah, for a very specific type of campaign,
or
and you're
be
doing.
me and play it in whatever campaign you want. You might not be very good at other things.
Well, that's the thing. Like, for instance,
You are sacrificing a lot.
it won't do shit to like monsters. For instance, like you.
A dragon.
I mean, yeah, but dragons aren't monsters. Like
That's true.
they're sentient. Like against any creature that can be sentient, yeah, like this could do a lot. Except obviously, I'd be interested to see this like class played out in an actual like Fey Court-esque place where like plenty of like Fey creatures and the like.
Oh my god.
Are immune or like resistant as well to like charm.
Wouldn't it be quite fun?
Yeah.
Because they would just give into it anyway half the time.
Maybe they would just be like, "Ooh, this is fun. Why not? Let's go for a ride." Ooh, like
it's funny because you are not considered Fey.
no,
but your magic is
using
so
their magic.
Ugh.
And if anything, they would be interested and be like, "You interesting?
Something's different with you." Yeah,
I appreciate what I feel. Honestly, so flattered. Right now.
I chose the bastard half-elf route.
Of course.
You know, I had no connections. I did not
So
care.
no, so you just technically have Fey blood. That makes sense then, yeah.
Yeah, it was
and you get the plus to charisma, of course. Yeah.
This is back when they.
Back when that.
It was so fun. And honestly, like, if you want to play a bard, you don't have to go this route at all. You can. There's so many different routes, but this one for me is like this. It was so perfect. It lined up so well. It made absolutely zero sense.
I can tell from just the tone of your voice and your expression. This is probably one of your all-time most favorite. Like
I still have his character
Oh, yeah,
sheet. We haven't played this campaign in like 3 years.
No, you told me about him on multiple occasions. He sounds incredible. I love it. I love that character so much.
What's your favorite bard?
You know, I feel like it's gonna be a bit of a tie, maybe. Like once again, I have a bit of a tie between one of the OG like College of Lore. Like
love College of Lore.
College of Lore, like it's probably again one of the most basic B of.
Nothing wrong with that. It does what it does well.
It does what it does so well. It's much more simplistic overall. But honestly, again, for instance, when I play a bard character, I normally play bard characters to just be good. Like I'm just good. They are the skill monkey. I want to be the skill monkey.
This is like the most basic heavy magic or heavier magic, heavier skill.
Yeah, like it's like because again, I like heavy magic. That's what I'm all about. And so like even just again like their basic third level ability that they I guess technically, but they like bonus proficiencies. You just get
skills.
3 more skills.
So what? You start with 3. You get 2 from your background.
Yeah.
You get 3 more.
Yeah.
Plus 4 expertises by the time you're done with this.
Yeah. And then plus Jack of all trades, which makes half your provision. Like you just can't fail.
So you have 8 skills.
You can't fail anything.
No,
like
you are the skill monkey.
You're the skill monkey. You are the skill monkey.
To be fair, this is what I was originally going to go with my character.
Yeah, like it's just fun. And then obviously, like I do love the ability cutting words. I feel like that's just so fun. Also offers a little bit more versatility and defense for bards because they're not the tankiest. They're a little squishy, not as squishy as some others, but this also offers a little bit more for that. Kind of like the rogue a little bit. So at 3rd level, you learn how to use your wit to distract, confuse, and otherwise sap the confidence and competence of others. When a creature you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll, you can use a reaction to expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration, rolling a Bardic Inspiration die and subtracting the number rolled from the creature's roll. You can choose to use this feature after the creature makes its roll, but before the DM determines whether the attack roll or ability check succeeds or fails, or before the creature deals its damage. The creature is immune if it can't hear you, or if it's immune to being charmed. Yeah. So, essentially though, there's so much like versatility and leeway with that. Again, attack roll, ability check, or even just damage roll. Like, not many things allow you to just retroactively screw with damage. Yeah. Like, again, retroactively, it's like, again, you can like, if you deal damage, it's like, yeah, I automatically deal this much. But it's also like, oh, if he rolls a certain amount, it can be like, okay, I'll try to keep him from hitting me. But if he hits you, all right, I'm just going to subtract the damage too anyway. Like, you have flexibility.
Mm-hmm. You have to make sure you do it before he says certain things.
Exactly, before. And to be fair, it's like, during most games, you're not necessarily going to keep it that on track either, so you have a lot of leeway with it. Like, most DMs aren't going to be like, again, like, you know, if you roll like a freaking 18 plus whatever, like, you'll have a pretty good idea, especially if you've been fighting the creature for a bit, like, what its stuff is at that point. So, as you fight, it gets progressively easier and more valuable to use. But at 6th level, you gain, again, another very basic but super awesome ability, Additional Magical Secrets. At 6th level, you learn 2 spells of your choice from any class. A spell you choose, of a level you can cast. As you shown on Bard table, chosen spells count as Bard spells for you, but don't count against the Bard spells you know.
And I will say, this doesn't change the fact that when you level up, you can still change those spells to higher level spells, which is huge.
That's great. So these don't count against the Bard spells that you know. So this is, again, a thing that allows you to get more.
Yeah, you'll have a total of 24 as opposed to 22.
Exactly. And 2 extra spells, and again, this one also is just like, that's just helpful. You just gain some extra stuff, which again, like, that's just always, especially for Bard, that's already a bit limited in its magical its magical capacity.
Yeah.
This is like so helpful
You need
and can be great. Like, seriously, it's basic but still very helpful to grant you more options. And then last but not least, Peerless skill. At 14th level, when you make an ability check, you can expend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration, roll a Bardic Inspiration die, and add the number rolled to your ability check. You can choose to do so after you roll a die for the ability check before the game tells you whether you succeed or failed. Which also, as we said before, counts for initiative checks as well.
Yeah.
This is just the Skill Monkey class. You can just not fail any skill check. You can just not fail. You just won't. You won't fail. And you get a little bit extra magic, which is always nice, you know. So this is definitely one of my favorite and fun.
And I'm gonna come out here and say this. I don't think any of the Bard subclasses are bad. I don't have any heart in me to put one below.
I haven't delved too deep as much into the other Bard classes either. Like, I will say for the other one is Whispers for
Love
me.
Whispers.
College of Whispers is the other one.
I still want to play one.
Yeah, is one of my favorite. Like, I just love all of the ability. Like, again, like I said, similar to Glamour, which I think is super cool too. Like, College of Whispers is just like, I love the flavor of just being like, and I made a Whisper Bard too, and it's just like, all the cool stuff that you can use with it in terms of like manipulation. It's much more long lasting in a lot of ways too.
I wanted to do
a very intriguing
College of Whispers Assassin Rogue.
Yeah.
Where with the background, is it Charlatan?
Criminal?
Or one of the other criminal where you have the one where you have an entirely different persona.
That
Like
might be Criminal
I thought it
or
was
like
Charlatan.
Agent or
Something, one of those.
I think Charlatan gives you access to like underground whatever. It might be Charlatan.
But
I might be.
the whole when you get Assassin Rogue, where you create a persona for yourself.
Yep.
And then you have College of Valor or College of Whispers, where you can like take up people's dead personas.
Yep.
You basically could be in a party for years and they would never know who you are.
Well, you can't keep the
No, but you can have the disguise.
Yeah.
It's permanent.
Yeah,
like
you
it's
can.
kind of ridiculous.
with the if you have a disguised self or even an alter self, like
And they will never know
They'll
who
never
you are.
know who you are.
And you can. Oh man, it's a great class. Is it? Again, they have a couple Bard subclasses that are melee based.
like
Valor,
I feel
Sword,
like
Whisper.
I was gonna say I feel like Swords isn't as great as like Valor. I feel like Valor is a better version of Swords.
So there's a specific thing with Swords and Valor. Swords is for yourself. Valor is for your party. That's the difference.
Because like Swords is more like the Battle Master, or not Battle Master.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Battle. Yeah, it's like the Battle
is.
Master. Yeah.
So Swords Bard is a spell sword. Valor Bard is, yes, you can. What's it called? Yes, you can attack people. You are still, in my opinion, mostly a spellcaster.
Yeah.
Whereas Swords Bard is like you are trying to hit people, similar to College of Whispers in the like the Psychic Blades or the Swords. What is it? The Blade Flourish. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different of a play style. They're not as good as a fighter, but they have spells. They still have spells.
That's the thing. They're they're probably a little bit better of a half caster than like the Eldritch Knight would be in a way.
But they're not even a half caster because
Yeah.
they get all their spells. So
They still have 22.
I haven't really messed with spirits or creation.
Yeah, I haven't read anything on really spirits. I've seen creation a bit, and it's a little.
There's parts where I want to do more.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little lackluster from the little that I've read up on it a bit, where it's just kind of like I just don't think it really. It's a cool idea and concept, but I feel like it's similar to like the wizard's conjuration or illusion magic subclass, like illusion is.
I like creation with the mote of potential.
Yeah.
Whereas you can kind of give things to people and be like, hey,
Yeah, hey,
this
you
now.
know, yeah, you can help. I can help you with that, but I think other bards still do that well, but still offer and get better things for their other thing. But yeah, in essence, that is the bard. There you go. Moving right along, we're going to do another one that's near and dear to Sammy's heart. Good old fun barbarian. That's right. You're savage, rage-filled, bulky, just muscle-bound badass. Supreme. So yeah, in effect, barbarians, different as they might be, are defined by one thing most, and that is their rage. Unbridled, unquenchable, and unthinking fury. More than a mere emotion, their anger is the ferocity of a cornered predator, the unrelenting assault of a storm, and the churning turmoil of the sea. For some, their rage springs from a communion with fierce animal spirits. Others draw from a roiling reservoir of anger at a world full of pain. For every barbarian, however, rage is a power that fuels not just a battle frenzy, but also uncanny reflexes, resilience, and feats of strength. Couldn't have said it better myself. They, as it says, they are the epitome of, like, physical, just raw. They're Hulk. They're the Incredible Hulk, you know.
But smaller.
A little smaller, not all of them. You know, you get like a Goliath and give him like enlarge.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
use
pretty
the
much
enlarge spell. That qualifies literally. He's gray. He's the Gray Hulk. But yeah, these beefy boys are the beefiest for a reason. They get a D12 hit die for their level. They're the only ones who get that. On top of that, they are always going to have super beefy constitution, no matter what. That is your bread and butter because it also contributes to your AC.
Love con.
Yeah, dude, con is the way to go, man. They're the survivalists for a reason. They also get proficiencies with armor, light armor, and medium armor, and shields, but you're never gonna wear it. You should never.
After a certain point.
You should never wear armor for. I mean, even at a lower point, like when you start out, if you have a high con mod, and even if you have decent dex as well, there's just no reason to take it because it's same as monk. You're unarmored. It's specifically your unarmored armor. So you never really want to wear armor with them if you can help it, really. They get proficiencies with those simple and martial weapons, no tools, but they get strength and constitution. Constitution, nice. Strength, not as great. But they get the skills from animal handling, athletics, intimidation, nature, perception, and survival.
You gotta take perception.
Yep.
You could take survival or athletics.
Yeah,
Depends on your background.
I think athletics probably makes more sense because you
Grapple.
can, for grappling stuff, especially as a strength build for barbs, you grappling will probably come more into play than survival might.
And if you're me, you always take the Outlander background, so you get survival.
That's what I'm saying. Literally, like you're as a barbarian, like you can get survival from your background easy enough. Like that just makes the most sense.
They're bread and butter.
But again, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Like don't listen to these are just suggestions and our personal thoughts on it. However, moving on. We come right off the bat, what you get from level 1, as we literally just said like 5 seconds ago.
Rage.
Your rage, the cornerstone, the absolute pinnacle, ironically at level 1, the ability you will use.
The best ability you have, and you'll use it till you die.
Yeah, literally. And if you use it right, you probably won't die. Ever. Rage. In battle, you fight with primal ferocity. On your turn, you enter a rage as a bonus action. While raging, you get the following benefits if you aren't wearing heavy armor. So, hey, just another thing of the no armor rule. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. When you make a melee weapon attack using strength, you gain a bonus to the damage roll that increases as you gain levels as a barbarian, as shown in the rage damage column of the barbarian table. You have you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, just base level. And note, it does not specifically say you have resistance to non-magical bludgeoning,
it's all bludgeoning,
piercing,
and slashing.
It's all of it. Whether it be magical, non-magical, arcanic, fire, whatever,
Silver, doesn't matter. If it says bludgeoning,
if
piercing,
it's slashing, bludgeoning, piercing, you're resistant.
Yes.
As long as you are raging. Now, an important caveat to keep in mind. If you are able to cast spells, however, you are unable to cast them or concentrate on them while raging. So you can't do like a druid thing of like, you cast a concentration spell, transform into, bear or whatever and keep it up, you can't cast a spell, then rage and keep up concentration. You'll lose the concentration. Same thing as while you're raging, you are unable to cast spells. So this is also a way to keep, for instance, like squishy spellcasters from just literally multiclassing one level into Barbarian and having resistance to everything, you know? Because otherwise, why wouldn't you? If you could literally cast spells, if you could literally do anything, you only have to put in one level to Barbarian, and you would just be able to have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing of both kinds for the entirety of the campaign. So that's one way to kind of circumvent that a little bit, as well as, I guess, the class attribute requirements, but who really does that much anyway.
Yeah, you do lose your rage.
You can indeed lose your rage. It lasts for a full minute, however, only if you are able to either deal damage to something, or you are attacked by a hostile creature since your last turn, essentially. So that's, again, another way of keeping barbs from just being in their rage for a full minute. You have to either make an attack against a hostile creature, or have taken, like, damage from, like, some kind of hostile entity or creature or something.
Technically, it doesn't specify that you have to take damage from anything specific.
That's true.
So there is a little bit of a cheat code there. You can hurt yourself.
A little bit. I guess you could. I thought I read that specifically.
It's an amended rule for some people, but because of the wording.
I thought that JC had specifically said that, like, you cannot technically harm yourself. It has to be an outside thing.
To be fair, though, your friends could just do it too.
But that's true. I think potentially your friends could, like...
Because it says if your turn ends if you haven't attacked a hostile creature so your last turn, or taken damage since then. So as long as you take some form of damage from something...
Maybe. I guess, yeah.
My DM lets the Barbarian do it themselves.
I think that makes the most sense, because it would feel weird to be, like, as a friend, just be like, stay angry, like,
It doesn't allow... So we used to be able to do it where you could just unarmed strike yourself to do 1 damage. We've changed it.
I think that
to
makes
now where
more
you have
sense.
to actually
You have to
grievously harm yourself with your own weapon.
I think that if you're gonna do it that way, which I think is a fair, homebrew rule.
Yeah.
To if you want to do it, you gotta have to attack yourself like you're attacking yourself.
My favorite thing is you just always have a dagger on your belt.
Yeah. No.
Take it out. Okay.
Stab yourself. Yeah. You'll take half damage anyway. It doesn't matter.
And you get rages based on your Barbarian level. There is a table for that.
Yeah.
The second thing you get would be unarmored defense. If you are not wearing any armor, your armor class equals 10, which is already higher than most. It's like a good.
Well, no, 10 is always the base for everybody.
Plus your Dex mod, plus your Con mod. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit.
Yep.
Now, I don't play Barbarians with a shield.
No.
But you can.
You can.
You can. It's fine. You're actually at early levels. It's not too bad because of your bonus rage damage.
It's definitely helpful, especially like you said earlier. But I mean, to be fair, at early levels, Barbarians are rocking everything. There's nothing. There's nothing that can really, especially again, rage at level 1. There's almost nothing, and a D12 hit die. There's almost nothing that'll really be able to kill you at level 1 before you kill it.
But it's still an option.
It is an option, and it's nice that it's there.
Until about level 8, I definitely switched between this depending on the fights we were in when I played Barbarian.
But depending, and again, if nothing else, it never hurts to just have a shield at the ready, like you said, to switch it up if you need some extra defense. If, say, there's a ranged enemy that's peppering you, you know? It's good. After a while, you will start to lose health, even if you're resistant, so even just boosting that defense a bit is always helpful. But second level, you get some really cool stuff. Another ability that you will arguably be using the entire time, because why the heck wouldn't you? Reckless Attack. Starting at second level, you can throw aside all concern for defense to attack with fierce desperation. When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Now that's important. You have to specifically call it out on your first attack, because also doing so gives you advantage on all your melee weapon attack rolls using strength during this turn. So essentially, you have to make sure you can't attack once at normal and then be like, I'm gonna go reckless this time, because it
has to be all or nothing.
It has to be all or nothing, specifically because once you do so, you literally get advantage the entire turn for any strength-based attacks, as well as after you're done, though, all attack rolls against you until the start of your next turn also have advantage on you. So as it says, you're just going so hard and throwing caution to the wind, like it said, and
you basically don't care.
You don't care. And again, why should you? You're resistant to the most prominent amount of damage in the game.
Yeah.
But you also gain Danger Sense, which basically allows you to have advantage on any dex saving throw that you are able to see coming at you. So again, obviously, if you can't see it coming, you won't gain this benefit.
The real problem is, you have to not be blind, deafened, or incapacitated. I'll be completely honest. Most dex saving, you're going to see it.
Yeah, no.
I have not had an issue where I didn't see it happening unless it's under those conditions.
Yeah,
basically.
no, there are very few. So, for instance, like I would say, for instance, Danger Sense might not work if like an enemy is camouflage or he's hidden. He's on a successful stealth check.
My problem is that if it's like a fireball, you're gonna see it coming anyway. It doesn't just appear.
If it's like behind you, yeah. So like if it's behind you and explodes behind you, I would then say like you might not get it then because you can't technically see it. If it's literally like in a blind spot, I would say it might fit the conditions for blinded.
But
you know?
More often than not, you're going to get advantage on dex saves.
Most often. There are
is huge.
very few opportunities where you are not just going to always have advantage on dex saves with Danger Sense, which also offsets the fact that you might not be putting too much dex into a Barbarian.
Yeah, I always do, because AC is fun.
It is. So, I mean, like Dex is fun, but obviously you won't be able to do reckless attack with Dex.
No, and I don't use it for damage.
But it is good to
having
get
at least like a 16.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you can get it there, like I would say at least a 14.
Yeah.
Because that gets you a +2. Like that's fine. Or like at least a 14. A +2.
It'll give you 17 AC.
Yeah, like literally. And again, if you can get like your con to 16, your dex to 14, that's already +5, +10. So that's a 15 at like level 1.
Yeah.
Like so like that's great, right? That 15 armor class like at level 1 is incredible with no armor at all, and it'll just get better as you get stronger and level up. Yeah. So yeah, and after that you have at 3rd level your Primal Path, which is your equivalent of a subclass.
Yeah. You get your normal ability score improvements at 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, and 19th level.
Yep. You get your normal extra juicy attack at 5th, as well as an increase to your movement, like monks do. Fast movement, so your speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing heavy armor. Yeah. Which is great. Barbarian's going to be able to move pretty fast too. Not as fast as monks, but still pretty dang
7th
fast.
level, Feral Instinct. Your instincts are so honed that you have advantage on initiative rolls. Additionally, if you are surprised at the beginning of combat and aren't incapacitated, you get to act normally on your first turn, but only if you enter your rage before doing anything else. Basically, you can't be surprised.
Yeah, you have the alert feat, essentially.
Level 9, you get Brutal Critical. Being at 9th level, you can roll 1 additional weapon damage die when determining the extra damage for a critical hit with a melee attack.
Yep. And these increase to 2 additional dice at 13th level and 3 at 17th.
So this is the beginning of the great debate.
Oh yeah, the crit fish.
No, not just that. Great sword or great axe.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, you'll get
because brutal critical does not help you nearly as much on that, because you'll get 1d6 as opposed to 1d12.
It's true.
I usually stick with greatsword for most of my playing time. I don't crit enough to matter anyway.
Yeah. Like
you still double the damage dice.
I am not a player, and I think Sam would also say he is not. I'm not a player that can ever rely on crit fishing.
No.
Like
unless I build into it.
Even if I build into it, like unless I can get that number down by like real squeaky kind of shady means.
If I play a character like a rogue or a barbarian, which has advantage most of the time, I do crit. But
I can, but like it's so few and far between. Like there are certain sessions where I will just like roll crit. Like I've literally rolled 4 d20s in a row.
Yeah.
On separate things. Like it was like one roll crit, another roll crit, another roll crit, and they were all damage. It was all damage attacks, but it was like that has only happened like once in my entire life. I have also equally rolled ones.
Yeah, I've done the same thing.
3 to 4 ones.
My life has
in
changed.
Succession.
I will say my life has changed since using digital dice.
Has it?
Because
I just always like I like physical. I like digital if it's like a big dice pool. But
the reason I like the
physical.
I like physical. I have physical dice. I can't use them because I don't have any space on my desk, and until I get a new desk and a dice tray, then I will be more physical.
I got
but who I play D&D with right now, we like having the digital roll because we have it in a queue. We can all see what each other rolls. It makes sense.
Yeah, no,
my DM
fair.
does it for his monsters. We do it for
That's fair.
The realistic thing is that when I used to play Barbarian when I was first started, as my first character was one.
Nice.
I had 4 sets of dice that I rotated through. 2 of them usually rolled high. 2 of them usually rolled low, and I felt bad because I would always want to use the good ones. And because I want to crit, I want to.
No, you would, yeah. Brutal critical
so,
is a big thing. Like you deal like, dude, 17th level, and again, the funny thing was I actually that 4 D20 crit attacks in a row that was on a barbarian.
Yeah, there you go.
I was a DM at the time, though, to be fair. So I was like, I had a barbarian that was like, I crit 4 times, and I got an insane dice pool.
Oh, it's fun.
It's there's almost nothing like it. Like it's the equivalent of like doing it with a rogue or a paladin,
And they get doubled.
yeah.
Whether you do the double dice in terms of double the number, or you double the amount of dice you use.
Or even do a heroic crits, for instance. That's what
I
we
don't
do.
use that one.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that one is.
Homebrew. I mean, it's not even.
It's not the critical injury table.
No. It's not critical injury. So like heroic crits are like it's a similar like Chris Perkins had a specific rule of like you essentially. You basically can achieve the maximum total damage of the dice pool for the crit. So the crit is basically just the maximum damage.
Does that apply to monsters and people?
It can, for sure.
You guys don't.
We don't do it, like, our DM doesn't want to do it for monsters.
It'll kill everyone.
I'm fine for monsters. Like, I would love that. Because it's also like, I don't get hit ever, so.
Yeah,
it's very hard to crit me, but it's like, but nevertheless, I'm like, I would be fine for both monsters but even then, like, they still get normal crits.
We'll have to do a impromptu discussion at some point about homebrew rules.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Next up, another thing, playing into your rage, Relentless Rage, 11th level. Your rage can keep you fighting despite grievous wounds. If you drop to 0 hit points while you're raging and don't die outright, which you won't because you have the largest health pool out of any character, because Con is your best stat, you can make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw. If you succeed, you drop to 1 hit point instead. Each time you use this feature, the DC increases by 5. When you finish a short or long rest, the DC resets to 10. In my experience, I had a barbarian I was playing with make this save 4 times.
And even the fact you got down to 0 at all.
4 times he made this save throw.
No,
in a row.
Like I said, literally being...
He had a DC 25 con saving check.
Even the fact that you're good at this. Like, if you're good at Constitution saving throws, that means you have a lot of health to begin with.
Yeah, and
so,
he did. He took the tough feat. He
Yeah.
had all sorts of stuff. He took the, what is it? He had a, I don't know how he had advantage on con saves, but he had advantage on con saves. It was some item or something. But he got it up to DC 25, he passed.
Yeah.
And he failed the DC 30.
Yeah, because that's literally godlike. The DC 30 checks are godlike.
Now, mind you, he rolled a 29.
Yeah.
But he failed the 30.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then you get more brutal critical, as discussed. Persistent Rage. This is my other...
Persistent Rage is insane. This is one of my favorites of the Barbarian as well. Your Rage at 15th level is so fierce that it ends early only if you fall unconscious or if you choose to end it.
Now, this leads to some of my favorite roleplay moments. Rage drinking. Rage eating.
Yeah.
Rage herb gathering. Rage hunting.
Well, let's not forget
Rage
yeah. Let's not forget a potentially.
I didn't know if you wanted to go there or not.
I always want to go there, Sam. You should know this by now. Come on.
It means you can be raging always. Now,
so long as you don't drop to 0 hit points. If you drop to 0 hit points, you will fall unconscious unless you use unless you use your relentless rage.
But the thing is, you don't have to do this, but it is pretty funny for certain moments. My favorite thing is a lot of times in long form campaigns, you will at one point end up in a drinking contest at a bar. And rage drinking to make your constitution throw, like, it's just fun.
It is.
I love rage drinking.
It's just, honestly, it's not only a fun mechanic. Like, this feature is so cool because it's so juicy, both roleplay wise, flavor wise, but also mechanical. Like in a fight, you don't have to worry about having to take damage or hit something anymore. You just are angry.
You are just angry
until you get to 0 hit points. And if you're constantly angry, it's going to take a long time to get you there. Because again, your rage, at least for even just baseline barbarians, your rage for the most prominent or most abundant damage you will take is essentially doubled. Like your hit points are doubled for that damage.
Basically, except for depending on your subclass. But
that's what I mean. Like depending on subclass. Yeah, it gets insane.
You get into 18th level Indomitable Might. If your total for strength check is less than your strength score, you can use that score in place of the total. Now that means, if you have a 20 or and the next ability, 24 strength, you can just use that as your strength check roll.
Always.
And to be completely honest, you will never have to roll more than a 20 for most things. And if you do, your strength, you already have advantage on strength checks when you're raging. So unless you roll really bad, you basically, like the rogues, you roll a 9+ or a 10+ instead. But this is, you have a guaranteed 20.
Yeah.
Because you should have 20 strength.
Yeah.
If you're playing the game correctly.
You should always have 20. You should always do your best
20
to get 20 strength and 20 con.
And you will. Because you don't need feats to be effective with this class.
You don't. You just need to pump into your attributes.
Take Great Weapon Master and Mobile, and you don't have to do anything else.
Yeah, no, just strength and con. Just get your strength and con up. Like I said, like as Sam said, you can pump a little bit maybe into dex.
At most, get it to a 14.
Yeah, or even like at most I would say 14 max for dex, and then I would say like a 14 for wisdom.
Yeah,
like if
but
you
that's
can,
all you need.
like because again, wisdom. Like to be fair. Obviously, one of the biggest glaring weaknesses of a barbarian is their mental stats. Like, against most, especially wisdom. Against wisdom saves, they are exceedingly vulnerable.
I like to take Resilient.
Yeah, no,
wisdom.
that's... I mean, you always take Resilient. Like, there's never been any character I haven't taken
Because Resilient, what, it gives you +1 in that stat.
It gives you +1 in that stat and gives you proficiency with that saving throw.
My favorite is to throw the 13 onto wisdom. If you're doing like a point buy or a standard array.
Yeah.
You throw that odd number onto wisdom.
Exactly. That's usually what I would do for a barbarian as well.
And then their capstone ability, which is arguably a really great, really simple capstone ability.
It might be simple, but god dang if it doesn't
20, you embody the power of the wilds.
Primal Champion.
Your strength and constitution scores increase by 4. Your maximum for those scores is now 24. Which means even if you don't have max strength or con,
you still get a even if
you still go from like 18 to a 22.
If your strength, I was gonna say, even if your strength and con were at 14 at this level, you'd get 18 in both of those.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's my favorite thing.
It's that again is a great capstone ability because there's so few things that allow you to actively
go over that.
Not just go over, but even just increase your ability scores besides leveling up. Like unless again you do a not necessarily homebrew. There are technically rules in the game that allow you to if you practice or train a specific attribute to increase it, but that is something you have to talk with your DM about and have time to do that kind of thing. And so
that's a time skip, and most DMs would have you level up in that time anyway.
That's what I'm saying. And so it's hard to say, but again, obviously, if you want to increase it even higher, if you're not getting it high as you need, if you get if you, for instance, are doing if you're rolling up stats and you get really bad rolls, it's it's kind of shitty. But regardless, this is great because especially this not only increases your maximum at all, because there's only specific items that allow you to do that. Like the deck of many things has one card that allows you to do that by 2, and then there are specific tomes and manuals that are very rare quality that allow you to do that by 2.
Yeah.
This does it by 4 at 20th level. Yeah. Incredible. Just permanent.
And now we get to go into something that I have not looked at.
The optional class features? Really? Okay.
I have not played a barbarian.
Oh, okay, fair.
Primal Knowledge, third level barbarian feature. When you reach third level, and again at 10th level, you gain proficiency in one skill of your choice from the list of skills available to barbarians.
So now you can take both perception,
now you can actually
athletics,
have more skills.
Yeah, and that's nice because I feel like they should be a little bit more skillful in certain things.
Instinctive Pounce at 7th level. As part of the bonus action you take to enter your rage, you can move up to half your speed. This is awesome.
Yeah, very helpful.
And then at Primal Knowledge, when you reach third level and again at 10th level, you gain proficiency in one skill of your choice from the list of skills. Oh, it's just twice.
Yeah.
So you get
proficiency
in 2 more skills total.
2 more skills.
That's
which is
awesome.
Nice. Yeah.
I love this. Because that's the one thing I hated about playing Barbarian. You do not have any skills.
You're a killing machine.
That's kind of the point.
Yeah.
Is because you are a lot of barbarians are lowborn or wastelander people.
I feel like they should just be really good at the things that because they are survivalists. That's
this is why
they survive.
To me, this isn't optional. To me, this is like a legitimate.
I agree. I feel like they should always just have that. Honestly, I feel like almost all optional features at this point should just be a permanent.
I haven't found one yet where I'm like, this is no.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, or this is bad, or it's too. Yeah, it's like, I feel like all the optional features.
You can choose to use it or choose not to. I will always use them.
I will always use it. I think Instinctive Pounce is even fine too, because it gives them a little extra speed and movement.
That's kind of their thing.
Yeah, they need to be able to move, and they need to be able to get close up.
Because they don't have a lot of ranged options.
Not a lot.
I mean, they have the javelins.
Yeah.
Here's the one thing you should always do if you get a javelin of lightning in your campaign: give it to your barbarian.
Yeah. Well, obviously, there's no other reason. There's almost nobody else really needs it. Like, and to have
maybe
it,
a fighter, but if you have a barbarian, give it to them. Now we will go into what our favorite barbarians are.
Primal Paths.
Yeah. What's your favorite?
Yeah, I can take this one. Honestly, like,
if you take mine, it'll be very bad.
I mean, I might. I'll be honest. I might. I gotta say, I gotta give it up for the Path of the Zealot.
God damn it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Path of the Zealot is you know.
It's the first. It's what I played.
Yeah.
And I literally, I made this character as it came out.
You take Zealot. And I feel like it would do a disservice to everyone
if we didn't talk about Totem.
If we didn't talk about the Totem.
Okay.
Barbarian.
So I played Zealot. It came out literally as we were starting our campaign, to the point where I bought the book and showed it to my DM, like, can I use this? And he goes, yeah, of course, this is awesome. It is the kind of religious-ish Barbarian subclass.
It's a better version of the Undying Warlock. We referenced this
we did.
the Undying Warlock.
You kind of pick a deity or something similar to that. Mine was Melora. I was kind of a Outlander, nature-y barbarian. And you, at 3rd level, you get Divine Fury. Yeah. You channel Divine Fury into your weapon strikes while you're raging. The first creature you hit on each turn with a weapon attack takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half your barbarian level. The extra damage is necrotic or radiant. You choose the type of damage when you gain this feature. I chose necrotic because that sounds cool. And at one point I was dealing, because I'm multi-class paladin, I was dealing regular damage, fire damage, radiant damage, and necrotic damage with the first attack I did on every turn.
Always awesome.
Yeah. You also get Warrior of the Gods. At 3rd level, your soul is marked for endless battle. If a spell such as Raise Dead or Revivify has the sole effect of restoring you to life but not undeath, the caster doesn't need material components to cast the spell.
Now okay, so here's the thing, in a lot of your games, especially if you're new and you're a spellcaster, unless your DM is very specific, like the whole thing of material components isn't going to come up a ton
unless they cost gold.
Unless they're consumed. Unless they are consumed by the spell.
Technically, Material Pouch or Arcane Focus takes the place of any of those materials as long as there's not a gold cost.
Yes. No. Like material component.
Even ones that
pouch,
are consumed.
Yeah, a component pouch specifically allows you to, like, it's like a bag of holding or pocket where you pull out the materials that you need, and you can cast spell. But again, the point being, this at 3rd level
means that a cleric can revivify me.
Crazy ability, because it literally means even if you die by some miracle, if a creature
happened to me a fair amount
was able to kill you and take you out, a cleric at this point, or even not even a cleric, not even just cleric, a bard. Druid at this point gets revivified.
Sorcerer.
Druids, Divine Soul, Sorcerer, not a normal one. Paladin, some paladins, not all, I think, but so many other classes have and I think maybe even Rangers now with optional features.
And
even Rangers,
in the one Warlock subclass,
are able to cast Revivify. Which, within a minute, if you have diamond, I think it's a
diamond worth 300 gold.
300 gold, but this doesn't require the 300 gold
and that's
diamond.
one of those things that's difficult about D&D, especially if you're playing a reviving class. Those diamonds are not easy to come by.
They're not easy to come by, a lot of the time.
You usually have one.
Yeah, or if you go to a very populated city, but then again, they're expensive even
usually
then.
You might get one that's worth 300 gold, but you're not paying 300 gold for it.
Yeah, it's difficult. So, but again, you don't need that for Zealot Barbarian. Yeah. They can just bring them back from the dead.
Yeah.
Your super tough, almost impossible to kill Warrior of the Gods, you can bring back. You could true resurrect this guy.
It happened to me.
With no materials needed. You don't need it.
I had a druid who resurrected me from a hand.
Yeah. True resurrection. You don't even need a hand.
A mummified hand. It was reincarnation.
Yeah, I was going to say reincarnation.
He reincarnated me from a mummified hand.
Reincarnate, yeah.
It was awesome. But basically, you don't die.
You can't. Well, you can die, but you just come back. You can come back. You are so zealotly, like, you have fanatical. You're here. Speaking of fanatical, 6th level, you get your ability called Fanatical Focus. The divine power that fuels your rage can protect you. If you fail a saving throw while you're raging, you can re-roll it, and you must use the new roll. You can use this ability once per rage. So essentially, you just re-roll a saving throw that you fail if you're raging, and it's once per rage. So you can, like, drop a rage and then re-rage, but there's no reason to do that just to get that back.
There was a point where if you had, I would argue,
it's basically like a free Indomitable. You just get an Indomitable.
If I was a DM and you had Relentless Rage, and you raged between encounters and you kept the rage, you would get a new one per encounter.
I think that's fair. I don't see why not, because I feel like Relentless Rage is like, if you have Relentless Rage up...
Yeah, it's just per encounter.
I feel like it's like every time you roll initiative, you get it back for Relentless Rage, specifically.
At 10th level, you get Zealous Presence. At 10th level, you learn to channel divine power to inspire the zealotry in others. As a bonus action, you unleash a battle cry infused with divine energy. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 60 feet that can hear you, gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. You can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Mm-hmm. I like this.
Yep.
Because it... Also, I believe, it's not you though, is it?
No, you also get it.
Oh yeah, you can also get it.
It's up to 10 creatures of your choice, which is you.
Yeah, so you can give yourself free, you can give your entire party and any NPCs that are with you within 60 feet free advantage
on attack rolls and saving throws, which is great.
If you have a paladin in the party with a good aura, I mean,
nothing's gonna get you.
Now you're somehow supporting your team while yelling. Rage Beyond Death is another great ability.
It's amazing. This, again, great subclass capstone ability.
Yeah.
So, 14th level. The divine power that fuels your rage allows you to shrug off fatal blows. So, as you already were told earlier, with, what was it, Rage Beyond... Oh, no, this is Rage Beyond... it's Relentless Rage, and then the one before that, which allows you to continuously make con saves with that.
That would be... Persistent Rage.
Persistent Rage.
No, wait. No.
No, Persistent Rage is the one that allows you to keep going. Relentless Rage is the one that allows you to make
So once you fail your last con save, because it's up to 30 at this point.
Yep. While you're raging, having 0 hit points doesn't knock you unconscious. You still must make death saving throws, and you suffer the normal effects of taking damage while at 0 hit points, such as losing a death saving throw, or even getting crit, not crit because you're not incapacitated, but losing your death saves. However, if you would die due to failing death saving throws, you do not die until your rage ends. And you die then only if you still have 0 hit points.
So this is great if you are level 15, because you would have access to Persistent Rage.
And Relentless Rage.
You will not die. You can't die. Once you hit level 15 in this class, you cannot die.
Well, because again, the thing being is like with Relentless Rage, you can keep making con saves.
Once you run out of that.
And then once you run out of that, because most likely you will at some point.
You're now down to
0 hit points, which you still cannot go unconscious because of Rage Beyond Death. And now you will start making death saving throws. Because the Relentless Rage is first. And then once you fail all of those...
You're still not dead.
You're still not dead until you stop dying, or until you stop raging. But you can't stop raging.
Because of Persistent Rage.
Because of Persistent Rage.
The only thing that can kill you is if they put you to sleep.
Yeah, if they put you to sleep.
Technically, there might be some back and forth on whether or not the total damage done to you exceeds your...
Or unless they put you to sleep, or unless they can make you incapacitated.
Yeah.
So if they hit you with a hypnotic pattern, that would do it. You would lose your rage and you would die. Unless one of your friends
gives you a potion,
heals you, healing word.
Yeah.
That would still do it,
and it would reset. The best part was it wouldn't reset your saves.
No.
But it would reset you.
Well, no, it would reset your saving throws. It would reset your death saves.
Oh, death saves.
Yes, but it wouldn't reset the Relentless Rage. It wouldn't set the Relentless, but it would reset your death saves. So then you would still have your 3 death saves again.
Yeah.
You're essentially, you are almost impossible to kill.
I love it.
It's pretty crazy. Speaking of being almost impossible to kill, we're gonna go ahead and give the second one that's probably most likely the best class for any beginner in the entire game. Like, if you want a simple, straightforward class that still has a bit of versatility and flavor, but again, if we're going to talk about another class that literally you are incapable of dying, this would be it. Like, this class doesn't even get you to 0. Like, it's freaking broken and busted. Path of the Totem Warrior. So, starting at 3rd level, when you first gain this subclass, you gain access to 2 and your first totem spirit, and essentially the only totem spirit that really matters in this class, and that you could literally have this and not take anything else for the rest of the class, and it would still probably be one of the most OP classes in the game. You get access first to Spirit Seeker. Yours is a path that seeks attunement with the natural world, giving you a kinship with beast. At 3rd level, when you adopt this path, you gain the ability to cast the beast sense and speak with animal spells, but only as rituals. But you're still nice, because those are just flavor spells for the most part. You can basically just talk to beasts and animals as ritual spells and see through their senses if they let you. And that's fun and cool. Has good RP flavor and elements to it. But now, your basically, which should be kind of like your Zenith ability, but you get it right at the beginning, your Totem Spirit. When you adopt this path, you choose a Totem Spirit and gain its feature. You must make or acquire a physical totem object, an amulet or similar adornment that incorporates fur or feathers, claws, teeth, or bones of the totem animal. At your option, you may also gain minor physical attributes that are reminiscent of your totem spirit. For example, if you have a bear totem, you might be unusually hairy and thick-skinned, or if your totem is the eagle, your eyes turn bright yellow. Your totem animal might be an animal related to those listed here, but more appropriate to your homeland. For example, you could choose a hawk or a vulture in place of an eagle. So, these are the 5 different totems you can choose from. The eagle. While you're raging, your others have disadvantage on opportunity attack rolls against you, and you can use the dash action as a bonus action on your turn. The spirit of the eagle makes you into a predator who can weave through the fray with ease. So essentially, like, you get a cunning action dash, and enemies have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you. That's okay. Helps you move more. It's not bad. Elk. While you are raging, you aren't wearing heavy armor, which, why would you? You never will as a barbarian. Your walking speed increases by 15 feet. The spirit of the elk makes you extraordinarily swift, so you get more movement. Not bad, but, not great. Tiger. While raging, you can add 10 feet to your long jump distance and 3 feet to your high jump distance. Again, okay, probably not nearly as helpful or effective in most situations. You're not going to do a lot of jump stuff, really. Wolf. While you're raging, your friends have advantage on melee attack rolls against any creature within 5 feet of you that is hostile to you. So you basically give them pack tactics, which is nice if you have...
I love, besides bear, this is the only other one I would take.
Yep, I agree. For your first totem, wolf and bear are leagues and above. Yeah. But finally, if you're not, if you want to basically make the game easy mode,
take bear.
The entire time, you take the bear totem at your first totem spirit,
because you don't take damage.
While raging, you have resistance to all damage except psychic damage, which is, unless you're fighting very specific creatures, super rare.
Illithid.
Yeah, illithids or any aberrations. Thank you, aberration creatures, or from the far realm or whatever else. The spirit of the bear makes you tough enough to stand up to any punishment, literally. So that's all damage, including force damage, thunder damage, any damage. And this for most barbarians, they are not rage resistant to like elemental or other types of damage, just slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. This gives you everything but psychic, and then you can also offset psychic with some other item or something,
magic items,
which then makes you resistant to all damage in the game.
Yep.
It's absolutely bust. It's literal easy mode.
Yeah.
For D&D.
I will say, you kind of can switch things around later on. At 6th level, you pick a second animal or the same one, aspect of the beast. Bear, you gain the might of a bear. Your carrying capacity, including maximum load and maximum lift, is doubled, and you have advantage on strength checks made to push, pull, lift, or break objects. It's okay.
It's decent.
Eagle, you gain the eyesight of an eagle. You can see up to 1 mile away with no difficulty, able to discern even fine details as though looking at something no more than 100 feet away from you. Additionally, dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on your wisdom perception checks.
And most likely never will.
No, but I like this. It's cool.
It's cool. It's not. Most of these are really cool flavor-esque stuff.
They're more for traveling.
Yeah. Well, again, they're more for utility or flavor than anything.
Elk, whether mounted or on foot, your travel pace is doubled, as is the travel pace of up to 10 companions while they're within 60 feet of you and not incapacitated. The Elk Spirit helps you roam far and fast. This is an interesting one. It kind of plays into that wanderer aspect. I actually really like this ability. Tiger. You gain 2 skills from the following list: Athletics, Acrobatics, Stealth, and Survival. The Cat Spirit hones your survival instincts.
That's a good one. Gives you proficiency.
It's a little bit lackluster now that we have the optional rules, but if your DM doesn't allow optional rules, this is a great choice.
I mean, even with the optional rules, you can spread apart. You can become a real skill monkey.
Kind of.
Added with this. Like, decent. Like, you get up there for sure. Getting proficiency in 2 of those.
The last one being Wolf. You gain hunting sensibilities of a wolf. You can track other creatures while traveling at a fast pace, and you can move stealthily while traveling at a normal pace.
See that, again, like...
If you're not doing Hexcrawl and your DM doesn't use traveling rules, none of these are going to help you.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, again, there are some really cool... Like, again, the Tiger
would help.
Tiger is going to be
still
the most... Like, viable in most campaigns. The Tiger just with the 2 extra
Eagle
proficiencies.
and Bear also work if you're not in a traveling campaign.
Yeah, like Eagle can help with, like, say, for instance, you're just trying to spot something.
Yeah,
like
a mile's a long way away.
I mean, honestly, I would even say that if you got the Eagle, for me, like, if I was a DM, I would be like, that would increase the range of your range attacks. Like instead of being disadvantaged, like, you could throw far, like, you could throw a javelin farther and, like, be able to hit, as well as, like, increase the disadvantage portion of that too. Like, because you can now see, like, things as if they're 100 feet away from you, like, clearly. So it's like, even the bear is cool because it's like, I made a bear totem barbarian with a Goliath.
Lifting things.
Dude, Goliath already has that, for one. That already gives it, like, plus. And then with this, I made it so that he literally has, have you ever heard of Gert's Great Axe? He can hold and lift and use Gert's Great Axe.
No, and that's the thing, is like, it is usable. That's why I said Wolf, like the Wolf and Elk, not really applicable.
Not unless your
most
DM
campaigns.
is playing a very specific type of campaign where he's utilizing, like...
Again, for me, these are things I would look at taking because I'm a weirdo.
But, well, not even a weirdo. It's like there are plenty of
that.
DMs that are trying to get much more in depth with that kind of thing.
But not every game's like that.
No. They can be a little bit...
you can throw this in
hunkery. But yeah, at 10th level, you get access to the ability known as Spirit Walker. You can cast the Commune with Nature spell, but only as a ritual. When you do so, a spiritual version of one of the animals you chose for Spirit Totem aspect of the beast appears to you to convey the information you seek. That's awesome.
Love it.
Commune with Nature is a fantastic
3 total spells. They get Commune with Nature. What's the other ones that they get? Beast Sense and Speak with Animals.
Yeah, that's amazing. Honestly, like all of
you're a
Beast
mini
Sense. Yeah, kind of mini druid or ranger, better ranger.
No. We can't keep doing this. It got better. We can't keep shitting on them.
Yeah, I mean,
we have to pick one class to shit on, and it's going to be Sorcerer.
I mean, you know,
I like Ranger.
I mean, I love Ranger too, you know, and I want to love Sorcerer. I do. I can't do it.
I mean, I'm still going to play them.
I can't do it. I won't ever play a Sorcerer again. Sorcerer was my first ever class.
If you run a campaign in a minute, I'm going to play a Sorcerer. And
I might know. That's not true. I made another Sorcerer. I'll do Divine Soul Sorcerer, but that's it.
I'm going to play a shitty Sorcerer.
That's like campaign. I'll kill you, and then you'll roll up a different character.
Yeah, it's going to be another Sorcerer.
No, it won't be, because I'll ban Sorcerers after that. You get 1 Sorcerer per campaign with me, Sammy. 1 Sorcerer per campaign.
That's bullshit.
And when they die, they're gone. They're gone. You get 1. Everybody gets 1, bub.
Okay.
Alright, continue on at 14th level. You get another Totemic Attunement slot. Basically, again, granting you another totem. Which gives you... And these ones are actually some pretty cool ones, actually. Bear, while you're raging, any creature within 5 feet of you that's hostile to you has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you or another creature or another character with this feature. An enemy is immune to this effect if it can't see or hear you or it can't be frightened. So, you know, basically, it has disadvantage against all hostile creatures all creatures hostile to you has disadvantage against rolls against targets other than you.
Basically, you're calling people to attack you.
Yeah, you're making them afraid to take their eyes or attention off of you, essentially. With the Eagle, while raging, you have a flying speed equal to your current walking speed. Personally, I think this is my favorite of this one. This benefit works only in short bursts. You fall if you end your turn in the air and nothing else is holding you aloft. I view this like you're literally Hulk jumping. You're Incredible Hulk jumping right now. And that's just super cool to me, both flavor-wise, but also, hey man, when you're a barbarian, especially at higher levels like this, there are a lot of things that can teleport, fly, or just move really fast away from you. So it's like you being able to have, like, even if it's temporary, you have a flying speed that can get you closer, or at least like up there, like at long bursts without worrying about falling for the moment. That's super helpful. And even if, again, for instance, you jump up in the air like to fight a beholder or something, and you like swing twice with your axe and cut it, and you end your movement, you fall. So what? You got bear totem. You take half damage. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But after that, Elk. While raging, you can use a bonus action during your move to pass through the space of a large or smaller creature. That's, kind of crazy, actually. That creature must succeed on a strength saving throw. DC is your strength plus 8 plus proficiency, or be knocked prone and take bludgeoning damage equal to 1d12 plus your strength modifier. So you can basically charge and like knock down enemies of large or smaller creatures. Yeah. It's okay. Tiger, while you're raging, if you move at least 20 feet in a straight line, it's basically pounce toward a target or large or smaller target right before making a melee weapon attack against it. You can use a bonus action to make an additional melee weapon attack against it. So
it's okay. Wolf is just a better version of Elk, though.
It is.
Wow.
While you're raging, you can use a bonus action on your turn to knock a large or small creature prone when you hit it with a melee weapon attack. So,
killer.
Yeah.
I mean, Bear is good here. Eagle is probably the best, but if you already have flying capabilities, Wolf is killer. You're just knocking people prone. There's no save.
It's true.
Large or smaller, you can't do it to a dragon, but you can do it to, I think, a giant is considered large.
So I think maybe certain hill giant.
Like,
most giants are huge.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can't do it to giants.
Hey.
Yeah, most.
If you're fighting people.
Yeah, no,
they're fucked.
They're down. Like, and well, because again, it's also like you don't even have to use reckless at that point.
No, you just prone them, and then your next turn you don't even have to reckless.
But again, I'm also a fan of the Eagle, where you just get a flying speed equal to like, and again, that's not even including like, well, I guess it would be including your jump, but still, either way, like that's just awesome.
Yeah. Do we have a consensual least favorite? Because I know we probably do. And if it isn't Battle Rager, we have a problem.
No, I mean...
It's the worst one.
Yeah.
Like,
well, for multiple reasons. I mean, I'm also like...
I love the lore, but it needs an update.
I agree. And, well, not even just an update of, like, a lot of the features. Yeah, like, it's really bad. But I would also put in the thing, like, even like, wild magic is not awesome.
No.
Everybody loves wild magic. Everybody loves anything with wild magic. Sure, I'm not a huge fan of wild magic a lot of the time because I just roll continuously crappy. So I'm always like, my luck would just always make the worst things happen to me with wild magic.
But it's cool though.
Yeah, well, everybody likes wild because wild magic is cool. But in my opinion, it's also super lackluster with much of the abilities that you get.
Comparably to the two we just discussed, it is.
I mean, comparably, even comparable to the Battle Rager, like it's pretty lackluster.
Battle Rager is bad.
Battle Rager is like just straight up bad, but like even Path of Wild Magic is like
bad.
Yeah, it's not good. Like it's
the best baseline is still Berserker. Like if we're talking like just baseline, like.
I mean, yeah. Well, the only problem, like the Frenzy, is good on paper at first.
Oh, we have a homebrew rule for Frenzy.
What's that?
You just don't get exhaustion.
Okay, then that makes it better. That fixes it. Yeah,
because you shouldn't.
I was gonna say that
you have to spec into a whole subclass.
No,
there's no reason to give you exhaustion.
I know
I think we let him use it like 3 or 4 times, and then he gets 1 level.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like you shouldn't just get it just for frenzying because it's like that's your bread and butter. Like you have to frenzy. Like
because I think for me Battle Rager and Wild Magic not very great. Everybody else is fine. I like Path of the Beast even though it's probably not as good as Berserker.
Path of the Beast is actually cool. Like there are. It's not as good as Totem Warrior.
You have to change a certain couple things. One, your weird beast things they need to count as magic. They don't.
I think they should at a certain level. I think it should be the same level as like the monk's fists.
My thing is, if you have a DM who's really cool and gives you custom magic items that augment what you're already doing, it's fine. But you do have a hard limit on damage because you can't use a 2-handed weapon.
I mean,
There isn't one.
Well, you don't need to like, for instance, using the bite or the claw is done. Just use the tail, because that also is then with Bestial Soul. You also get like swimming or climbing.
Yeah,
like,
for me, you lose what makes you cool because you eventually just have to use a magic weapon.
Yeah.
And
It's
so
true.
for me, it's like, give me a way to incorporate it, or have a DM who's cool.
I agree. I think you should be able to incorporate that.
Flavor-wise, it's fantastic.
I also think, for instance, like, because I do like the Bestial Soul feature, where like you get climbing speed or a swimming speed. The jump is but like climbing speed and swimming speed and can breathe. That's awesome. That would be great, and you can change it over the course of a short or long rest. Like, that's awesome. Call of the Hunt is also great.
Infectious Fury is interesting too.
Yeah, Infectious Fury is pretty dope. Like, you can.
But again, it requires you to use those natural weapons.
It does, but I mean, same thing with, like, for instance, with the tail, you also have the ability, like, because you don't have to hold anything with the tail.
Yeah.
And with the tail, you also can do a reaction to increase your AC by a certain amount, like, that's basically like a freaking shield spell.
Yeah.
By the amount you roll of a D8. Like,
And
that's
it has reach.
Yeah, it has reach, like, and that's just an extra weapon and appendage you have. Like,
yeah, my thing is I go with claw because I just want to attack more.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would go with tail and then have the magic weapon and then have the extra defense, especially as a barbarian. It's like, you might not need it, but you're not as,
Yeah.
You get that extra AC just as a reaction, which is nice.
I just want it to be magic.
I
Or,
get
like,
it.
I don't know, give me something. But
No, I still think Power of the Beast is decent. But either way, in effect, that is the Barbarian class. Next up, we have another interesting, kind of relatively new addition, sort of.
It's the newest one.
It's the Artificer.
Yeah.
I think we're both fans of this one.
Oh,
Quite a bit.
100%. I've been following it since it wasn't official.
Yeah, it wasn't an official class. Yeah, it was just
through
like
like 8
an
different
idea.
varieties.
Yeah, literally. And we were both so very happy when they finally made it an official class, like, because it's so fun and interesting. Like, this is similar to the Warlock, probably I think almost the second best, like, flavor-esque class of a different variety of all the classes. Now, Artificer, Masters of Invention. Artificers use ingenuity and magic to unlock extraordinary capabilities in objects. They see magic as a complex system waiting to be decoded and then harnessed in their spells and inventions. You can find everything you need to play one of these inventors in the next few sections. So, essentially, Artificers are...
It's Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, one of them is specifically Iron Man. But they are the steampunk, new age,
They're techno-wizards.
Yeah, they're techno-wizards, literally. They're technomancers, you know what I mean?
They're essentially a half-caster wizard combined with a tinkerer. And they use that to great effect. They're kind of like a support caster...
They're
hybrid, depending on what you do.
Like, I'm trying to think.
Because they're not a full caster.
They're not full casters. They're more like half casters, half, like...
Utility.
Yeah, utility or even fighter, kind of.
Depending on what you take.
Yeah, like, they're... But more often than not, most of them usually are more focused on, like, your magic is much more... is all about support and, like, kind of control, as well as your subclass features a lot of the time, and then you yourself are kind of like dealing damage either straight up yourself, like in the front lines,
or you have something,
or you're further supporting. Like, it is either like a full support class, or you're half support, half frontline fighter kind of thing.
So class features, they get a D8, so not as wimpy as the wizard or the sorcerer.
Nope.
They get light armor, medium armor, and shields, so they're meant to be an armored caster.
Yep.
Simple weapons. They get
thieves' tools, tinker's tools, and one more type of artisan tools of your choice, which you should just take, like, well, depending on your subclass, actually. For me, I made an artificer. I literally have proficiency in every artisan's tool.
Yeah, you can do that.
Like, in every artisan's tool.
You get Constitution and Intelligence for your saving throws. You choose 2 skills from Arcana, History, Investigation, Medicine, Nature, Perception, and Sleight of Hand. They talk a little bit about gunpowder, because you technically do have firearms proficiency.
Yes.
Now, I have never played in a game with firearms.
I have.
So this is kind of it's there if you need it. It doesn't matter otherwise.
I mean, that's the one thing. Like for us, we play in a game where firearms do exist. They're not super prominent. Like they're not like all over the place. There are like a select number of individuals that are like, hey, we know about this. We've been making this. We've been working on this, and we are proficient in it. And like, so you can find these. They're not like, a brand new invention right off the cuff. They're kind of they're just kind of starting to emanate a bit more. But I also do, honestly, for this, I also would just simply treat it as like it's a contraption that he uses basically to cast, like, you know, an arc, more like a more mechanical version of, like, maybe a fire bolt or like an eldritch blast.
There's ways to incorporate it both as flavor, or you just do what I do. If your DM likes firearms and wants that to be a part of it, sure. If they don't, we'll go over, but there's still a subclass in here that uses guns, but they're not guns. It's fun.
They are.
You start off at first level, you get magical tinkering. You learn how to invest a spark of magic into mundane objects. To use this ability, you must have thieves' tools or artisan tools in hand. You then touch a tiny non-magical object as an action and give it one of the following magical properties of your choice. Sheds a bright light in a 5-foot radius and a dim light for additional 5 feet, so it's basically a candle. When trapped by a creature, the object emits a recorded message that can be heard up to 10 feet away. You utter the message when you bestow this property on the object, and the recording can be no more than 6 seconds long. For like code, maybe. The object continuously emits your choice of an odor or a non-verbal sound. Wind, waves, chirping, that kind of thing. The chosen phenomenon is perceivable up to 10 feet away. I always use this to make myself smell nice all the time. A static visual effect appears on one of the object's surfaces.
I usually go to sleep with like the sound of waves.
Nice.
Crashing. Yeah.
The effect can be a picture, up to 25 words of text, lines and shapes, or a mixture of these elements as you like. This is cool. You can save messages.
No, it's really nice. Like I use, and
or pictures.
Cool thing is, like, I believe like you can have up to like 5 of these. I think even at level 1, right away. Like you can
intelligence modifier.
Oh, your intelligence modifier. So yeah, I had 20. That's why. So yeah, you're up to your intelligence modifier. So you can just create and even destroy them as you will. Like every time you create like a new one, you can just keep making new ones if you want. And it's just like it can almost be any object. You can literally take like a ball bearing and just imbue it with these abilities. And how we kind of flavored it was like my Artificer has like nanites that he made. And essentially his nanites are able to like alter the structure. They're kind of fueled by arcane energy and stuff like that. But they kind of like can augment his physical abilities a bit, as well as like they can change and augment the thing. If you ever, I don't know if you ever saw the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2001 show back in the day. Maybe. It was like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I don't know if I saw all of it.
But there was one episode where there was like literally this monster made of nanites who like had the personality of like a 6-year-old child or something, but every time like it could literally alter the molecular structure of matter to turn it and combine it into something else. And that's the kind of concept that I thought of with that. That was the closest thing that I thought of was like the best way to explain it. Where like it could turn a ball bearing into like a static visual effect appears on the surface, almost like it produces a holographic image. Yeah, I use it as like a what do they call it? A tombstone, a holographic tombstone for my dad.
Oh,
my dead dad.
That's actually great.
Yeah.
Next, you get into spellcasting. At baseline, your spellcasting focus is essentially your artisan's tools that you are proficient in. That changes later on when you infuse items. We'll talk about that later. You do get cantrips at first level, and you do prepare spells, similar to Cleric or Druid, but you have a lot less.
You do.
Slots overall. Your intelligence is your spellcasting ability. Same thing with your save and attack modifier. You can ritual cast. And at second level, you get infuse items.
Yep.
You gain the ability to imbue mundane items with certain magical infusions. The magic items you create with this feature are effectively prototypes of permanent items. Now, when you gain this feature, you get 4. And you can only, I believe, infuse...
2
at a time.
Yep.
Infusions are a little bit weird. I don't think we're going to go over all of them.
No.
That's something you kind of have to look into.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun of kind of checking it out, too.
When you finish a long rest, you can touch a non-magical object and imbue it with one of your Artificer infusions, turning it into a magic item. The infusion only works on certain kinds of objects, specified in the infusion's description. You can attune yourself to that item the instant you infuse it. If you decide to attune to the item later, you must do the normal process. Your infusion remains as an item indefinitely, but when you die, the infusion vanishes after a number of days have passed equal to your intelligence modifier. The infusion also vanishes if you give up knowledge of that infusion for a different one. You can do more than one. at the end of a long rest. The maximum number of object appears in the infused items column, so you'll have limits on that. I will say you can only infuse one object with one infusion at a time. And
unless you have a specific subclass.
Yeah. If you try to exceed your maximum number of infusions, the oldest infusion ends immediately. If an infusion ends on an item that contains other things like a bag of holding, its contents harmlessly appear in and around the space. The interesting thing about this, that I'm going to touch on briefly, a lot of people will infuse items and be like, ooh, I have all these magic items at level 2. You're not the only person in your party, and kind of the reason Artificers are such a good support class is you can make items
for your
party members, specifically to make them better at the things that they're good at.
You can give them +1s to armor or weapons
2.
at level 2.
Yeah.
You can, at some point, you can even begin to duplicate magical items, like it's with the bag of holding.
There's also a lot of kind of weird rules. You are technically proficient in making magic items, kind of, and there are some very loose rules for that, and that is something that we are not going to go into detail on. No. Because not even I have a concrete rule for it.
Like, yeah, we've been dabbling a bit with that, because I'm currently playing an Artificer in another game, but it's like...
There are rules in the Master's Guide, but they're so loose and weird.
Well, there's honestly, the rules for crafting anything, whether it be items or potions, are terrible. Like, they're just bad. Like, they take way too much time, they take way too much resources to be viable in any real way unless you specifically take, like, long downtime. And even that, it's just not fun. They're just not fun ways to do it. So the way that we've kind of been doing it, we've been kind of not shop working. What the hell is the term? Workshopping. We've been workshopping. Yeah. God. We've been doing this for a minute now. My brain is definitely starting to get a little fatigued. But we've been workshopping with kind of some rules and kind of how we wanted to go about it, especially being I'm a character that has access to a decent amount of materials and resources too initially. Mm-hmm. So that's helped supplement some of the annoyingness of it.
But this is something you have to talk with your own table about.
Yeah, that is the one thing about Artificers, that they are a bit more of an involved class. Like, they're definitely not one I would recommend for beginners. No. And even for veterans, it's like this is something you will have to really communicate with your DM in order to execute well.
Yeah. Like, and it took me a while to get the hang of it, because D&D Beyond does not limit your infusion. You have to actually know your class.
Yeah.
You cannot jump into it and just do it.
Yeah.
You have to pay attention. You have
to read very carefully, because there are a lot of, again, similar, because it's a brand new class, and again, a lot of the aspects of it aren't exactly written in stone in a lot of ways. Like, there are loose interpretations that you got to be careful of. Yeah. But continuing on, at 3rd level, you guessed it, you get your Artificer Specialist. So that's your subclass equivalent. You also gain access to the right tool for the job. You learn how to produce exactly the tool you need. With Thieves' Tools or Artisan's Tools, you can magically create one set of Artisan's Tools in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. This creation requires 1 hour of uninterrupted work, which can coincide with a short or long rest. Though the product of magic, the tools are non-magical, and they vanish when you use this feature again. So you can, again, just create another set of Artisan's Tools that you can be proficient with. Like, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Like I said, depending on the subclass you choose, you can be proficient with every type of Artisan's Tools.
Yeah, it just depends on which one you pick.
Yep. Ability score improvements at the usual levels, 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, 19th. At 6th level, however, you get tool expertise, so your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses your proficiency with a tool.
Which is great.
Yep. Always awesome. So whatever your primary tool that you use probably would be either Thieves' Tools or maybe something else. Yeah. 7th level, Flash of Genius, which is great. Flash of Genius is fantastic. You gain the ability to come up with solutions under pressure. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use a reaction to add your intelligence modifier to that roll. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, a minimum of once, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So you just
another support thing.
You just make you or another person instantly better because you're smart. Yeah. Because you are smart enough, you just make them better at whatever it is they're doing.
Next is Magic Item Adept. When you reach 10th level, you have a profound understanding of how to use and make magic items. You can attune up to 4 magic items at once. That's an extra attunement slot for those who are unfamiliar.
That is something that is one of the most exceedingly rare things in this game.
There is no other ways except for boons.
Except for boons or homebrew shit.
Yeah.
you are unable to increase your attunement slots in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. You also, if you craft a magic item with a rarity of common or uncommon, it takes you a quarter of the normal time and it costs you half as much as the usual gold. This is kind of what I was talking about with rules. This is kind of going to be more up to you and your DM to figure out.
Yeah, that's a more
At
personal
11th
thing.
level, you get something fun as well. Spell storing item. You know how to store a spell in an object. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch one symbol or martial weapon or one item that you can use as a spellcasting focus, and you store a spell in it. Choosing first or second level from the Artificer spell list that requires one action to cast, you don't have to have it prepared. While holding the object, a creature can take an action to produce the spell's effect from it using your spellcasting ability modifier. If the spell requires concentration, the creature must concentrate. The spell stays in the object until it's been used a number of times equal to twice your intelligence modifier, or until you use this feature again to store a spell in an object. Now, I kind of tweak this when I use it in games. I don't like the fact that it has to be a weapon or one item that you can use as a spellcasting focus. I would rather it be just a token or a coin, something of that
Just an
ilk,
object.
because it just makes more sense that way. But it allows you to spread out some of the things you can do, like absorb elements or heal or shield. You can give it to other people, and they can use it.
I mean, you could potentially just make, if it says spellcasting focus, you could just give them like a gem or something. You could give them like an amulet that can be used, technically speaking. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, even if it's a spellcasting, it's not a huge thing, but I agree. I feel like it's fine to,
You
if you
can
can already imbue something to make it non-magical into a magical thing, like, I don't see why you couldn't do that. That sounds fine to me.
And technically you can, once you infuse an item, even if it's like a piece of armor, you can use that as your spell focus.
No, yeah, you can.
So you can technically infuse armor for somebody and also make it into a token.
Yep.
But it's nice because they basically, you can give them a first or second level spell that they can cast up to 5 times if you have a level, a max.
They could
intelligence.
Misty Step.
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
They could Misty, they
again,
could shield, they
it
could
is
Misty
another
Step.
example of support play both in and outside of
Yeah,
combat.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
Next up, magic item Savant. Now, once again, you know how we said how it's like super rare, like ungodly rare, to increase your attunement slot capacity? They get to do it again. You can attune up to 5 magic items at once at 14th level.
And the next one's so good.
And you ignore all class, race, spell, and level requirements on attuning or using a magic item, so you can just get anything.
Doesn't matter.
You can get any item, and you have another attunement slot to use that item. Doesn't matter what it is.
And hear me out. 18th level, your next thing. You can attune up to,
Wait, what? Count them.
6 magic items.
6 magic items
At once.
at one time. That's double. That is literally double what everyone else can do at any given time, unless it's been homebrewed.
Yeah, then your capstone ability, which is a little bit rare here.
Soul of Artifice. At 20th level, you develop a mystical connection to your magic items, which you can draw on for protection. You gain a +1 bonus to all saving throws per magic item you are attuned to. So if you have every attunement slot, that's an automatic +6 to every saving throw that you have. If you're reduced to 0 hit points as well, but not killed outright, you can use your reaction to end one of your Artificer infusions, causing you to drop to 1 hit point instead of 0. Now again, with certain subclasses of this class, that's pretty crazy. Because it doesn't even, you can use that as long as you have a reaction. Like, it doesn't say you can only use it once per long rest or anything. So depending on certain subclasses, you will have a lot of things, a lot of infusions on stuff. So that, again, honestly, a pretty decent contender for a really good 20th level capstone ability for a class.
And now there's a huge list of Artificer infusions under here. Now,
Right.
we're not going to go into them. You can do things like make a crossbow shoot more than once per turn.
You can literally make a gun or a crossbow that has infinite just ammo that
just
creates.
appears.
And it's a +1, and you have infinite magic ammo.
+1, 2, or 3 to items, both armor and weapons. You can get enhanced spell focus. Yep. You can also replicate certain magic items. There is a list.
You get like a Helm of Awareness.
Yeah, there's all sorts of
There's
options.
all tons of cool stuff. You can get a Homunculus Servant.
Yeah, but they're hard capped at levels.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is that as you level up, you can replace infusions. And eventually, you can have all high-level infusions. But as you level up, just be aware of what's accessible to you.
Yeah.
It tells you as you level up how many of a certain level of infusion you can have on your table.
At any given time.
You have to focus on that table the whole time.
Yeah, it's difficult because it is. You need to like look in it because it won't have it all of it necessarily
in
right
the
there
spot,
in front of you. Like you have to actually have the page up because again, this is a new,
it gets complicated.
Fresh thing. It can get very complicated, especially at higher levels. But that's also the fun of the class. It's supposed to, like I said, not for beginners. Definitely for more veteran, seasoned players that are like looking for something a little bit more in depth and interesting.
Now I have a favorite. And I've only played one Artificer, and it was a Battlesmith, but that is not my favorite class.
I also have a favorite. It's the one I'm currently playing now that I'm enjoying quite a bit.
For me, it's Armorer.
It's Armorer.
Yeah. Now, look. Alchemist is cool. It's way more support focused. Artillerist is cool. It's a blaster.
Battlesmith is even awesome too.
Battlesmith's great. I love that class.
Dude,
what I really wanted from the beginning was Armorer.
Iron Man.
And I got it.
Yep.
Now, here's the best part about this. I'm not going to go into all the specifics because, truthfully, you need to read through these yourself a little.
Yeah.
Gives you some extra spells, all the subclasses does.
It gives you some good spells
gives you Arcane Armor. Basically, you get...
first off, you get proficiency with heavy armor.
Yeah, which is
with
already...
this class.
Boom. Right there. You're way above every other Artificer right there. Now, if the armor has a strength requirement, you don't need it.
You can, as an action, doesn't take time, doesn't take a minute, doesn't take 10. As an action, within 6 seconds, you can turn any suit of armor you are wearing into arcane armor, provided you have smith's tools in hand. Now, you remember and this is that third level. You remember that level ability you get where you can create artifice or artisan's tools as long as you have thieves' tools or whatever?
Yeah, you can just
make smith's tools.
You gain proficiency when you take this subclass. Now, you can use the arcane armor as a spellcasting focus for your artificer spells. Wonderful. The armor attaches to you and can't be removed against your will.
Nope.
It also expands to cover your entire body, although you can retract or deploy helmet as a bonus action. The armor replaces missing limbs, functioning identically to a limb it replaces. And you can take it on or put it on, take it off as an action. No other class can do that.
No. There's a specific, magical armor type that you can doff it as an action.
It's a rare item, by the way.
Yeah.
You can customize your armor to Guardian or Infiltrator. Now, one of them is more frontline, one of them's kind of subterfuge a little.
Honestly, I would say Guardian is probably
better overall.
I do
like the fact that the Infiltrator has ranged weapon attacks.
It has ranged weapon attacks, and they're decent for sure, and you can get a decent dice pool with it too, at least with the first attack. It also negates basically disadvantage with heavy armor stealth checks. So it'll just be because it gives advantage to stealth checks. So even if it has it'll just be a straight roll. So unfortunately, you could never get advantage with stealth if you have heavy armor with it. But it also increases your walking speed by 10 feet, which is nice. So if you have that and mobile, which I did at one point, you already have 50 feet of movement just straight up, which is dope. But I will definitely say I have a clear preference for Guardian because it's also again, you're going Iron Man, just with Guardian, you are a frontline fighter. You get a thing called Thunder Gauntlets. Now, each of the gauntlets count as a simple melee weapon while you aren't holding anything in it, and it deals 1d8 thunder damage on a hit. Now, the lovely part again is this still gives great support. Because a creature hit by the Thunder Gauntlet has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you until the start of your next turn. So as the armor magically emits a distracting pulse when the creature attacks someone else. So again, I combined this with mobile. So I could literally move in, clock the thing, dash out, can't hit me with an opportunity attack, and I can move, freaking 40 feet away from it.
They have disadvantage on everyone except you.
Yeah, they have to either come at me or they have automatic disadvantage on attacks against anyone else.
Also get defensive field. As a bonus action, you gain temporary hit points equal to your level in this class, replacing any temporary hit points you already have. You lose these temporary hit points if you take off the armor. You can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish the long rest.
You just have some heals. You have some temporary heals.
It's nice. You're in the front line. You kind of need it.
You do.
What's interesting is you could build the second one, Infiltrator. You could use the low-end medium armor.
Yep, you can use
so you have advantage on stealth. Mm-hmm. But instead of melee attack, you get Lightning Launcher. A gem-like note appears on one of your armored fists or on the chest, and it counts as a simple ranged weapon with a normal range of 90 feet and a long range of 300 feet. Deals 1d6 lightning damage on a hit, and once on each of your turns when you hit a creature with it, you can deal an extra 1d6 lightning damage.
You can just overcharge it on one of the hits.
You get 5 feet of extra walking speed, and you have advantage on dexterity.
So it's 5 feet. Okay.
Yeah, you get advantage on dexterity stealth checks. Now, great. Both of these are great. Guardian's probably what most people are going to take. At 5th level, you get extra attack, which is nice. It's not 6th level like it with Bard. It's 5th level. At 9th level, you get...
It's like every other martial class. And again, like I said, if you have the Thunder Gauntlets or even the Lightning Launcher, you can attack twice with either of those.
Yeah,
you just you clock it twice, and a D8 is nothing to sneeze at. No. And thunder damage. Very few things are going to be resistant to thunder damage.
With lightning.
At any point in the campaign.
Both of them.
Lightning damage is a little bit more,
but even then,
and you can hit it from up to 90, up to 300 feet away max.
Take sharpshooter, you just snipe people.
And it's just crazy.
You then get arcane modifications.
This is when things start to get crazy.
You learn how to use your Artificer infusions to specially modify your arcane armor. That armor now counts as separate items for the purposes of your infuse items feature. The chest piece, boots, helmet, and the armor's special weapon. Each of those items can bear one of your infusions, and the infusions transfer over if you change your armor's model with the armor model feature. In addition, the maximum number of items you can infuse at once increases by 2, but those 2 extra infusions have to be part of your arcane armor. Now, we were talking about this earlier. 6 items max. Well, now it's 8, which means you have a +8
to all saving throws.
You are essentially a magically powered force.
You're a juggernaut. Yeah, you are actually
great.
Iron Man.
It's fantastic.
You're an Iron Man juggernaut.
I mean, you could do some crazy shit.
I'm planning on it. If once we get back to that campaign, I've already been doing I got mobile on that dude. I got it's so great because I also have a pistol. I have a pistol that does a D10 of damage. Because that's the thing too. If you have a ranged weapon, if you choose the Guardian feature, you can still shoot range and then attack.
Yeah.
You can do both, and then you can still cast your spells through your armor. At 15th level, you gain Perfected Armor. This is your capstone for your subclass features. Your arcane armor gains additional benefits based on its model as shown below. So for Guardian, when a huge, now these are giants right here, when a huge or smaller creature you can see in this turn within 30 feet of you, you can use a reaction to magically force it to make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, you pull the creature up to 25 feet directly to an unoccupied space. If you pull the target to a space within 5 feet of you, you can make a melee weapon attack against it as part of this reaction. You can use the reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. So, this is literally, this is literally you can just force a person before they're ready to get up and you get a free hit.
Or you can force them anywhere else.
Yeah.
As long as it's unoccupied. You can put them in a hallway.
You can pull them if you wanted to, yeah. It doesn't say you have to pull them towards you.
No, just
it says you have to pull the creature up to 25 feet directly to an unoccupied space.
Technically, you could push them off of a bridge.
Yeah.
It's an unoccupied space.
No, you could.
Yeah. As Infiltrator, any creature that takes lightning damage from your lightning launcher glimmers with a magical light until the start of your next turn. The glimmering creature sheds dim light in a 5-foot radius and has disadvantage on attack rolls against you. As the light jolts, if it attacks you. In addition, the next attack roll has advantage, and if that attack hits, the target takes an extra 1d6 lightning damage. Now, if I didn't want to be right in this thick of it, I would take Infiltrator.
No, absolutely.
It would be hilarious.
I agree.
It's guiding for free.
It literally is,
for free.
And it's pretty awesome. I think you and I both just share that similar thing. We just like getting in the meat of things. We like screwing shit up. You know what I mean?
Wanted to play a more squishy version of this class and take more support infusions, if
Infiltrator would be great. You could hide.
This is one subclass that you can play 2 completely different ways.
Completely different characters. It's literally 2 different subclasses for the price of 1. It's fantastic. I've been absolutely loving my time playing as it too. It's
I haven't played it yet, but I have one planned.
It's so much fun. All right, since we both agreed on our favorites for this,
it's Alchemist for me.
Yeah, no, me too. I was gonna say it seems pretty clear, cut and dry. The worst of these is
I want
Alchemist.
to do a little bit more because it's supposed to be that weird, tinkery support, crazy mad scientist.
We know it's hilarious. I almost feel like the next class we'll talk about kind of does it? Certain things, but they're not support. They're not. They do it better, but in a non-supportive way. They do it better for themselves. But it's definitely Alchemist. It just doesn't have enough of what you really need in like it gets good spells.
Cool. It's cool.
It gets good spells. Like
I like its abilities. I like the weird potion stuff. It's fun.
It's just not.
It just doesn't do enough.
It's super lackluster, especially compared to the like you get a Battlesmith with a Steel Defender.
Yeah.
That thing is crazy, man.
Yeah, I had a master named Buddy.
That Steel Defender is crazy, bro. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But that is in effect the Artificer, as told by yours truly. And now.
We're going to touch on this one.
Final.
Yeah.
Especially since, as things have been going, and the fact that it's here, it is technically considered to be a third-party class, but it is, it's still one that people are using and discussing.
It's endorsed, but it's not in any official books.
Technically. Well, I think technically might be an official third-party book. It is the BloodHunter class, as created by Matt Mercer from Critical Role. As time goes on, I honestly have a feeling like he's technically made books that are now.
He co-wrote books for Wizards of the Coast.
Yep, he co-wrote books. I mean, his own original setting, Exandria,
is already in.
He has 2 books that he's posted.
Multiple subclasses in here from his books that we haven't really touched on purpose, because not every DM is going to let you use these.
This is true, because it's not technically part of like the true 5th edition.
Yeah.
Yet,
but it's built right off of their stuff.
It is, and I have a feeling, especially with how things are going recently, that it'll probably become more official down the line.
And we'll give you a little background. So, blood hunters are clever warriors driven by an unending determination to destroy evils old and new, armed with the rights of secretive blood magic and a willingness to sacrifice their own vitality and humanity for their cause. They protect the realms from the shadows, even as they remain ever vigilant against being drawn into the darkness that consumes the monsters they hunt. They're kind of like warlocks.
Yeah. A little bit. Well, there's obviously...
This is like a warlock had sex with a ranger?
A little bit. Correct. Yeah.
me.
I would definitely say that they're definitely the jumbled hybrid of that, which is ironic. Like, obviously, if anybody knows anything about the background of this class, this was a love child. Like, this is a bit of an homage from Matt to the Witcher series, as well as being combined with, as almost a promotional thing, for when he played D&D and DM'd for Vin Diesel. He specifically made, for the movie The Last Witch Hunter that Vin Diesel was starring in and made, when he played the game, he made a Witch Hunter class for Vin Diesel to play, from which the Blood Hunter was born from the Witch Hunter class that he initially made for Vin Diesel. But also, he gave like a number of homages to like The Witcher as well as other things in it as well, as you will see.
We'll get started with its base stuff. D10 as its hit die, so like a fighter.
Like a fighter,
like a ranger.
or a paladin, it's Matt always has shown a love for like fighter classes and martial classes.
This is basically same as ranger or fighter or paladin.
That's true.
They get light armor, medium armor, shields, simple weapons, martial weapons. Tools are alchemist supplies. Saving throws are dex and intelligence. You choose 3 skills from acrobatics, arcana, athletics, history, insight, investigation, religion, and survival. An interesting spread.
Indeed.
There's a key one missing.
3, too.
There's a key one missing.
There is. But,
perception.
Perception is very key, but
background.
You also get a background for that. Plus, I do believe there is an intent to make it a little bit more focused on intelligence, but you also can technically make it a dex build if you want. Specifically, at first level, you gain the ability called Hunter's Bane. You have survived the Hunter's Bane, a dangerous, long-guarded ritual that alters your life's blood, forever binding you to the darkness and honing your senses against it. You have advantage on wisdom survival checks to track fae, fiends, or undeads, as well as on intelligence checks to recall information about such creatures. The Hunter's Bane also empowers your body to control and shape hemocraft magic, using your own blood and life essence to fuel your abilities. Some of your features require your target to make a saving throw to resist the feature's effects. The saving throw DC is calculated as follows. So it's basically your 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus either your choice, when you choose this class, intelligence or wisdom modifier. So again, you could build this as a wisdom blood hunter or an intelligence blood hunter.
You start off with Blood Maledict. You gain the ability to channel or sometimes sacrifice part of your vital essence to curse and manipulate creatures through hemocraft magic. You know 1 blood curse of your choice, detailed in the blood curses section at the end of the class description. You learn 1 additional blood curse of your choice at 6th, 10th, 14th, and 18th level. Each time you learn a new blood curse, you can also choose one of your blood curses you know and replace it with another blood curse. I like that. Each time you use your Blood Maledict feature, you choose which curse to invoke from the curses you know. While invoking a blood curse, but before it affects the target, you can choose to amplify the curse by taking necrotic damage equal to 1 roll of your Hemocraft die. This damage can't be reduced in any way. An amplified curse gains an additional effect noted in the curse description. Creatures that do not have blood are immune to blood curses unless you have amplified the curse, so constructs and stuff like that, skeletons. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short rest or a long rest before you can use it again. You can use Blood Malady twice between rests, starting at 6th, 3 times between 13th, and 4 times at 17th level. This is kind of like a hex, but different. There's a lot of different options. I
feel like it's even almost a mix between a
hex and curse.
Yeah, also I feel like the class itself is like almost a tri-mix between like Paladin, Warlock, and Ranger. Yeah. Maybe like as basically being like a mix between all of those put together. It's like a darker Paladin in a way. But at 2nd level, you get your fighting style. You can either be archery, dueling, great weapon fighting, or 2-weapon fighting. You also get access to your Crimson Rite, which is essentially an ability that allows you to infuse your Hemocraft magic into your weapon strikes and get elemental energy from them. So as a bonus action, you can activate any rite you know on one weapon you're holding. The effect of the rite lasts until you finish a short or long rest. When you activate a rite, you take necrotic damage equal to 1 roll of your Hemocraft die. This can't be reduced in any way. And while that rite is in effect, attacks you make with this weapon are magical and deal extra damage equal to your Hemocraft die of the type determined by the chosen rite. A weapon can hold only 1 rite at a time. Other creatures can't gain the benefit of your rite, so only you can hold it and benefit from it. So essentially, at this level, you gain, you choose 1 rite now, and then you learn additional Crimson Rite at 7th and again at 14th. So you get 3 total. You can either get Rite of the Flame, Rite of the Frozen, or Rite of the Storm, I think, to start. And then at 14th level, you gain Rite of the Dead, Rite of the Oracle, and then Rite of the Roar. So essentially, that would be fire damage, cold damage, lightning damage, necrotic damage, psychic damage, or thunder damage.
Yeah. At 3rd level, you pick your BloodHunter order. You commit to an order whose philosophy will guide you throughout your life. You get your ability score improvements at 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, and 19th level as normal. And then you have extra attack. So 5th level, you get 2 attacks. And at 6th level, you get Brand of
Castigation.
Castigation, thank you. 6th level, when you damage a creature with a weapon for which you have an active Crimson Rite, you can channel Hemocraft magic to sear an arcane brand onto that creature. No action required. You always know the direction to the branded creature as long as it's on the same plane as you. Further, each time the branded creature deals damage to you, or a creature you can see within 5 feet of you, the branded creature takes psychic damage equal to your Hemocraft modifier.
So it's almost like a Conquest Paladin thing.
It's interesting. Your brand lasts until you dismiss it, or until you use this feature to apply a brand to another creature. Your brand can be dispelled with Dispel Magic, and is treated as a spell with a level equal to half your BloodHunter level, maximum 9th level. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish short and long rest.
Yes.
It's an interesting one. I like it. When I had my friend playing it,
it's a mix between like Hunter's Mark and like Paladin. You know, like this is almost, it's literally like a triforce of Warlock, Ranger, and Paladin, like for sure. At 9th level, you gain access to the feature called Grim Psychometry. This is going to be a continuous theme. Like a lot of Matt's verbiage is actually a little bit more. Yeah. He's always had a particularly expansive vocabulary, which is one thing I do appreciate about him. But it can be a little bit difficult at times to like read through his writing stuff. Yeah. But either way, Grim Psychometry gives you the ability of supernatural talent for discerning the secrets surrounding mysterious relics or places touched by evil. Whenever you make an intelligence history check to recall information about the sinister or tragic history of an object you are touching or your current location, you have advantage on the check. At the DM's discretion, a suitably high roll might cause your character to experience brief visions of the past connected to the object or location.
Love it. Flavor.
It's great.
It works.
Yeah. It's a cool thing because it also gives you the ability to like, it's almost like legend lore. It's literally like the legend lore spell, which you can get like really cool. And if you're hunting a particularly evil creature or entity, you learn history behind it. Like you find like an altar, or you find like a dark dagger or something, whatever. Yeah, next level at 10th, you get Dark Augmentation, which is pretty crazy. The magic of Hemocraft suffuses your body to permanently reinforce your resilience. Your speed increases by 5 feet, and you have the bonus to strength, dex, and con saves equal to your Hemocraft modifier, minimum of 1. So either your intelligence or wisdom. At this point, at 10th level, your intelligence or wisdom should probably be like at a 16. So you automatically would get a +3 to strength, dex, and con saving throws.
Which is huge.
That's huge. Awesome.
Yeah. 13th level, Brand of Tethering. The psychic damage from your Brand of Castigation increases to twice your Hemocraft modifier, minimum of 2. Additionally, a branded creature can't take the dash action, and if it attempts to teleport or to leave its current plane by any means, it takes 4d6 psychic damage and must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the attempt to teleport or leave the plane fails.
This is huge.
Yeah, it's a great ability.
For any creatures trying to run away.
Like you are hunting this thing.
You are hunting and keeping it from getting away from you. Like, you are literally making it like, hey, not only can you not dash from me, like your speed is always going to be the baseline, but if you're going to attempt to teleport or leave the plane, you're just going to take the 4d6 psychic damage, and then you might not even be able to. It might just fail. So even then, even if it succeeds, it still takes punishment for even daring to do so.
I'll go with this one. You can do the capstone.
Yeah.
14th level, Hardened Soul. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. I like this.
No.
It fits with the class.
It makes sense.
Weird.
And it's 14th level at this point. You're kind of like, I've seen such horrible things.
You saw them before you even started leveling.
Honestly, I even feel like you should just maybe even be immune at this point. Like, you've been through such
I'm okay
crap.
with the advantage, because even people who are hardened can still get scared.
Yeah, and again, at this point, if you're still more
mortal.
frightened, again, if you've gone with a wisdom one, you'll already have like a high wisdom, so.
There you go.
But for the final capstone ability, it is known as Sanguine Mastery. Upon reaching 20th level, your mastery of blood magic reaches its height, mitigating your sacrifice and empowering your expertise. Once per turn, whenever a BloodHunter feature requires you to roll a Hemocraft die, you can re-roll the die and use either roll. So, essentially, you can just maybe take less necrotic damage for any of your abilities, which, to be fair, you will be taking a lot of necrotic damage from your abilities.
Yeah, so it's good.
Additionally, however, whenever you score a critical hit with a weapon for which you have an active Crimson Right, you regain 1 expended use of your Blood Malady feature. Now, that actually is decent. Yeah. Like, if you get a crit hit, you can get back a Crimson Right, which at this level, I believe, you would probably only have like 3 or 4.
Well, it's a Blood Malady, so you get another curse.
Yeah.
Which is nice. There are some interesting curses. I mean, like, there's ones where...
They're definitely decent.
Yeah,
like, Bloated Agony is decent.
Yeah, you can bind creatures.
Blood Curse of the Eyeless, which basically, like, makes it so they have minus to their attack roll against you, or if you amplify it for the entire time that round.
Yeah, there's ones that has, like, if you can kind of slow something, because if they take more than 1 attack in a turn, they take damage.
Yeah.
And
there are specific subclass ones too that are nice. That
similar
are cool.
to the pacts for Warlock.
Yes, indeed.
I have only seen one of these in action. I don't know. It was Order of the Lichen.
Lichen, I think, is the most common.
And I will say, the hybrid transformation. I'm not going to go into like real details, but it was very effective.
No, hybrid
in a Curse of Strahd campaign.
Yeah, no. Especially
played to full difficulty. He did not around.
No,
and, man, we were getting. I got killed 4 times in that campaign.
Yeah,
my buddy
killed once.
My buddy who played it once he started this character.
Yeah,
he was very adept.
No, I mean, well, that's literally what this class is made for.
Yeah,
you're hunting everything in that game is undead or fiendish in some way, shape, or form.
Ridiculous.
Like there's no like. He gets advantage on almost every of his abilities to track or know information or knowledge on them.
And he was a big off werewolf guy.
Yeah.
And
he's designed to shut down. He's designed to shut down all of that stuff.
It's one of those classes you don't need magic weapons because you're doing elemental damage on your strength.
Well, not just that, but your element.
And you get up to +3 at 18th level.
Your Lycan ability, your hybrid form is magical to a certain point,
exactly.
And you get even more bonuses from that. To be fair, there is a slight caveat of like, if you reach half health as in your hybrid form or whatever, you'll start to attack your friends.
It did happen, but not very often.
But it's also if you make him a wisdom one, he just makes the wisdom save.
That problem.
Yeah. So one of my favorite, the ones that I made a Lycan one, but he's more of like he's actually a villain specifically. He's a boss that I made, but one that I made was actually Order of the Mutant, and this is even more so than the base class. This is an homage to The Witcher. Like, this is a clear thing about being a Witcher. Like, it's specifically based around mutagen craft. But I flavored it because I made a Warforged BloodHunter of the Order of the Mutant. And instead of it being like mutagen that he drinks, it's more like he allocates specific energy to specific processes in his system to gain, like, these effects. But when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you learn to master forbidden alchemical formulas known as mutagens that can temporarily alter your mental and physical abilities.
This is the Witcher subclass.
As I said, this is the blatant homage to The Witcher. As a bonus action, you consume a mutagen whose effects and side effects last until you finish a short or long rest, unless otherwise specified. While one or more mutagens are affecting you can use an action to focus and flush all mutagens from your system, ending their effects and side effects. Mutagens are designed for the specific biology of the character who concocted them, and your mutagens have no effect on other creatures. They are also unstable by nature, losing their potency over time and becoming inert if not used before you finish your next short or long rest. So, for the mutagen craft at 3rd level, you can only create 1 mutagen, but you know 4 formulas. 7th, you get 2, no 5. 11th, you know 6 formulas. 15th, you can create 3 and know 7. And 18th, you know 8. So at 18th level, you can have a maximum of 3 at once, which is pretty crazy, and know 8 formulas. Like, again,
there's some pretty crazy stuff in here.
Yeah, no, the mutagen formulas can give you all kinds of ridiculous bonuses, especially if you spec specifically because you have a choice between intelligence or wisdom. You can get some crazy big bonuses. Like, again,
I'm looking at this now.
Yeah.
You can, once you get to a high level, you could have at once, technically, immunity to cold and fire damage.
Yep.
Because one gives you a vulnerability, but immunity trumps that anyway.
Trumps that anyway. Not just that, but you could also then have at that level probably like a 24 in intelligence, dex, strength, wisdom, whatever else. And like we said, very few things in this game allow you to cap that stone of that capstone of 20. But specifically at 7th level, you also gain the ability known as Strange Metabolism. When you reach 7th level, your body begins to adapt to toxins and venoms, ignoring their corrupting effects. You gain immunity to poison damage and the poison condition. Additionally, you can trigger a burst of adrenaline that lets you temporarily resist the negative effects of a mutagen. So at that point, you can do certain things with a mutagen that you don't even have to worry about anymore. And some of them get pretty crazy. As a bonus action, you can ignore the side effects of one mutagen affecting you for 1 minute. Once you do so, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. At 11, you get Brand of Axiom. Your mutagenic hemocraft lets your Brand of Castigation reveal a foe's true nature. Any illusion or invisibility in effect on a creature when you brand it ends, and the creature can't benefit from invisibility or illusion effects while branded by you. If a creature branded by you is in an alternative form, by way of the polymorph spell, the change shape action, or shape changer trait, the wild shape feature, and similar effects, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or revert to its true form and be stunned until the end of your next turn. Whenever a branded creature attempts to alter its form, it must succeed on the same wisdom saving throw or have the attempt fail and be stunned until the end of your next turn once again. You literally can keep a...
You're basically the enemy of a Rakshasa.
Or a freaking a mimic or anything else. Like you are the bane of a moon druid.
Yeah.
Moon druids. I mean, to be fair, moon druids have a super high wisdom save.
Still.
But even then, it's still like if they fail, they just go back and they're stunned until the end of your next turn. It's a freaking monk thing. Like that's just crazy. But at 15th level, you get Blood Curse of Corrosion. Your Blood Curse can infuse a creature's body with terrible toxins. You gain the Blood Curse of Corrosion to your Maledict feature. This is just and again, you get class Blood Maledict feature.
But it gives you an extra one.
Yeah, so that's always good, and it can do some pretty damn things to them. At 18th level, you get Exalted Mutation. Your body is adapted to produce mutagens naturally in a moment of need. As a bonus action, choose one mutagen currently affecting you. Its effects and side effects end, and you can immediately have a mutagen you know the formula for take effect in its place. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Hemocraft modifier, minimum of once, and you gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So you can just exchange shit
at random.
Yeah. Up to, again, at this point, you at least 5, if not technically more, if you have a certain mutagen on. It could be 7.
Yeah.
Even.
It's an interesting class. I'm fearful of it. Can we both agree though that there is one in here that's not very good?
Yeah.
And it is the Profane Soul.
Yes.
Because it takes something that is its own class that already kind of reminds me of the Warlock and actually gives it basically shitty Warlock levels.
It's really shitty Warlock
and I
levels.
So I would love to sit down and have a conversation like, why? Because it doesn't, to me, feel like it makes any sense to take this. You'd just be a Warlock. Like, it's kind of cool, but it's not good enough.
You get like some, like again, you're a little bit, depending on the subclass and the pact of boon features you take as Warlock, like you do get the benefit of having a little bit more meat on your bones in certain ways, but like
Still.
it definitely does not. It doesn't make up for that with all the lackluster Warlock. Like you might as well just be Hexblade. Like you might as well just be a Hexblade. You might as well just be a Hexblade. If you're gonna take this, just be a Hexblade Warlock.
Yeah.
With Pact of the Blade.
Yeah,
like,
just do that. That's fine.
That would just be better than this. Like unless you want that specific flavor, which even then it's just like.
I guess if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But
it's a lackluster Hexblade Warlock, and it's almost an insult because Hexblade Warlock is like one of the best Warlock subclasses, and it's just like you tried way too hard to be that, and just doesn't in any way.
It just doesn't do it as well.
Like it even has the Hexblade thing, but it's just like, nah, bro, nah. Well,
I think that's all of them.
We did it. That is it. We did it, man. We got through all of them.
Yeah.
From Wizard to BloodHunter. Whew, what a ride, man.
We gave all of our hot takes.
All of our super hot, spicy, sexy takes, and you all sat there and listened to them. I have no doubt in my mind that you watched everything completely
through in one
to the end in one setting. Thank you guys for coming along on the ride. What a ride it has been.
Thanks
Good
for
Lord.
listening to us ramble.
And you're going to hopefully listen to us ramble even more because we got so much more to talk about and say.
Yep.
We gotta set up a roasting for sorcerers.
Yeah.
We gotta set up probably like a debate on why we shouldn't also throw rangers in there with them.
No. Let's not do that. We can have a debate.
But hey,
I'm gonna wear glasses.
We got we're most likely gonna come back to classes again, probably in just a different manner of like, what we consider to be like best multi-classes, but best classes for multi-classing. What we feel are like maybe the best overall classes damage-wise, for combos, for what we think are kind of the crappiest classes for maybe roleplay, or the best for roleplay, Again, a lot of cool things we can do here, but that is essentially the end of our Arcane Archive Presents MetaTalks Introductory Session 2 for D&D 5th Edition classes.
So,
thank you guys so much again. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll hope to see you again real soon.
peace.
Seriously though, like, Rangers,
No.
come on.
No. Incorrect. I love them. Just don't play the one, the Beastmaster. Just don't play that one. The rest of them.